value is the exchange relation between one commodity and another. A total value of commodities is nonsense. Value is thus made identical with price, and every commodity's values are as multiple as the prices it has from day to day. This criticism of Marx is that of the whole school of relative value theorists, who hold that value cannot be a quantity either of labor or of demand, but a mere proportion between goods. Bohm-Bawerk and the Austrian School 427. Marxian surrejoinder. The Marxist surrejoinder to critics is found mainly in the work of the American, L.B. Boudin, The Theoretical System of Karl Marx*. Although written in 1905, it stands up surprisingly under the wear of 3 decades, as have few books whose subject matter, apart from theory, must involve topical reviews as well. Its limpidity and clarity of style alone would make it noteworthy. His treatment is followed here, except for such subsequent modifications as are imposed by the changed situation since the war and the critical work of the Marxist groups, especially on the continent of Europe. 10. Use value substratum of value. Boudin agrees that use value is subjective with reference to each purchaser. This meets the objection of Liefman that so far as purchasers are concerned, in their psyche, the quantity of labor is never considered. Naturally, each commodity is acquired for its specific use, or rather those qualities that are thought to be uses. But this does not concern political economy. These natural attributes of commodities were there before capitalism. They relate to goods but not to commodities. Use value is the substratum of value. It preceded value, which is a historic category. But value is an objective attribute brought about by the social relation of individuals, which individuals themselves are socially determined. Capital, which is an aggregation of exchange values, is nothing more than a social relation of individuals. The proof, wealth of any individual rises and falls without reference to whether his material goods are more or less. This is unique to capitalism. If uses were the only subject of economics, what would explain this mystery? The more useful articles are produced, the less value in each, that is, the greater the quantity of uses, the smaller its relative increase in value. Value must therefore be independent of use value. Charles H. Kerr and Co. 10 and my own glosses. 428. Use implies production for us. But even the most conservative must acknowledge that there are many people who are rich and yet produce nothing. They do not take wealth by force, and nobody loves them so much as to give it to them. They get it because the social relations are not conditioned on use but on something else. Their resources would be unthinkable otherwise. This does not come about by exchanging uses. Honest men sell goods for what they are worth. As a class they make more money than those that merely produce. Why? As a class they cancel out each other in trades, but they get rich notwithstanding. Then use, or utility, such as Bohm-Bawerk cherishes, can afford no reply. Since a change of hands creates no new uses, money profits must be explained in the sphere of production relations, by a definite social legal mechanism. Natural limitations theory, not economic. More than that, the limits of capitalist production are not those of nature, in the old agricultural sense. Its limits are given by the market. The poverty or wealth of mankind is no longer a natural condition, it is a result of the ebb and flow of social relationships. Here too the objective social situation is everything. Use is merely a basis for all production but explains nothing of its limits, its growth, or decline. Value basic to price. A great many of the Austrian objections play on the discrepancy between value and price. The meaning of cheap and dear is that of purchases above or below value. Value is a social relation. Price is an individual act of exchange, centering about the social relation. That is to say, the social value of a commodity must be in it, or there is nothing on which to base the variation of price. But the totality of prices paid and the totality of values must bear a closer relationship than in any given trade. Meaning of necessary labor. Another Austrian defect in analysis is their misapprehension of the word necessary labor. They confuse socially necessary labor. Bohm-Bawerk and the Austrian School. 429. With average labor. Labor can be wasted, that is, proved socially unnecessary. Here too the wasted quantity of value is expressed socially. And socially average labor time expended in a commodity may be excessive compared to the time in which it can be produced by the time it enters the market. Both these aspects can be summarized. The value of any commodity is determined by the quantity of labor that society will of necessity expend for its production when that society requires that expenditure, that is to say, the social quantity of labor needful for its reproduction. The notion of reproduction takes care of all changes in the time of production of commodities. By transferring the definition of value from production to reproduction, the Marxist definition is made clearer, since that takes care of its social use when its production is done. Social use, here, is not Austrian use, it implies that it is because of social relations that articles may have been produced and yet wasted. They may be useful as ever but, for example, unemployment may close their market. Marx does not have an exploitation theory so much as a foundation. Now to the specific objections. In the first place, Marx does not hold an exploitation theory of profit in the sense in which Bohm-Bawerk uses it. The capitalist pays the laborer his full value. He exploits him, in the true sense of the word, not in the sense of robbery. The laborer works so many hours for his value, the value of his laboring power. But he has sold it for so many more hours. There is a surplus value, which is the only reason the capitalist bought the value to begin with. Bohm-Bawerk's phraseology is wrong. Constants and variables in valuation. As to his assertion that Marx ignored the psychology of exchangers, granted. Psychological valuation is unchanged by history. It is a constant. Man has valued goods subjectively in any society. The phenomenon of value in our society has to be explained by its own special properties. And that shows that use will. 432. Does play a part in the story of value but not in value itself as an economic quantity, as an object of analysis, or as the motor of all economic activity. The purpose of Marxian selection. It is asserted that Marx selected only those objects for valuation that suit his purpose. But Marx does not exclude any goods from his study. He includes them all, but he analyzes them as having separate social properties. Land, for example, has no value even though it has a price. How is this proved? Marx does not say that labor is the only source of wealth. Nature is an equal source. So that natural and labor objects are all provided for in Marx's ideas. Why then their separation for value? Because Marx asks, which objects attain an exchange value by reason of the capitalist system of production? They cannot be natural objects antecedent to that system. They must be objects socially produced in that system. The others existed before man was on the earth. Nor, until you had a commodity society, did any object have any exchange value * even under a fairly high productivity. Now it is the objects fashioned by social labor for a profit that are the specific goods of the capitalist system. Their laws are the basis of all exchanges, since it is obvious that all objects, apart from the natural substances in them *, are products of labor, and their differential in value is that of the social labor time required to produce them. Only land is outside of this, and its price is known only by its annual command of objects fashioned by labor. But the whole system begins and ends with objects that require necessary social labor time to reproduce. Bohm-Bawerk's common properties irrelevant. Now as to Bohm-Bawerk's statement that goods have other common properties than labor, say appropriation, or supply and demand or scarcity, scarcity and supply and demand are obviously the same thing, one is the other. Supply and demand assumes a certain scarcity of supply for the demand to be relevant. No commodity contains within itself the amount of its supply on the market. Suppose supply and demand balance. Is there no value to anything? There is a price. Where is the value? Certainly value is ascertained relatively, that is, by exchanging one commodity against another. That is what Marx means when he says that value is manifested only by exchange, one element of which is the relative form of value. Suppose, though, that two goods are produced twice as fast as formerly. They are in the same relationship to each other. They balance at zero. But their values are obviously less. Why? Because they will command less of any other article on the market. There must be something in them that makes their relative value. That is, of these two commodities the same, no matter how much their supply is increased or decreased, provided they go together. That must be what they have in common outside supply and demand. It is the confusion of the alterations of price about a value and value itself. Value is the regulative principle at the basis of prices. Bombau/ER*S exceptions ridiculed/labor rarely resembles the exchange value of goods in which it is embodied, says Bombauer. Most of his exceptions are drawn from nature or from golden meteors, etc. His talent for escaping from the billions of commodities exchanged daily and the making of which employs the small percentage of 99.99% of producers is simply astonishing. He thinks only in operas, pearls, golden meteors, sweetbreads, fine wines. In the first place, let us take the golden meteor. It has value because it equates the social labor required for its reproduction as earth-mined gold. If golden meteors were showered all day long, no one would mine gold, any more than they manufacture air. But so long as it has any exchange value, it is because it is measured against gold produced socially, that is, a commodity that has value. Now as to forests, mines, etc., and also fine wines. These are 434. Monopolies. True, they are in demand in certain societies and highly prized. When the Spaniards arrived in Peru, the natives were astonished that the object of all the sufferings these lunatics had gone through was to obtain gold. They showered these trinkets on those who, to them, were maniacs. Does this prove Bombauer's thesis? Monopoly and land. But it is the labor utilized on the least esteemed wine that sets the value on the good wine. The differential above that is expressed as differential rent, that is, a part of surplus value. But to have surplus value one must have basic value, and that value is the labor time bestowed on the least esteemed wine. As to land, that has no value, for you can get millions of acres of it without paying a cent. Of the area of this earth, some 52 million square miles, over 30 millions arcade worth nothing and another 10 millions practically nothing. Land has a price only after labor has worked it or surrounded it by the objects produced by labor. But a plainer question than all these refinements is this: where can you get a single article produced by labor without giving an equivalent? They make up the universe of exchange, and only fantastic folks even think of follies like meteors stuffed with gold, although even these are referable to labor. Serious men concentrate on the historic form of production from which we all derive a living. War/s of art. Now come the works of art, like exceptional paintings, etc. Here we deal with articles not created by social labor time. These are products of a human faculty higher than ordinary or even than skilled labor. They command a price, but they have no value. There is no common basis of any kind for comparing the vision of Goya with that of Daumier, the fantasies of Van Gogh with the draftsmanship of Ingres. The symphonies of Beethoven have no common economic measure with the lieder of Hugo Wolf. To have value you must have some criterion of comparability, and the only criterion here is the temporary whims of millionaires. 2. Day they exalt Raphael, tomorrow Greco. Durand Ruel, 11, who popularized the market for Grecos, made thousands % when they became fads. The sponsor of Zands, Ambroise Vollard, nursed them, as almost valueless, until the rich people were told that Cézanne was the supreme genius of our time. These fluctuations of price have nothing to do with value in the way in which thousands of chromo pictures are compared in the market at Woolworth's daily for 5 cents. So soon as prints 12 can be multiplied by the million, so soon as thousands of commercial artists, lithographers, etc., are hired by the week, their products are compatritfleyad are value add in the same way as any others. Whatever is socially produced has value. Whatever is not may have a price but has no value. Whatever is produced socially and not appropriated individually has no value. That is the sum and substance of Marxist identifications. Is S/IU'd labor theory a juggle? But, it may be objected, how about ordinary skilled labor? This is a jugglery if you say it is compounded labor time. But the business world never acts on any other assumption. This criticism is based on a misreading of Marx. Marx says that skilled labor is equated to so much simple labor, that is, a commodity made by a skilled watchmaker is equated to a commodity made by a simple mechanic on the basis of the latter and as a multiple thereof. Skilled labor appears traditional, as the dignity of arts and crafts, etc., but actually reduction to labor time is the valuing process that goes on in commerce. Now skilled labor results either from a long and intensive training, the time of which is entered into calculating production time, or it may be outside of that personal training, that is, a use of better instruments. The value of the products of this skilled labor is computed by the quantity of average labor required to produce it, for society is sure to have at its command the whole average of labor, whereas skilled labor is not so certain a supply. When skilled labor becomes the average, through better machinery and training, then this distinction ceases. Thus it is not the individual time required for the production of commodities that Marx implies, it is the social time necessary for reproduction, and that social time includes all labor, skilled and unskilled. Skilled labor can count only as the multiple of that average. Bohm-Bawerk confounds specific production with total production. True, one commodity sells for more than another, but their value is still referable to the average time, not to the specific product manu. Fact THIRD. Things are worth so many times average or so much less. A basis is different from its consequences, still it is the basis. The alleged great contradiction. The ground is prepared for the Marxist reply to the bitter criticism of the contradiction between the law of the average rate of profit, and the law of value. Marx's critics grant that the products of industries with a high organic composition of capital command higher prices than those with a lower organic composition. Now Marx says that the additional values produced by the first group are really created in the second and transferred to the first by competition, and so the average is attained. Here is the scheme of the alleged contradiction. Marx's profit thesis. Prices center about a enjvel different from value, as given by labor required for reproduction. Profits do not depend upon the surplus value realized in any given factory. Costs of production are related to price and profit. Original from Marx's value thesis. Value equals labor time necessary for reproduction of a commodity, prices oscillate about this value. Profits come from surplus value created by the workers hired by any given capitalist. 1. Asterisk. Costs of production are irrelevant to value, price and profit. 18. This is assumed by the critics. Marx not related to cost theories. Marx's theory was based on the price of production. What has that to do with the cost of production? The cost theory holds that the value of a commodity is the cost of its production plus the average rate of profit on the capital invested to assure that production. The price of production adds up the values that enter into production plus the average rate of profit on the capital invested. The Marxian costs are determined by values made up of labor, whereas the bourgeois theories are not so grounded. The cost theorists say the value of a commodity is determined by cost of production, and cost of production in turn is determined by the value of commodities that enter into that cost, and so on to infinity in a circle. Now Marx never said that the profit of each capitalist is based on the surplus value turned out only by his own workmen, as the first table shows. The object of Marx. Percent. Marx is answering the question, how does profit arise? Out of surplus value. But how is that surplus value realized as a profit? That is a further question, for it deals with the social emergence of profit out of the social process of surplus value. The profits have been traced to the sphere of production. Each capitalist seeks the maximum of that surplus value. That is the meaning of competition. But we know that although profits are made in production, they are realized in circulation. Surplus value is divided in the process of circulation into interest and merchant's profit, and in a different manner into rent, and even pace, into the premium paid for orchestra seats over second balcony scats and for sweetbreads over loins. But this division of surplus values is not construed even by Marx's critics as a contradiction. Thus goods can be sold at their value, although the capitalists who realize the surplus value in production part with some of it in circulation. If capitalists can see a profit, though they do not realize the full surplus value, and still they do not contradict the law of value, then why do they do so with an equalization of the rate of profit in the sphere of circulation? In the first parts of his theory, Marx confined himself to studying the formation of prices at about value, whereas in the third volume he explained the mechanism, foreshadowed in his theory, whereby prices emerge as above or below value. Such a price may always be above value for a commodity that requires it so as to equalize profit. The price of production, thus, is governed by the law of value even if that price is never the same as its value. But its excess above or deficit below is regulated strictly by the averaging of the rates of profit about that value. And that value is social labor time. The formation of these prices and their movement must be governed by the law of value. To deviate is not to annul, to deviate is to be governed in an orbit. It is no answer to the theory that all planets are governed by the gravitational attraction of the Sun, and that is what holds them throughout their orbits around it, that only at the rarest times are they at the nearest distance brought about by that gravitation. The law of value forms prices not by arithmetical equality but by determining their economic motion all the time, whatever their fluctuations. Bohm-Bawerle, then labor is not the sole cause, and these other things are themselves factors in the constitution of value. Marxian history of value contested. As to the hypothesis that goods exchanged at value before large capitalism changed values into prices of production, there seems to be no evidence that there ever was a time when capitalism fastened first on industries that required very much variable capital and so little constant capital. Rather, capital, as opposed to the artisans, would first have entered such activities as mining, precisely where much machinery was required. No social total is a guide to its own division. Marx's law of value determines prices indirectly by determining the total amount of value, including wages and surplus value. Let us grant this method. But how can such a total, more than any other total, then, determine its own partition? If you say, let us take wages as fixed and surplus value as the variable, you are making a mere assumption. 440. The four supreme refutations of Marx. Bohm-Bawerle sums up Marx. In Capital, Marx makes the crucial statement that surplus value can originate from laborers a capitalist does not employ. Why did he begin otherwise? Because in volume I he assumed that goods exchanged at their values. But in volume 3 he now assumes that commodities sell above or below values, and that to reconcile prices and values, he now assumes that prices of production equal the sum of values. The law of value governs the movement of prices through changes of the requisite working time, and this is what makes the prices of production, as a whole, to rise and fall with some values. The law of values then is a hypothesis that governs only in such stages in which prices of production have not superseded them. Value, from being a picture of exchange, is changed in function to a regulator of exchanges, in the last instance only. This is a good recapitulation and is the precise theory which Baumgartner, in his more mature criticism, sets out to demolish. First objection: exchange relations between differing commodities cannot be summed up without making their internal relations disappear. Suppose you say that one is more than the other and compensates it? Well, of course they do. That is a tautology. If two things are added, they are two things. But note, 1 pound of gold sells for 40,000 pounds of iron. You can add both, and say we have 40,001 pounds of commodities, and by the same reasoning we ignore their total weights which compensate each other when added, one being more and the other less. Their sum total of weight is 40,001 pounds and their internal differences do not concern me socially. Therefore weight, or rather total weight, is the cause of exchange. That is just as good as value. That ignores permanently differing quantities of value. Second objection: Marx says the general law is the average of fluctuations. Marx confuses an average of fluctuations with an average between permanently differing quantities. In the prices of production in his theory, what do you have? Baumgartner AMD The Austrian School 44I. Not fluctuations about a certain level but everlastingly different levels themselves, depending on varying organic proportions of the capitals that produce the commodities that have these prices of production. Here are two commodities, A and B. They are produced by differing organic composition capitals. The one with little constant capital costs $10 and the one with high organic composition $20, allowing for fluctuations about each level. Marx can say, if he wishes to, that the average of the two is $15, but by so doing he has conjured away all economic meaning. Certainly a fly that lives 12 hours and an elephant that lives 200 years have an average life of 100 years and 6 hours, and you can say that the life of beings thus averages 100 years and 6 hours. But for the naturalist concerned with factors of longevity, what earthly use would this sterile mystification serve? And to say that the deviations of these two permanently differing spans of life cancel each other out in a total, well, yes, that is true. But what could a naturalist do with it? No more than a Marxian can do with the $10 commodity and the $20 commodity that will not leave those levels within the economic experience we are considering. Third objection: Marx says that his original value theory governed in the more primitive stages of exchange but now is converted into prices of production. What a transformation! First, we are told that the value theory of Marx is significant only for capitalism, for the accumulation of an immense number of commodities produced socially, and now we are told that this esteemed and localized historical concept does not govern at all in the only society for which it is defined. But if the extremely high profits of early capitalism came from living labor, then the rate of profits has been falling from this great level, with the fall in the tangential rate due to the substitution of constant capital in the race for relative surplus value. Why did the rich ever leave exploiting this great mass of workers? If the rate of profit was thereby reduced? 442. Another thing, if there was surplus value at the beginning, this means that capitalists got independent workers, with their own tools, and yet managed to get them to work for them and give up most of their working time to the employers. Is this economically conceivable? A man works for himself. He has the tools of production, the class relations of capitalism have no foundation, and yet he gives away part of his working day. No, Marx's last hypothesis is contrary to history. More than that, the inequality of profits does not arise from variations in organic composition but from some as yet not wholly explored reason, connected with the mere act of competition. Fourth objection: let us examine the regulation in the last instance of prices of production by value. If exchange relations are determined by the quantity of labor, then rates of wages, of course, have no influence on the rise or fall of values. then only the amount of labor must be in harmony with the total law of value. But note, in the second constituent of Marx, of average profits, a determinant alien to the law of value becomes a determinant of the prices of production. The law of value determines aggregate surplus value. The average rate of profit is the total profit divided by the capitals employed in the production of any commodity. This gives us the concrete average profit, and this in turn is a factor in price of production. But Marx has said of value that it does not determine the value of separate commodities but the aggregate value of all commodities. But aggregates do not exchange, so that there is no law of value for commodities at all. But this is far from the worst contradiction. Further mistakes: surplus value is stated as a difference between aggregate wages and aggregate value. But necessary means of subsistence of labor are themselves sold at prices of production, and that differs from necessary working time. Here is a worker, he takes so many hours to reproduce his labor power. And at what prices does he sell it? For the cost in labor time of those means of subsistence. That is what Marx told us in Baumgarten and the Austrian School. 443. Volume I. And now we learn that these means of subsistence embody not working time but the average rate of profit as well. Variable capital thus also deviates from its value. Therefore one factor alien to the law of value determines surplus value itself. Thus, aggregate surplus value was said to regulate aggregate profits and average rate of profit. But aggregate surplus value is now only one constituent, the other, the amount of capital, acts as a social determinant entirely independent of the law of value. Let us say a capital is $150,000 and surplus value is $15,000. Since the fluctuations of the mass of capital to surplus value would vary the rate of profit, the law of value is not the regulator in the last instance of that rate of profit. To summarize, the total amount of average profit is a resultant of invested capital divided by the average rate of profit, and the invested capital is determined by quantity of labor and rate of wages, and in these rates of wages a factor alien to the law of value is embodied. So long as prices of production enter into means of subsistence, and wages vary without reference to labor time in means of subsistence, the surplus value theory is imperiled. Of course, Marx is right as a social mass of data. That is, the quantity of labor embodied in goods that are freely and steadily reproduced is an enormous factor in costs. But it is not unique, and we are here speaking of pure theory. Other notations: Baumgarten maintains that Marx contradicts himself constantly in the third volume of Capital. He even says that rates of wages influence prices, contrary to his whole theory, in 179 ETSCQ. His account of the amount of social capital determining average rates of profit is said to be inconsistent in 146, 184, 197, 203, and the account of the effects of organic composition on prices of production is thought not to be tenable as given in 142 FF. And now he tells us that competition pushes commodities away from their values into prices of production. Which end of the dilemma does he want? He might say, in the first instance I refer to primitive conditions. What, Marx, the great enemy of Robinson Crusoe hypotheses, getting down to this level? From a philosophic genius, the spirit of his age, the builder of the most complete structure in political economy, we must ask a more thoroughgoing reply. Further exclusions of Baumgarten. He again pursues Marx's errors of composition and definition. If in an opera company there are 3 stars, a baritone, tenor, and bass, and each receives $10,000 a season, how can you say that since in computing salary one voice is as good as another, and paid for as much as another, that thus this constituent is ruled out and a good voice cannot therefore be the cause of a good salary? Marx, in this type of reasoning, in the law of value, confuses the disregarding of a genus with the disregarding of the specific forms in which the genus manifests itself. In order to extend this criticism to the reduction of skilled to unskilled labor, BBHM Bakarke admits that 60 hours unskilled may be equivalent to 12, but he still denies their identity. Workers not exploited. Furthermore, Marx's whole theory of exploitation disregards time. The worker, we are told, gives 4 hours to himself and 4 hours to the capitalist, and so he has made a gift of 4 hours a day. But that assumes that the value of the labor emerges every day. What really happens? A worker is turning out steel girders. He does a part job. It takes months before they reach the market. The capitalist awaits his reward, the worker does not. The capitalist may have to wait 5 years for his money, say, if he builds a bridge. The laborer on that bridge has produced not a fifth of its value in that first year, but a fifth of the value as it will be in 5 years. The discounted payment for that lag is the source of the capitalist profit. Marx wants future value paid for in the present. Value growing with time. Wine is a better instance still. Wine is worth 1,000 francs at Bordeaux at the end of a crop. It has little quality, it has not matured. Let the capitalist pay the worker 1,000 francs, the full working time. There is no surplus value at all. Yet in 20 years that beautiful flavor is worth 10,000 francs. The profit cannot be explained by surplus value, for there never was any. The Marxist reply to the later objections of BDHM Bauer /Marxist criticism noted at once that Baumgart's objections were on a highly different basis from the usual objections. Up to his time the opponents of Marx were really no better than the usual street corner interrupter of socialist meetings. Shouldn't a man be paid for his brains? If you divided up there would be rich and poor the next day anyhow, etc. Baumgark advanced the debate to the dignity of science. Reply on totality of value. The Marxians begin with their reply to the first observation that the general law of value is useless unless it tells us the specific relation of each commodity to any other given commodity. Kozinski draws what he conceives to be a perfect illustration, by way of analogy. Take the theory of water motion. We pipe water, we regulate its flow differently in ordinary wells, in artesians, springs, etc. Is the theory of the flow of water explained by listing the specific bores, drills, pumps, and pipes? No. There is an abstract physical theory of the flow of all water, the science of hydraulics, and this abstract theory ignores the individual forms of the motion of water, describes no particular form of water whatever, and describes no actual phenomenon exactly as it takes place. But its theory describes them and its laws govern them, and unless we have this abstract theory we have no means of understanding anything. And this despite the fact that water is abstractly described and yet, in practice, it is always concretely availed of. We ask how and where does profit come from? From surplus value. And that? From labor time. And how does it flow? Through pipings composed of constant and variable capital. And how is it sprinkled or flushed throughout the economic system? As an average rate of profit. But the law of the composition and flow of value, like that of the composition and flow of water, is the same throughout. If you cannot correlate all the forms of conducting and utilizing water exactly in conformity with the governing theory of hydraulics, that unfortunately is the nature of the world we live in, and no one can transcend it, not even Baumgark. That no science is capable of application to every permutation and combination of circumstance, under the exact application of theory, is the weakness of man's mind, of his perception of the world. Is that a reason for repudiating science? Then all political economy is equally threatened. We abstract from 448. 100 appearances to get one common explicatory factor. If you argue, with Bergson, that any such procedure distorts reality, then Marx and Baumgark march hand in hand to the same cemetery. Reply to assimilation of value to weight. Now, as to Baumgark's theory that by the summing up method you can use weight just as well as value. If actual weights were a foundation of exchange, if so much weight actually commanded more than lighter articles, then his analogy would hold, nor would it be illogical. But his illustration is spurious. Weight has no effect on exchanges, except that a higher weight of the same goods is worth more than less weight, but not as between different goods. But labor is certainly a seller of its labor power for a certain number of hours, and even Bohm-Bawerk admits its enormous pragmatic value in the theory of exchanges. Labor power is the stuff of production, even a Bohm-Bawerk grants this, for production if not for value. Good, then weight is no analogy but labor time is. The correctness of Marx's totalizing method is not settled by witty and irrelevant imagery but on the question of fact, has he described the manifestations of abstract value, of the factor common to repeated acts of exchange wherever consummated? Now if Marx said, value is one thing and prices of production are another, then Bohm-Bawerk's criticism would hold. But he says no, the prices of production are always corrected by ultimate value, by adjusting themselves to the governing level of values. The price of production is a medium of expressing value, not a departure from the law of value. If labor time is the constituent spoken of, then its differing quantities are differing permanent quantities of the same thing, they can be referred to a common quantitative measurement, as men of 5 feet and men of 6 feet can be added in a census, if they are men to begin with, even though they permanently differ in height. This also disposes of his collateral objection that a total obliterates individual cases with persistent differences. Bohm-Bawerk and the Austrian School. 449. Reply to the second criticism. As to the confusion of an average of fluctuations with an average of permanently differing quantities, Bohm-Bawerk really is saying that social value is an elephant and individual acts of exchange are flies, or that goods representing a constant capital as large as the United States Steel Company are elephants and goods sold by a shoemaker are flies. Did Marx say that? Does he say that the totality of values is the average of all individual prices of production, that is, a total fixed as a quantity of labor time, compared with an average of all departures from that total labor time, expressed in each case as individual prices of production? If that were what he said, certainly Bohm-Bawerk's objections would be worthwhile. But what Marx says is that the law of value finds its concrete manifestation only in the total capitalist production. It plays a governing part with reference to any given commodity, as expressed in its price of production. These prices of production move according to the attraction of the law of value, exactly as objects of dissimilar weights, in their motions to and from the earth, all conform and are governed by the total equation of gravitational force. Certainly the law of gravity and the weights and motions, at any given point, of any specific bodies, are not comparable arithmetically, but what of it? Without this law of gravitation we should be in the dark as to stellar and terrestrial motion. Suppose Bohm-Bawerk then says, granted. How do you coordinate the labor in any commodity with other ingredients such as the organic composition of capital, that affect the price of production? Marx would probably have replied that the labor time is in the commodity and in the constant capital as well, since all goods were created by social labor in so many hours. But when we think of realizing that value we must think in a class society, as does the capitalist who realizes the value, and whose purchase of means of production is motivated by that form of realization. The capitalist is governed by the laws of value, but he realizes profits, not according to that law, specifically, but according to his own needs. But there is no other ingredient in the prices of production than the value they contain, whether deferred value of constant capital, or deferred value channeled through prices of production into the means of subsistence for variable capital, or by the prices equalizing the flow of value into prices of production. They can never deal with anything else than value. Reply to the third criticism. The historic objection maintains that capital had no incentive to go into constant capital unless there were a marked collapse of prices in primitive industries using large variable capital. But it did. In order to sustain Bohm-Bawerk's thesis, a timid theory has been advanced that the first large investments of capital, on the contrary, were in industries requiring large constant capital, since capital had no means of getting artisans to part with a section of their labors except by price competition commencing with constant capital. The history of industry, much better known since Bohm-Bawerk wrote, has annulled this idea. Capital did go into mining in Europe in the 16th century, but in nearly every case the capital, pumps, ovens, etc., to work the mines was provided on a share basis by artisans. The great mass of capital flowed into manufactures, or the assembling of workers under one shed, etc. How did the capitalists get the workers? Simple. First, by driving them off the land into the towns, so that they owned nothing, not even primitive means of accumulation. Secondly, by breaking the guilds by cheaper prices, so that the social monopoly of tools by artisans was defeated. Thirdly, by lower prices due to the economies of workers acting in cooperation over those working individually. As machines that were cheaper than the labor displaced came into use in some industries, they resulted in slow gains in constant capital. This feature has persisted to our day. In 1890, in the three capitalist lands, Germany, Britain, and the United States, the ratio of constant to variable capital was 1:3, in 1913 about 1:1, and now constant capital is most of the capital employed. In a country such as the Austria of 50 years ago, Bohm-Bawerk's notions looked better than now. On the historic side, Marx is completely victorious, and no one disputes it anymore. As to the idea that capital took 100% profit in the early stages of capitalism, when surplus value and profit were nearly identical, because of variable capital preponderance, first, capital employed persons in new industries and had to offer pay nearly equal to that of the older artisan industries, and secondly, it gained its way by price cutting. Either theory is against the notion of an insanely high profit at the beginning of capital, as having been so great that it did not pay to substitute machinery for it, on the Marxian hypothesis. As to the objection of Bohm-Bawerk that Marx's law of value, once valid for capitalism, is now valid only for pre-capitalism, the Marxians reply, Marx's law of exchanges, the accidental form of value, etc., begins with barter. All commodity societies have laws of exchange and, therefore, of value, in common. The capitalist law of value is not born out of a thundercloud. It arises out of long antecedent evolution. Only that in a society with immense social labor, the tremendous accumulation of commodities and cooperation and the infinite daily repetition of acts of exchange enable us to substitute for accidental or extended forms of value the general form and the money equivalent, as a normalizing process that is more and more in conformity with the law of value. That the further development of the organic composition of capital results in the social expression of value by prices of production merely means that value governs more than ever, but in a form distorted by the increasing contradiction between social production and private ownership of the means of production. Marxian value would govern even more brutally when competition is negated, say, by monopoly. That does not prove the historic rebuke of Bohm-Bawerk, for this comes from his persistent blindness to the distinction between appearance and science behind all appearances. As Veblen says, Bohm-Bawerk has no concept of 45 science, but only an isolated system of schoolboy debating, anxious to win points. Reply to the fourth objection. This is the crux of the business. All the objections to Marx's price of production theory boil down to this one question: how can the law of value govern when profits contain an element alien to the law of value, die prices of production? But this is already refuted. Marx in the first volume of Capital says, were goods exchanged at value, then such and such would be the law of surplus value. Then Marx says, let us look at their specific historic action when they do not exchange at value. Value governs and controls, but how? In a distortion due to the social organization. The very means of subsistence of the worker itself includes a price of production, that is, the ratio of average profit as the proportion that the capital engaged in its manufacture bears to total capital. This is the case for certain means of subsistence, specifically, but the total means of subsistence, along with the total means of production, are between them the mass of commodities expressed as labor time only. The totality of the compensation of labor is still the labor time incorporated into its means of subsistence as a proportion of that labor time to total labor time for all production. Its distribution is one matter, its economic existence another. 15. Replies to the incidental criticisms of BDHM Bauer / alleged competition contradiction. This is based on a really petty trick of substitution. Marx does not say that competition drives commodities further away from their price of production. What he says is that where commodities exchange for an equivalent, then competition is the factor that ascertains their correspondence to labor time, and that where commodities exchange on the basis of organic composition, it is competition that equalizes the prices, and conforms the ratio of a given capital to total capital, on the basis of the average rate of profit. By ignoring the difference of definition, Bauer creates an anomaly. Fluctuations tend to inequality. This objection of Bauer depends on his proof that the use of an average of fluctuations is not legitimate in Marx, and this has been answered as to his second objection. A total does not determine its own partition. No one says it does. This argument looks strong because it appears that the total law of value has not been reached by way of an addition of thousands of instances but by Marx's dialectic exploration of phenomena. But in simpler speech it gets down to this. Marx discovers a total, labor time. He discovers another total, prices of production. He can analyze their interpenetrations, the moment he has two totals, and value their contributions. True, a total does not determine its partition, but a comparison of totals does. This is real quibbling. Bauer is aware of this, for he agrees that if one constituent, say wages, is fixed, his problem is solved. But he says this is a mere assumption. But the determination of wages by the hours devoted to means of subsistence is capable of being counted. Where is the assumption? It is an addition, and a real one. The total theory ignores persistent differences. This is Bauer's everlasting refrain. But the answer is that the Marxian theory is the only one that does explain them. Why does any capitalist always tend to make more money than another, unless he is stopped by a threat of a flow of investment to his industry by another capital? The Marxist answer is in the ratio of his constant capital to variable as a mechanism for the extraction of a definite quantity of surplus value. All other theories explain it by costs but never explain the variations in the costs themselves. On the contrary, the total hypotheses of Marx, by their interpenetrations, alone permit us to disengage the causes of persistent differences. The one greatest persistent difference, between monopolies and smaller competitors, is explained only in this way, as supply and demand ought otherwise to lower their level to a common basis. Other things being equal means they are factors in value, not values, prices. Marx says, other things being equal, prices will reflect values. They never are equal, in effect, and that is why prices and values so rarely correspond. Labor is not the sole cause of price, but of value. This is an elementary error and must have been due to over-anxiety to score points, the greatest psychological weakness of BDHM Bauer. Other notations, these repetitions of Bauer's earlier ideas, although the answers were given before, are reprinted, because they integrate his system. On one of them, though, a commentary takes place. He says, a common laborer works 50 years, a skilled one is apprenticed for 10 years. Are skilled wages only 20% or higher than unskilled to compensate time of training? The figures given show that Bauer came of a noble family with little acquaintance with workers. The average working life of laborers in Great Britain and the United States is about 35 years. The average training of skilled laborers, until they are full journeymen, enjoying higher craft wages, mostly takes 15 years, certainly it is rarely as low as 10. The wages of skilled labor are scarcely more above unskilled labor than a third to a half. The time put into tools must also be counted. A still better analysis of time, because it relates to the middle and professional classes, is that of doctors of medicine, not the great specialists but the great mass of physicians who establish the average earnings of the profession. A physician requires pre-medical and medical training, internship, etc. An ordinary worker gets his working papers at 13 or 14. For 17 years this doctor has to work either at preparing himself or investing full time in his equipment. Assume that at 31 he begins to recoup his elaborate expenses of training. He has lost 17 years' earnings that the common laborer has got. If he earns 60% or more than labor, then he recovers his investment and catches up with the worker at 50. Actually what sustains the middle classes here is the inheritance of class income from former non-manual or non-professional pursuits, that is, from petty bourgeois profits. Here the time analysis of Marx is peculiarly graphic, for it relates to men who do not think of themselves as socially comparable with workers. As to whole masses of intellectuals, writers, poets, artists, musicians, etc., their pay nowadays closely conforms to that of skilled labor, that is, their hours of training plus average labor time. Supply and demand. Baumgartner admits that supply and demand cancel each other but demands significance for the excluded supply of the unsatisfied demand as the real basis for the demand and supply consummated in an exchange. This depends on the theory that these offerings and demands are themselves based on nothing else, for otherwise the factor back of them would be the economic cause of value. As to his illustration of the weights, that is most unfortunate. There is a third factor that explains why a body on one side and a weight on the other balance, and that is the law of gravity that explains both. They balance just because they are equally functions of a third factor. His second paradox is that if supply and demand are the price factors that convert value into prices of production, then the supply and demand must have some efficiency, otherwise they could not effect this change. The answer is not that they have no efficiency, for the same question would apply to any variation of price from value. It is that supply and demand are modes of action determined by basic economic factors. They convert values into prices of production not because they exist but because capital seeks surplus value and it is necessary for the capital with a price above value to bring it down so as not to imperil the foundations of its surplus value by attracting. 456. Competition. Supply and demand are not factors, they are a medium through which factors emerge. The exploitation question in time. Baumgartner here assumes that capitalists wait all the time for their value to be realized. But they do not. The worker does not want the value of commodities in the future to be paid right now. He creates so much value in a given week, his labor time being through, say, on a Saturday. The difference between that value and his means of subsistence is a surplus value irrespective of waiting time. The laborer advances his pay to the capitalist, for pay is merely a ratification of time already spent. That the capitalist appears to pay him is the fetishism of wages. If the worker advances his time to the capitalist, and he is paid off after the hours are given, the wages fund advanced against time by the capitalist is a myth. More than that, every capitalist is forever working on bank overdrafts based on the saleability of unfinished merchandise. There are deeper objections, far more decisive, against Baumgartner's time hypothesis. But we are here concerned only with his criticism of Marx. The wine is another variant of the time theory, it assumes that a gain in value can occur without labor. Here the differential rent theory of Marx is decisive, as is the merchant capital analysis with reference to the Paris pearl stringers. As to the three opera singers, by which he seeks to invalidate the method of Marx, as an economic thinker, he is right in his illustration but wrongfully attributes a distinction to Marx, who abstracts the difference of quality between baritone, bass, and tenor, where all three voices are economic competitors, but on the relation of good. Voices to bad voices. Marx has the same reasoning as that separate uses cannot cause levels of exchange, but that differing quantities of labor time do. Note on Bohm-Bawerk, a frequently met Marxian question on Bohm-Bawerk's conception of time is that any valuation of time is a function of subjective valuation. Bohm-Bawerk and the Austrian School. 457. Valuation of time, however, depends on reserves. Obviously a rich man can wait longer for proceeds than a poor man and so values time less, is willing to sell his anticipated income for a smaller discount. What fixes the margins? What limits the supply of goods in time? Antecedent income and antecedent resources. Thus time, as an explanation of profit, assumes profit to begin with. That applies to the whole business of the Austrian value theory. For the moment that they admit costs real costs, that is they have lost the psychological explanation. Hence, in order to escape reality, they posit pure demand and pure discount in time, which results from an abstract preference for the present. Clearly they require this to escape the social implications of man's economic relations. 34. Revisionism. In 1899 socialists were shocked by a cleverly written study of one of the most honored socialist thinkers. That economist was Edward Bernstein, historian, editor, theoretician of Marxism, and that book one has become the Bible of revisionists, that is, those socialists who hold that large sections of Marx's thinking are limited, or superseded, or made obsolete by the facts. Practically all non-Marxist socialism, which formerly was utopian, now adopted substantially the reasoning method and statistical interpretations of Bernstein. In England and the United States, where Marxian theory has been less important than on the continent, the defection of Bernstein was hailed by reformist socialists as a confirmation of their absence of theory in the formulation of socialist demands. Apart from the skepticism expressed as to the philosophy of Marx and Engels, which does not here concern us, they question the law of accumulation, of concentration, and of centralization of capital, together with its concomitant, the decline of the small capitalist. Under E. David, another German socialist, a really anti-Marxian campaign was carried out against the Marxian theory that agriculture too, though more slowly than industry, must reveal a tendency to mechanization, to higher capital investment, to a reduction of the independent farmers and peasants, and to more wage labor and the comparatively greater proportion of production accruing to rich farmers. It was declared formally that agriculture must forever remain an exception to concentration tendencies. But above all it was Marx's theories of the increasing misery of 1. Evolutionary socialism. 458. 459. The workers and the increasing gravity of crises that were denied absolutely. Thus socialism was based really on democratic and humane principles, on idealism, in short, instead of on the negative analysis of the prevailing system of Marx. The wheel had turned full circle. After the proud announcement of Engels that socialism had passed from utopia to science, that it took count only of reality and nursed no poetic illusions, Bernstein denied the science and reinstalled democratic aspirations and eclectic strivings after betterment. At once the orthodox Marxists opened their batteries, headed by Kosky and the brilliant young expositor Lenin. The revisionist cause was sustained principally by non-socialists, a striking example being V.G. Simkovich, in his Marxism versus Socialism. Implications of capitalist concentration. Bernstein denied that capital concentrated if the economic manner predicted by Marx, although the fact of concentration itself was irrefutable. But the tempo of concentration is slow, and it is not valid for all industries. The middle class may be retreating, but it is still vital enough to found enough new businesses to compensate the tendency to concentration, in some measure. As to classes considered from the viewpoint of revenue itself, the middle class is holding its own, or nearly so, and the workers are doing somewhat better. The professional and service classes have increased, giving the middle class another compensation for its losses elsewhere. If there are fewer independent businesses relatively, this too is compensated by the ability to buy shares in the large companies. The lesser power does not much affect income. So that people who have a stake in maintaining the present system are, perhaps, more numerous than before. Bernstein has an ingenious theory of concentration as being reduced by centralization. In the old days when a rich man took over his neighbor, or forced him to the wall, he enlarged his plant. But now a new trust is formed, it acquires smaller companies but leaves their plants intact. That does not affect the organic composition of capital as before. 460. Bernstein fattened his book with elaborate statistical tables, but most of these are not now maintained even by his followers. We shall cite only such statistics, in the theoretical debate, as are practically uncontested, except where both sides use this weapon to close hostilities. Most of the questions require no such ponderous sets of proofs either way. Now it is clear that for such capitalists as enter a merger or a trust, the funeral of some of them, by way of competition, has been postponed. If 10 capitalists have factories worth $1 million each, and all of these would be crushed ultimately by a $50 million competitor, and 3 of them sell out to the trust, then only 7 will be made poor men. The 3 who sold out will not be economic powers but they will be rich. The only way in which the crowd that bought them out can make them poor is by financial roguery, and economic science is not concerned with crime. No one disputes the reduced area of competition by reason of the trusts, but it is asserted that this diminution of competition changes the mechanism by which the capitalist system will be weakened. In certain industries, where a monopoly is affected, capitalism cannot be ended by the suicidal competition of various capitalists. Marxist theory of concentration refuted by its fulfillment. There are many motives that lead to the formation of trusts. But all of them converge on the reduction of competition. According to the revisionists, the Marxist analysis of the manner in which capitalism will end is itself at an end. The trusts require a new theory for their understanding despite the fulfillment of the prophecy of concentration which was so justly made by Marx. Marxist analysis of surplus value superfluous. Bernstein also rejects theory as such. What does it matter, he asks, what manner there is of extracting surplus value from the working class, so long as we know it is extracted? By surplus value, here he means exactly what busy men mean by profits, and Bernstein, unlike Marx, views it as an appropriation, a plunder. But this takes out the historical element completely, for there have been rich and poor for millennia, and Bernstein throws no more light on this than the honest and impassioned sermons against the pride of the rich that have been cried from 1,000,000 pulpits for 1,000 years. Such a method would make the poet Shelley as good a guide to capitalism as Marx. It is the character of profits as they are realized that determines the economic laws of consumption and accumulation, etc. On this point Bohm-Bawerk and Marx would be at one. The Marxians point out that Bernstein assimilated only one phase of concentration. True, some capitalists are absorbed. But the enormous increase in capital of these trusts makes it impossible for anyone to compete with these aggregated capitals. Hence new enterprises are reduced in number and the difficulties of the remaining competitors, outside the centralized corporation, are aggravated. Since the tendential fall in the rate of profit rules for both, the cumulative effect on the smaller undertakings is increased. Nor does Bernstein notice that there is an immense difference in the position of a class when it invests with another and when it controls its own capital. Everyone knows that in a panic the class that invests is injured, whereas the number of those that control is diminished and relatively strengthened. If the investor class were as numerous as the old businessmen, it would still be true that the physical concentration of wealth and the corporate centralization of ownership and management would demonstrate the Marxian thesis: one capitalist kills many. Division of surplus value is crucial. But there is a more fundamental difference than control itself. That is in the division of surplus value. A capitalist on his own extracts surplus value and then obtains a price of production that must yield him the average rate of profit. But as an investor in bonds or banks he receives merely interest, a section of surplus value and a rather meager section. As a shareholder his return is theoretic. 462. Cali somewhat higher, but it is still a mere appropriation out of surplus value, increased, diminished, or withheld at the grace of the controlling group. The compensation for risk that shareholders are thought to get, exists but is really very small. Now that is not the way in which money is made. Money, despite all the clever calculations of how soon a 4%er investment will eat up all the money in the world, is made by multiplication, not addition. The rate of 4%er per annum on Mr. Rockefeller's original investment of some $3,000 in 1859, even if he ate only Unita biscuits and lived in a wigwam, would now show about $50,000 at this writing, compounded at ordinary interest. The $1 billion he made was not interest but profits, and the rate of profits of a really good business makes the rate of interest look like a tip which, in effect, it is, powerful men tipping weak investors. The middle class becomes more dependent on wages in view of the timidity which is natural to investors in view of their historic experiences in finance. Their tendency is to restrict themselves to the best secured bonds of the finest companies or guaranteed preferred stocks, etc., thus further reducing their income. That means that they must do something else to make up the differences, and usually they become salaried employees in a genteel occupation, that is, they approximate proletarians, men whose living is basically derived from selling their labor power and subject to the needs of another man for their services. With each shakeout and bankruptcy of large corporations there are still more of the formerly independent capitalists to swell the ranks of salaried gentility. Thus the middle class, as a class, is passing away and is being replaced by a white-collar class, whose salaries in some cities is not as high as that of the skilled workers, though their social opinion of themselves is out of line with their present economic position. This, say the Marxians, is the altered semi-proletarian that Bernstein and the revisionists call the survival of the middle class. High salaries are really a reduction of class income. This process is disguised by the corporation itself. Requiring an immense number of accountants, correspondents, economists, managers, salesmen, and executives, it replenishes these ranks from the class that once would have made profits. Historically they are compensated much less than they would have been, but factually they are compensated much more than workers. It is this upper stratum of the middle class that dots 1,000 suburbs with Tudor and colonial homes. But while it is physically better off than the workers, its precarious position was made vivid in the last crisis. It has no capital that makes money, it has savings, not for profit but for mere survival. It is outside capitalism and of its control of the process of production, the ultimate source of all surplus value. It too is threatened, the Marxians point out. Its knowledge is being put into textbooks, manuals, rotes. Its experience is being tabulated and copied. It has fewer secrets, less individual dexterity. 2. In depressions millionaires are quick to see that the executive with his name on a brass plate really would not be missed. The employers then lose the psychology of feudal lords, and when times are bad count their wealth not by the number and dignity of their retainers but by their small payroll. The universities turn out annually shoals of successors to the high-grade man. The wisdom of yesterday is the commonplace of today. Character of business survivals is more important than numbers. Bernstein and his group count the numbers of enterprises that survive. But they forget the character of their survival. Statistics tell us everything except where the shoe pinches. In England practically every public house is tied to some brewer and they are squeezed out of business the moment they stock another beer. The breweries are among the most concentrated forms of capital in the country. Hundreds of independent manufacturers of auto parts live by grace of the three large companies. These small capitalists are permitted to survive merely because an intelligent and brutal calculation shows that, strive as they may, in bad times they must go under or get weaker, and it is cheaper to have them supply the larger corporation until they drop into its lap for nothing, than either to buy them out or invest in the same line. They live, then, merely as options on disaster. On a less acute basis, hundreds of thousands of small enterprises are permitted to survive because they no longer make the average rate of profit but have sunk to a point where the remuneration is not much above the actual labor of the enterpriser. Statistics are of no use in asking how many capitalists survive merely by counting the number of those that hang up a shingle. Thus, irrespective of whether a rentier or salaried middle class is becoming more or less numerous, the process of production is becoming increasingly concentrated and centralized, as is also financial control. Notes: apart from economics, the psychology of men becomes more socialistic as the large corporations grow. Where millions of men toil in offices and workshops socially, the old idea of the businessman gives way to the idea of advancement within a bureaucracy, that is, the ways of thinking of men working for large banks, etc., become like those working for the government. They think in ranks, salary advances, grading, pensions. They think of investing rather than of going into business for themselves. They seek security rather than danger. The highest good is to keep a good job, not to make big money. That is proletarianization. It is seen much more in England than in the United States. There all social philosophy turns about income, how to raise it or redistribute it, etc. The idea of income would have met with a horse laugh from a pioneer American farmer or aggressive inventor and industrialist of the I-87OS. These people in England, like the workers, want a job, security, and stable purchasing power, only they prefer it in 5 rooms to 3. This is a middle class, but not the middle class with which Marx was dealing. By a middle class he meant men who hope to make money out of running industry and trade for themselves and in a good-sized way. The new middle class wants state socialism, or it thinks it can obtain the advantages of national socialism. But it does not dread state interference as the average businessman does. In this it is like the plutocracy, who also favor state control of industry, but for themselves. This reversal of the ideas of the middle class, with its changed function, would be cited by Engels as an instance of historical materialism. The middle class ferments a vague social unrest, without a fixed purpose or understanding. That is why it meets with the justified logical contempt of power. Full, intelligent capitalists. But they miss its social meaning. The corporate form, by reducing the number of people who owns a business and substituting for it immaterial receipts like shares, bonds, etc., has changed the nexus of private property. The less men are related to their own machines, shops, etc., the more social the concept of property becomes, the less personal. This weakening of the passion for actual property in favor of pure money or income is a psychological weakening of the basis of power, and greatly reduces the number of those who feel they are charged with destiny. It is by the numbers of such a class that a society lives, grows, and is healthy. The whole English gentry felt themselves bound to govern the state, lead army and navy, and die in battle if need be. They beat the world and won the British Empire. Their French opponents, more gracious and intelligent in a spiritual sense, looked for income and safety and lost the battle of the 18th century. A genius like Dupleix in India was not understood at Versailles. A Clive, of far smaller talents, was backed to the full by an avid company and class. Bernstein centers on money wages. The question of wages and exploitation is considered by Bernstein and his group to turn about money wages. They are not so naive as not to relate this money wage to a real wage, that is, to 466. Purchasing power. But the question for them is arithmetical. So many wages per annum, correlated with so much weighted index of the cost of living, is the criterion of worker prosperity, either plus or minus deciding. The revisionist regards unemployment or short time as relevant only to the method of addition. If 40 weeks' work produced $1,000, then it is better, if anything, than 50 weeks' work producing $1,050. The wear and tear on the laborer would not be compensated by the mere 5% difference. But there is a qualitative aspect of spaced employment and frequent employment that makes even the money wages under regular and irregular employment have differing significances. But the more the spacing and the more the unemployment, the weaker the bargaining power of labor. Continuous employment means that the employer needs his men steadily so as to ensure a good profit. But irregular employment means that the employer is free to dispense with labor. Present wages are thus rendered uncertain, and what is more, the fear of unemployment enables the capitalist to sweat the worker more. This is apart from the human power which the threat of dismissal gives him. Note, Boudin makes the point that there is an amelioration of the lot of the worker, but that this amelioration was produced by labor unionism in the course of long struggle, that is, the tendency to the accumulation of capital is inherent in the capitalist system, but is only achieved in the form modified by the struggle of organized labor against it. This checks the accumulation tendency but only because of the resistance of labor. Thus the exploitation is diminished and the capacity for resisting it increased. This is an answer to the clever dilemma proposed by Goldschied * that the economic process of capitalism develops a resistance in the workers so great that, so to speak, the tendency carries with it its own checks, and therefore these tendencies will never reach the limit proposed by Marx, and hence that capitalism, by its very contradictions, inoculates itself against socialism. Boudin's rejoinder is that the system does not inoculate itself. The forces that stop its development are the forces that weaken its survival possibilities, for it cannot go ahead except by gaining accumulation, and not only is its course turned back, but the class that has done it is ready to succeed it. 4. Are crises ameliorating? The long debate on the question of crises with the revisionists got down to their argument that crises, instead of being catastrophic, were now ameliorating, or, rather, stagnating. Since 1914 this is no longer argued, although variants of it persisted to 1929. The argument on imperialism, as saving the capitalist system by the extension of new markets, has led to the examination of the period of time in which the new markets were involved in the contradictions of the home market and the advantage annulled. The whole discussion has moved to a higher level since the vigorous booklet of Lenin on imperialism changed the focus. What survives of the debate is the celebrated theory of Tygan-Baranowski that overproduction is not a necessity of capitalism. According to this theory, if the means of production are produced in a given ratio to consumption goods and a market found, all is well. If this theory is true, then Marx's mechanisms of crises were only temporary motions of capitalism. For the increase to excess of constant capital was his leitmotif. Expanding capitalism ends the Marxist contradiction. Tygan-Baranowski holds that with colonial development the area of capitalism expands. Even in the last 50 years, Europe and the eastern United States, centers of capitalism, have taken over the world. Countries such as Japan, closed to all, are opened. Mines are worked in the Congo jungle. Rubber is extracted in the lands of the dread headhunters of the Brazil wilderness. The world is the market. The principal goods produced by capitalism are no longer means of consumption but means of production. What then becomes of Marx's crisis theory, which assumes that it is the inability to move consumption goods that puts the end to a cycle of prosperity? The means of production are exported for the development of production elsewhere. The development of new lands requires it. Hence imperialism results in a lesser importance to consumption goods as the term of capitalist production. If the new markets continue to absorb more production goods, and thus a disproportion of production goods to consumption goods is avoided, no crisis can break out. Production can keep on increasing, sell its principal products abroad, and thus, although exploiting labor, not have to face the limits set to its development by the failure of the home consumer's demand. Thus exploitation and assured prosperity can go on for long periods, and there is no present necessity why they should ever terminate. Marxians maintain expanding capitalism increases contradictions Boudin counters by saying, true, the proportion of production goods is increasing as a part of production. True, it is the export market that takes up the higher proportion of production goods. But the significance of this export movement is the opposite assigned to it by Baranowski. So long as capitalist countries exported consumption goods, that was what took the edge off the limits of the consumption goods market at home and staved off a crisis. But with the means of production exported to them, the newer countries are equipped to produce their own consumption goods. Then they will need less of the means of production exported from the older countries. They cease to relieve capitalism in the older countries of their consumption goods, and they are only a short-lived export themselves. Since 1906, experience has confirmed Boudin rather than Baranowski. Waste is not a tragedy for capitalism. But Boudin formulates another, and to him more philosophical, reply. That is that waste is not a tragedy for the capitalist system, as so many American liberals especially seem to think, but that it is on waste that the capitalist system thrives. According to Baranowski's remarkable history of crises, all crises are brought into being by the overproduction of those means of production which take the longest to get into play, such as railroads, canals, dams, etc. Capital is driven to develop these immense and long-breathed undertakings in undeveloped territory, since it knows there is a limit to the sale of consumption goods at home. The longer this development abroad can be kept going, the better the industrial picture. But the railroads serve no adequate market, the canals no remunerative tonnage. The breakdown spreads to the means of production. Their producers dismiss workers, the consumable goods market goes fast, and then the other means of consumption and production slacken down, and the panic is on. The panics of 1873 and 1893 certainly began in this way, and in 1929 the non-remunerative quality of the 15 billions America had hysterically invested abroad, from German stadia to Peruvian public works, must have hastened the breakdown. The production goods were produced out of proportion to consumers' goods, but that did not stop the panic. Marx was right and Baranowski wrong. For means of production are nothing more nor less than means to produce consumers' goods, that is, the means of subsistence of labor. This test limits all means of production manufacture. When the means of production in newer countries fail to produce a response in consumers' goods that would keep them going and accumulating, then the situation is over. Capitalism has thriven on waste but must face a crisis. That, too, is not a calamity for many sections of the system. The same is true of a war. A war may destroy immense amounts of goods, and many men. But when there has been a surplus production of means of production, and there is a barrier in the limit of consumers' goods, due to the relation of exploitation, then the war at once acts like a panic or crisis. The superfluous men become soldiers, or work in munitions factories, the destruction of the means of production is rapid, the proportion to consumers' goods is once more in order, and when peace is restored the need for reconstruction makes it possible to keep on making more production goods for quite a while. The destructiveness of wars is related to the question only of the ascending or descending position of a capitalism when a war takes place. The 23 years from 1792 to 1815 left Europe far richer because capitalism was advancing production and population faster than war could use them. The War of 1914 produced the effects of a crisis, but the shrinkage of maneuver possibilities in the world market made it fundamentally destructive of the system, although while it rolled on profiteering was perfect, unemployment was abolished, and for a decade afterward American loans for reconstruction made for a whilom prosperity that seemed eternal. Ethical questions are not treated here, only economic ones. It follows, then, that wars function, while they end the reconstruction. Last, as a market for means of production. As war has been endemic since 1911, this is an important feature of capitalist economy. This answers the calculations, say the Marxians, of liberals who point out that on a bookkeeping basis colonies do not pay. It is the specific function of that market in the manufacture of means of production that gives it a motor importance not measured by figures. Marx's agricultural theories assailed. The principal opponent of Marx's agricultural theories is the revisionist Edward David registered. He held that work by machinery can never be as important in agriculture as in industry, because of the inability to group labor, distribute, divide tasks, organize cooperation, etc., to the same extent as in industry, that steam power and other forms of mechanical force and traction cannot be utilized to the same extent on the farm as in a factory, for in a factory machinery is fixed, and belting is on the move, whereas in farming the machine itself must be isolated and on the move, and that wherever machinery has been adapted for movement on the farm its unit must perforce be far less than that of the giant fixed mechanisms of industry, and so machinery is more available relatively to small capitals in agriculture, and can be utilized even on small plots. In addition to the mechanical objections, it is stated that by means of marketing and credit cooperatives, as in Denmark, the farmers, who are not relatively so outdistanced by large capitals as industrialists, can easily combine and preserve their individual small enterprises, and even make them prosper. These objections were rightly considered important enough to enlist the ablest of the Marxians on the other side. Lenin devoted more time to this aspect of economic theory and fact than to any other purely economic concept. It was natural for a Russian to understand the importance of this question more than economists in industrialized countries. For while in value the products of agricultural and pastoral pursuits are now far below that of industry, that is not true of the number of persons employed. For the world, as a whole, 2/3 of mankind, at least, live by the land. Even if we take Europe, the United States, Canada, together as the industrialized lands, the persons making a living out of farming are still a majority. The important indexes of a capitalist development would be the number of persons working for money wages in agriculture, the amount of the investment in machinery and the part machinery plays in concentrating production and ownership, in analogy to industrialism. For this purpose it is best to steer clear of some simple statistical errors in grouping. Statistical pitfalls in farm statistics. Mere size of a farm is not a decisive criterion of the progress of capital investment. For even the group like David state clearly that there is an increase in mechanization, only that they doubt if it aids a concentration of farming, as it would if used in industry. But both sides admit a considerable increase in capital investment. If that be the case, then a small farm becomes transformed into a big farm. According to magnitude of production, the increasing application of machinery, etc. The size of farms, too, by combining those with wage labor and family labor, with machinery and without, etc., obscures the specific problems involved, and even distorts them. Here more than anywhere one must be wary of statistical summaries. So many pigs per farm is a useless computation, since the wealth of pigs is usually in their weight, and the scraggy pigs of Spain are no match for the same number of hogs in Iowa. The milk and meat yields of cattle are more important than their number. Hence mechanized farms may not be grouped merely by area or by livestock. The specific data of production and machinery and wage labor must be made known before the class groupings in agriculture can be studied intelligently. Machinery /es small farming less competitive. One thing is certain, all statistics converge on the increase of mechanical investments according to the size of the farm. In Germany in 1925 carefully collated figures showed that farms under 20 acres used less mechanization than farms of 200 acres or more, to a really pathetic extent. Apart from financial questions, certain machines require a minimum of territory to work in order to repay their installation costs. There is no question of cooperatives combining to offset this. Because often these machines can be used only in a limited time. Sowing by machinery cost half as much per acre on farms with 800 acres as on farms with 40 acres. The per acre cost of harvesting by binders increases rapidly the smaller the size of the farm. Apart from the great crops of grain and fodder, livestock weight per unit is 25% or more on large farms than on small, and milk yields per cow about the same differential percentage. In the technical crops sugar, rubber, cocoa, etc., throughout the tropics, in fact, especially in tea and coffee, the small planter is almost extinct. The same is true of the beef estancias of the Argentine, the sheep selections of Australia and New Zealand, etc. When the opponents of Marxist thought speak of farming, then, they mean the diversified household type, which in number of establishments is still the most common, even among the miserable rice planters of the Orient, or the barley raisers of India and the Near East. Apart from the increase of tenancy, of wage labor, of the gradual increase in percentage of total production of the larger farms, of the abandonment of small farms, the excess of population on the farm that causes a steady trickle to the towns, the question still remains open as to how much mechanization is affecting the farm structure of the capitalist world. The agrarian crisis is endemic. The answer must lie in the continued agrarian crises. For there can be no doubt that apart from the fillip given agriculture for 5 years by war prices, it has been in a rather bad way for a quarter of a century and did not participate in the industrial cycles upward to any marked extent. To this day, a part of agricultural income in many countries is derived from subsidy. These continued crises must operate similarly to the crises that drove people originally off the farms in the epochs preceding machine capitalism. They must serve to increase mechanized and large farms. But there can be no question that the ratio of constant to variable capital will long lag behind industry, that the technical saturation of agriculture will not be comparable to that of industry for a long time. To that extent, those who feel that the peculiarities of agriculture create a wholly different tempo of concentration against industry are undoubtedly right. It is this tempo rather than the tendency that is in the minds of those who would limit the Marxian analysis of farm concentration. But that tempo is gaining, and may, as most economic developments do, show a sudden leap into great mechanization and concentration during a price crisis, etc. The fact that farm products at no time have recovered their ratio to manufactured goods that prevailed before the war, if continued, must prove such a catalyst of historic development. Marxists are vindicated on continuous tendency, but not as yet on full historic accomplishment in agriculture. Marx's rent theory has been contested on 2 grounds by Bulgakov. 7. He denies that agricultural capital participates in the equalization of the rate of profit and therefore denies that rent is created by a surplus profit in excess of the average rate of profit. If, says Bulgakov, land is a monopoly, there is no free competition. Yet Marx says only by competition is the average rate of profit determined as an equalization of differing prices of production. He denies that there is an absolute rent and a differential rent. Marx is dealing with one and the same monopoly ownership of a factor in production. Now one monopoly extracts a monopoly rent only. The argument is answered by Lenin. Bulgakov confuses the limited quantity of land with the amount of competition on it by capitalist farmers. Land may be limited for grain production at so many acres, but the number of persons competing with their crops on the market are hundreds of thousands. Capitalists will withdraw their money from farming if it yields less than the average rate of profit, even though they should obtain more surplus value than the average. But though that difference is pocketed by the landlord, they still have the free option of placing their capital elsewhere. With reference to absolute rent, differential rent is paid because of the differing yields or different locations of land. This would persist under capitalism irrespective of who owned the land. Even the government would not alter that, if it were the landlord. But we know that just because land is private property, the worst possible soil on which a crop can be raised will not be given away for nothing by the landlord to the capitalist because there is a posse. ability of making more than the average rate of profit on it. That, as we know, is because of the greater proportion of variable capital. But the landlord, because land is limited by private property, can. 7. Capitalism and agriculture. 475. Hold up the capitalist for the differential above the average rate of profit, although that soil has no differential rent. Thus differential rent exists irrespective of private property in land, whereas absolute rent would be extinguished if land were nationalized. That one rent would persist and the other be extinguished under a different property form shows they are economically different categories. Bulgakov also objects that as differential rent is being paid for superiorities in fertility and location, may not these two factors can sell each other and result in no differential rent? Marx says the same, but more exhaustively. Marx points out that land near a market but less fertile may command the same differential rent as land more fertile but further from a market. Transport costs cancel fertility advantages. Nowadays we see location advantages diminished by transport, yet the same development is reversed by the growth of cities, thus increasing location difference. Tiles for very close farms. It may be noted that 60 or 70 years ago, when capital could freely find new farms for nothing in which to invest, the American Western farm showed no absolute rent for a long time and a small differential rent compared to Europe, and thus American crops swept its grain markets. Diminishing returns analyzed. Marx's agricultural theories, especially of rent, have been commented on adversely principally from the view of the diminishing returns hypothesis. This celebrated doctrine holds that each additional investment in a given area of land yields a smaller crop. The proof of this theory is in the assertion that were this not so, why would cultivation be extended? A very small area would suffice for human needs if labor and capital expended on it produced the same results as previous applications. The extension of cultivation is the result of the constantly smaller yields per acre on the older cultivated area. The Marxians do not contest this formulation, but they limit it. Assuming the same technical level, it is formally true. But, historically, given the changes in technique, it is not true. There is a diminishing return on the use of the plow until the tractor is invented. There is a diminishing return on the soil until phosphate and potash are used. There was a great diminution before the rotation of crops was known. The soil of Normandy has yielded threefold since beets increased the crop possibilities. An extra year's work on Utah land yielded nothing until the wood-to-dry farming method made the rose flourish in the desert. And it ignores social relations, practically. A change in agricultural mortgage bank and credit methods largely increased the cultivation of Danish lands, especially Danish cattle, butter, and bacon. The war gave an impetus to wheat raising that surpassed every previous limit set by experience. So both social and technical factors make the law of diminishing returns true only when stated as limited to preliminary conditions before it will begin to operate. Marx has stated that differential rent, unlike the ideas of Ricardo, Malthus, and West, does not require the resort to inferior soils, or an ever-decreasing productivity of agriculture. Marx holds that for the first form of differential rent it does not matter whether there is a decrease or increase of absolute fertility of any given area, the inequality, basically, is what counts. The revisionist debate. The objections of Bernstein, Tugan-Baranowski, David, etc., that so impressed their age, now have a rather musty flavor. But the key questions involved, are the poor becoming worse off, are the rich getting richer, and the theoretical modes of studying middle class increase or decrease are still living, and are central to Marxian historic economic forecast of class relations. The second section of this chapter studies the method for arriving at the truth. The crux of the question of increasing poverty of the working class is whether they are worse off relatively to the total production of wealth and income of the capitalist class, or whether they are absolutely poorer than they were. The categories of poverty and income, as usually employed, are not altogether definite. How the Meliorists put it? Those who argue that Marx was wrong are fond of citing the automobile and the radio, the cinema and steam heat, etc., the gain in education, the more bourgeois appearance of the workers as to their clothing, than their forefathers, etc. These, they argue, are not referable to strict measurement, and yet they constitute a real addition to the income of the workers. The spread of public libraries, gymnasiums, swimming pools, and a host of other conveniences and services have lifted life from its former brutality, stolidity, unimaginativeness. The lessened drunkenness, the greater humanity shown to the weak and the helpless, to orphans and invalids, are frequently cited to show a higher cultural level. The insane are scientifically taken care of. Where children once drifted, vocational guidance tells them what to do. All these benefits are a net gain for the worker. As to the worker's wife, the substitution of gas and electric stoves for the old coal stove, of sanitary kitchens, of steps saved by intelligent planning, etc., help large numbers. So does the use of laundries relieve women. The tremendous fall in the birth rate, whatever its social consequence, means less work and less early aging from overwork by women. This type of argument may be termed the qualitative convenience position. How the Marxists put it? The Marxists put the whole question differently. Mass unemployment, war and conscription, relief instead of wages, increase of accidents, increase of inhuman speed-up, enslavement of the colonial countries by imperialist capital, the scourge of crises, loss of savings, inflation, fear for the future, the absence of the older pioneer and independent business hopes, the millions of intellectual proletarians turned out by those very libraries, but finding no job, the late age meliorists, those who believe that anything is getting better gradually. 478. Of marriage, the very absence of children, are high prices to pay for substituting the auto for the buggy, the petroleum well for the hayfield, the cinema for the living theater, the radio for family piano playing and singing. In view of the qualitative disagreements, it is better to confine ourselves to quantitative aspects, so far as these can be ascertained. The qualitative discussion is interminable. For after all, those that think that the King James Bible was better literature and molded a more articulate people than radio or 7-minute HNSHC stories, will never be convinced by the moderns, nor these latter by what they think are stick-in-the-muds. It is the old warfare of the people who count by how much one takes in and those who count by how much one puts out. Political economy must take a more restricted area. Real wages are the indices. The real wages indices are used by the Marxians as their first gun. In the United States, during the highest prosperity period, the index of wages in terms of the cost of living fell from 1921 to 1929 by some 4%. That is, the employed worker was 4% worse off at the apex of prosperity than at its beginning, and this, though socialists always maintain that these indices are cooked. To put up a good front, especially on the question of rent and additional expense, such as books, shows, clothing, etc. According to some other figures, from the panic of 1907 to the boom of 1916 real wages fell by 17%, this without taking account of unemployment, short time, sickness, intensity of work, accidents. If a total payroll list were made, that is, actual payments to the whole of the working class in dollars and cents, and against that all the expenses of the workers measured in quantities, they maintain the showing would be far worse, altogether apart from the question of productivity per man, which deals only with relative surplus value, relative wages. The statistical basis is dubious. The Marxians, though using such materials, have realized that they are not theoretically well founded. An ounce of cerebration is worth a ton of mere statistics. In the first place, although there is an international labor office at Geneva and a splendid labor department at Washington, there is not a single institution actually devoted to a study of the history of labor conditions. Indices, yes; totality of study, no. In order to test the Marxian hypothesis, it is necessary to standardize a procedure that will meet with the approval of the non-Marxians as well. This has been attempted by the eminent German statistician, Jürgen Kosinski. What do wages mean? Suppose wages are higher and health conditions worse? Suppose capital pays out the same wages at home only because it exploits 10 times the labor on a coolie basis abroad. None of these are easily measured, and if measured, easily weighted, one against the other. Yet unless the question is to remain forever on the deductive plane, it is necessary to make a tentative showing. A list of difficulties. To begin with, the hourly or weekly basis differs, and so do piece rates and time rates. Rates of wages and wages paid in fact are quite different. As to the tendencies of all these against each other, we are much in the dark. Has overtime increased? No one knows. How do yearly wages paid out differ from weekly wage rates, or even weekly pay? Has anyone measured losses due to illness? There are all sorts of conjectured life insurance company figures, but they are far from conclusive. How about strike and lockout losses? Some brave attempts have been made to find out what workers really make during their lives, from apprentice and learner rates through full earning power, down to the last act as night watchmen or taking out the grandchildren. But they are partial and too few in number. The measurement of taxes paid, trades union dues, life insurance, unemployment insurance, transportation, are all rudimentary and unsatisfactory. Those who talk so glibly about a level of wages can have little idea of their assurance. 480. Labor related to same capital for comparison. In the first place, the Marxian thesis requires that the full number of workers employed by any groups of capitalists be included. English capitalists do not read geography books and limit their investments to England. They employ cattle raisers in the Argentine, Kaffirs in the South African mines, peasants in India. Marx speaks of the accumulation of capital at one pole leading to the accumulation of misery at the other. To discuss his equation, both poles must be studied totally. True, it is useful to study labor in England alone, but that would not tell the whole story. The same is true, though in lesser degree, of the United States. The wages paid in New England were finally undermined by those paid in North Carolina and Alabama. The labor employed by all American capital is the basis if the Marxian thesis is to be tested adequately. It must be recalled that the constituents of indexes can change. If horse feed was important in an index of 1890, it would not be today. Nor would the expense of mustache cups or busties or bicycles play the part they did. It is a fact, for example, that workers live far away from the office or factory, whereas 100 years ago they walked to work. To compute a cost of living index, it is necessary to shift units as well as prices, to study qualitative changes in consumption as a guide to measuring different quantities. This is apart from price changes. To make up a moving index invites new difficulties, but a static index also is off-center. An attempted formula. For relative purchasing power, the difficulties are increased. Shall we measure the compensation of the worker against all goods produced, including means of production, or only against means of subsistence? If we choose the latter, then, at times when means of production are being produced in a new and high proportion, as in a boom, labor will appear to be doing relatively better than if we include this new constant capital. If we can eliminate prices and get down to physical production, we will actually be near to testing the theory of Marx. For he counts time of labor, and if we approach this analysis by approximating the mass of production, then we are coming close to determining whether his concepts have made good or not. To get as near as possible, Kosinski constructs the following formula. Relative _ n real wage per wages 0. Worker national per capita x product cost of living wholesale prices. The following laws of wages can be assumed when using this formula. Money wages and real wages increase during times of good business. Money wages decrease during a crisis, or bad business. Real wages, taking account of unemployment, decrease in crises. Wages relative to total production increase in a crisis. Relative wages certainly decrease in times of prosperity. These are called rather the habits of wages because nearly all commentators agree that they take place, whatever may be their interpretation. They are not absolutes, they merely indicate general tendencies. Relative wages, though, show a steady tendency to decline and deviate little from this relation. The importance of this for the theory of capitalist accumulation is very large, but not for the question of absolute impoverishment. It is necessary to realize that statistics will never give us the answer, nor must we wait until they do. But if intelligently handled, statistics point consist any one way, then the dative work of Marx would seem more correct than ever, though the method of political economy scarcely calls for this checkup. Intensity of labor factor. For Kosinski there is no question but that the increasing intensity of work is a blow to the conditions of the workers. The only question for him is, does the alleviation of the condition of the workers, both in terms of prosperity and in the factory itself, 482, counterbalance the wear and tear and threat to working longevity? If they do, then what are called his conditions are not getting much worse. If they do not, real index wages can be forgotten, they are no longer important. If a working man sells 30 years of his life to a factory for 10 years' pay, his wages were below those of a Hindu rice worker who survives 50 years, so far as he is concerned. The alleviation has to equal 20 years for him to receive the value of his labor. Otherwise high wages can become effectively the lowest ever known. Physical standards. Another important commentary on conditions are the physical standard of armies in European countries. For the last generation they have been marked down everywhere, and that began before the war. In computing the effects of short time and unemployment and labor turnover, one must add the accidents that come from workers at new jobs, due to turnover, the fact that their intensity of labor might be terrific, but not expressed in production figures because they are inexperienced, and the nervous fear of losing jobs cannot be measured either. Hence professional statisticians are not intoxicated with their art, they know its limits. Kosinski concludes that the British worker was exploited more from 1820 to 1850, that from 1850 to 1870 the world monopoly of Britain in manufactures enabled the workers to benefit, that from 1870 to 1900 their welfare was pretty stationary and since 1900 much worse. If his figures are of value, then only two conclusions can possibly emerge and both justify Marx to the hilt, that the relative position of the British worker to the capitalist has reached the lowest point of history and his absolute condition is worse than in 1900. Never before have the rich people been better off, in possessions and relative to the workers, than today. Net real wages have declined from 100. The Economist, reviewing Kosinski, attempts to modify this conclusion in some part. 483. Per employed and unemployed worker in 1900 to 93. From 1934 to 1932 and even in the boom year 1935 it reached only 102. But on a cyclical basis, it runs as follows. 1887 to 1895, 91, 1909 to 1914, 93, 1895 to 1903, 99, post-war 1903 to 1908, 95, 1924 to 1932, 93. Relative wages in Great Britain are as follows in cycles. 1887 to 1895, 95, 1909 to 1914, 88, 1895 to 1903, 94, post-war 1903 to 1908, 91, 1914 to 1924, 78. The chronic crisis in England and the need for desperate expedients, such as devaluation, protection, etc., are easily explained by the incapacity of the workers' purchasing power for consumption goods to match the accumulation of capital, or even to come near doing it any more. This is perfectly compatible with the immense wealth of British capitalists. This may appear contradictory, but it is well known that for profits, capitalization, etc., the Russian capitalists were never richer than before. The revolution of 1917 showed that their system was too rent by contradictions to go on. But it is for Germany that the situation reveals the import of a capital accumulation without reference to relative consuming capacity of the workers, and where even the absolute deterioration is not slow, as in England, but ghastly. The cycles are similar to those given for England, but it must be remembered that the level of real wages was lower to begin with. In 1913 it was estimated at only 75% of the British average. In other words, the German capitalist system has accumulated at such a rate relative to its home labor that only the conquest of half Europe would give it a proper market. Here is the Marxian thesis complete, for in Germany the tendencies of capitalism have not been eased by imperialism as in Britain. The German capitalists, unable to resolve this enormous contradiction, cannot continue to manufacture means of production to such an excess, for if the ratio of constant capital is nearly 5:2 to variable capital, and that ratio is produced and increased further, it can lead only to a situation that is revolutionary at home or requires perpetual war against neighbors. Hence the German bankers and industrialists, made keenly aware of the dilemma, beginning in 1927 and madly after 1932, manufactured goods that are neither means of production nor means of subsistence, but which are neither productive nor consumable, such as guns and other armaments. 10. This means that an immense amount of raw material is wasted and that neither means of subsistence are being created nor the means of obtaining them abroad. The conclusion is obvious. The Marxians maintain that in Germany completed accumulation at one end has produced misery at the other. Either they must allow the workers' revolution and replace their state with a non-capitalist organization of industry, or they themselves must transcend the capitalist structure in some respects, that is, accumulation for a profit, to try and obtain that profit by conquest abroad. That is, they are still in the grip of capitalist accumulation. Their capitalists still have to make money, however defined, but the Marxian tendency having actually been attained at home, they seek to make their money abroad by conquest. In the conquered territories they can begin the historic carousel once more of production. 10. It is not commonly known that 6 years before Hitler a fifth of German production was in armaments. Like all leaders he is the epitome of continuous class needs. 11. Objectively, that is 485. Of means of production to create means of consumption and thus make money. This picture, although suspected to be true as to fact for Germany, is contested vigorously by the non-Marxists. Germany was not a product of a Marxian law, she was defeated in war. Politics rather than economic theory can explain her miseries. But, unfortunately, her accumulation rate before the war, relative to labor, was already the highest in the world. She would soon have come to the present rate in peacetime. The non-Marxists who grant this point, however, make some very sharp and pertinent criticisms of its validity for proving the Marxian case. Where, they ask, is the impoverishment of which Marx speaks? True, he does not say poverty will increase, but misery and degradation will, and that is much the same thing. When Marx wrote Capital and made his dire prophecies, the real wages of labor were about 74. Now, in the last cycle, they were 93, and may even be higher today. England was the country Marx picked out to study, stick to it. The working class is not only better off in real wages from 74 to 93, but this has coincided with a fall in relative wages from in to 78. 1. The wealthy have accumulated at a rate far greater than the poor have earned wages, but it has not led to an increase of misery but to an increase in welfare. Take any figures you wish, that the worker is speeded up, that the physique of the nation is declining, that the fear of unemployment is increasing. Do these balance the gain from 74 to 93? If not, Marxism is false in this particular. For, after all, the classic lands of machinery are the United States and Great Britain. Unlike Germany, they came into the capitalist arena while there still was time to move. Here you see the capitalist system not cribbed and confined, as in Germany, but with a full play. And its results are beneficial. The challenge of increasing misery. The Marxians are limited in their reply to this. For they cannot say no. Take Europe as a whole, Italy, Poland, Austria, take 80% of the population of Europe today, and who can doubt? 486. But that it has lost ground in the period of high capitalism. The system must be described as an entirety. The reply of the non-Marxists is, these countries are in the brutal, larval stage of early capitalism, or were. They reproduce the horrors of the English and French factory systems before 1850. This brutality is a symptom of the early development of capitalism. But Marx's entire theory turns not on the early but the ultimate evolution of capitalism. Now the more highly evolved countries like England, Holland, Scandinavia, the United States, are the real test of the theory. Is the condition of the worker getting worse in countries with scope for markets and investments and with a highly developed, old, integrated capitalism? We see that in England the terrors predicted by Marx have not come to pass. There is an immense amount of misery there, but then there always was. Where is the dynamics of a labor movement that can permit capital to expand its horsepower immensely, accumulate riches, employ 50% or more people than when Marx wrote, and still the conditions of the workers are, at the very best, 20% or better than when he wrote, and at the very worst not much worse? If you say, trades unions have brought this about, capitalism is not seen with its tendencies fully realized but only as modified by labor resistance, then it is clear that within the capitalist system trades unionism can annul or at least blunt the famed law of accumulation of Marx. The knell of the capitalist system has been turned into a peal of wedding bells. Capital and labor are uneasily married for their good. Since Marx himself points out that the value of labor power is determined by historic and moral causes, to a large extent, and that the area of bargaining as to the value of labor power is very wide and depends on strikes and negotiations, it follows that the ability of labor to make terms within the system is sufficient to end the law of increasing misery. One or the other must explain the evolution of British labor conditions. 487. Marxian analysis of total exploitation. The Marxians reply as follows: it is not a question of the unit but of capitalist society as a whole, on which basis we are willing to discuss the matter. But we do not identify English capitalism with the kingdom called England. Let us compare from what labor British capital actually made its profits when Marx wrote, and from what labor it makes its profits today. Otherwise we are not speaking of the same thing. If English capital employs 50% of its labor outside England and uses labor at home for more skilled work, that is, it now uses England merely as a department, where once she was a country, then you are saying, in effect, that the wages of more skilled workers should be compared to the wages of all workers 50 years ago. Actually what has happened is the same as has happened in the northern United States and in France, two countries that have imported their common wage labor from Poland, Italy, the Negro South, or Algeria. In these areas where immigrants or Negroes do the hard work, the older stock of Frenchmen and Americans do more genteel, skilled, highly paid work. Still no one would say let us compare the wages of native-born white American workers of Anglo-Saxon stock in 1938 steel mills with those in I-860 and see how they are earning wages. For there are no such workers in the steel mills, or if there are they are inconsequential. The Polish and Slovak immigrants outnumber them 10 to 1. The British unit must be treated in the same Marxian manner, the same capital against the labor it employs in the process of production, and out of which it makes its money. Lancashire versus India. Now in the textile industries of Lancashire, in Old England, real wages per fully employed worker, not counting unemployed and short-timers, have risen from 103 at the outset of the century to 109. Over a half-century, since Marx wrote, wages have increased nearly 13%. They are still dreadfully low, but they have gone ahead. If we count unemployment and short time, this gain may be more. 488. Then cancelled, but at any rate there has been no serious tendency to an increasing misery. The textile industry in India has been established by British capital on a big scale in India since Marx wrote. If we combine these wages with those in the mother country, we find that in 50 years, fully employed labor is getting IO% less in real wages. But in the last decade this current has been reversed. But if unemployment is taken into consideration, this gain in the last decade has been much more than cancelled. If we take unemployment for the whole area controlled by British capital, we can say that, leaving out speed up, the condition of labor has deteriorated by more than 20%. The less skilled workers in India suffered more than the more skilled ones in Lancashire. In the United States, the figures of Paul H. Douglas in his Statistical Study Real Wages in the United States, 1890 to 1926, have been used by the Marxians to sustain their argument that even in the United States there has been an absolute decline in workers' conditions, despite the added amenities of life for large sections of the workers, such as automobiles, radio sets, etc. 11. This computation is complicated by the social fact that whatever may be the absolute conditions of a Polish steel worker compared to those in his home country, his position as a member of the American working class as compared to the capital that employs him, is not affected by his marked improvement in condition by reason of having emigrated. Theory is still the deciding weapon. But the question of increasing misery, or the closely allied question of the rich getting richer, or the real fate of the middle class, will not be settled, fundamentally, except by a study of the categories as given in Marx's Capital. If it is a necessity of capital to accumulate and centralize, then the tendency for the rich to get richer, relatively to their workers and absolutely with the increase of production, is given in the conclusions of the economic analysis, and it would be a good technique for statisticians to suspect their arrangements of figures, if they do not conform. If the Marxist scheme of reproduction is not true, then figures of centralization might nevertheless still be correct, but for other reasons. Theory is the decisive factor. Note, it does not follow that workers in Europe or the older parts of the United States are better off, just because of increased exploitation of labor in the newer countries. In England for about 30 years or so the capitalists, on an astoundingly rising trade, did share some of their profits with the workers, but with which workers? Only the upper, skilled group, the lower groups remained in an appalling degradation. The revelations of Booth in Life and Labor shocked the complacent England of the 80s, and the Salvation Army movement headed by another Booth to save darkest England, and the wonderful eloquence of Arnold Toynbee, were required to demonstrate that in the only period in history when the workers obtained a slight share in an industrial monopoly, the differentiation within labor was made more acute, thus tempering the revolutionary edge of the labor movement. Thus no total figures can have much meaning. Nor can figures of real wages, for national differences. The League of Nations figures show real wages in 1925 at 100 in London and 59 in Paris. To anyone who traveled regularly and worked in both capitals, this mode of computation was simply ludicrous, no matter how scientific its foundations. Marx's total theory of the economic significance of the term means of subsistence is profound, and enables us to escape these misleading calculadons. Marx says plainly that be his salary higher or lower, the worker's means of subsistence are determined by his class situation and not his class situation by the level of wages. Hence high wages, if they impede accumulation, slacken investment. Thus his class position cancels his advantage, and the wages level is determined by the fact that he must sell his labor power, and the capitalist can decide whether to buy it or not. This is apart from the issue whether the position of the workers should be determined by what they get from the capitalists as wages or by what they give to the capitalist in the shape of expenditure of energy compared to means of subsistence. Hence when Marx speaks of increasing misery, whatever the temporary movements of wages, he means that the working class, in its class relation, is steadily worsening its position with respect to the sale of labor power, and this is the decisive question. Naturally, this increasing misery proceeds in a most unequal fashion. The development of capitalism being founded on irregularities and leaps in developments, the rhythms of its purchase of labor power, both as to amount purchased and amounts paid, must vary correspondingly. But these irregularities are within a general tendency, and never depart from its laws. The rich are getting richer? This question, the antipodes of the poor getting poorer, is largely governed by the equations on poverty. But it has a methodological interest of its own. The question of the rich has to be dealt with either as a title to ownership, capitalized, or as revenue, so as to have a money expression. But it is not ownership that confers wealth but a stake in the process of production, since ownership would mean merely a wasting of assets, if the goods owned were spent as revenue. Hence income figures are most significant. But even these have defects. The institution of Swiss family foundations, of personal service holding companies, of a long series of assignment to dummies, the assignment of surpluses to all sorts of contingency funds, the development of foundations and endowments in which the same control is exercised, and the same ultimate right of disposition, but where the money appears to be given away, these and 1,000 other dodges mean that statistics of revenue of the rich are as good as useless for our purposes. Neither Marx nor anti-Marx stands a good statistical chance on the question of the rich getting to be richer. The evidential method pursued by Anna Rochester in Rulers of America is perhaps the best for prevailing tendencies, and the attempt of Colin Clark of Cambridge University in England to penetrate all veils and determine this personal concentration of command over labor, make profitable reading but remain brilliant excursions, that may be true and probably are, but are not yet science. In theory the question, too, is related to whether the inquiry is confined to such rich people as make their money out of the reproduction of capital in the pure capitalist accumulation, or whether it comprehends rich people who have come out of non-capitalist sectors like agriculture or self-employment, by way of savings, or out of colonial profits. This last group is becoming less important, but it makes all status takes dubious as to their referent. Gide argues that there is a greater concentration of wealth than ever before, but there are also more people rich than ever before, even though their proportion of assets to that of the magnates is decreasing. If he means that population is 5 times what it was, he is right. But the question is one of classes. Positive theory of the present position of the middle classes. It is argued that the middle classes are today a compound of petty capitalist and proletariat. The petty capitalists are divided as individual producers and salariat, crossed by petty investments and savings and house ownership. During the last crisis, 1/6 of all businesses failed. Salaried unemployment was almost as great as workers' unemployment. Among intellectuals, unemployments ran from 60 to 90%. In production, individual enterprisers have fallen by 1/4, their output still more. The United States is still bourgeois compared to England though, for the middle class is 1/4 of persons gainfully employed, in England 1/5. Of the gainfully employed middle classes, only 1/4 were independent enterprisers. Of shareholders, it is said that 9% owned 80% of all shares. Shareholders and bondholders and property and business owners together are far less important than the corresponding class was in 1870, say, when Marx wrote. Of farmers, 5/6 earned less than $1,500 in money even in prosperity. Of shareholders, some 2/3 derived $100 a year or less from investments, etc. This parade of figures, repeated to infinity, in a host of books and pamphlets, leaves us unmoved. If anyone had drawn a picture of the condition of England in 1600, the towns crowded with decayed gentry and artisans, shopkeepers ruined by monopolies and by clipping the coin, the swarms of beggars and tramps on every road, the tattered clergy, the dying farms, the continuous alarms and threats of invasion, the figures would have been glorious but their meaning, for our purposes, nil. Most people have always been wretched and the life of most small business people frightfully hard. What Marx maintains is a thesis concerning the place of smaller capitalists in the process of total reproduction of capital, as related to a reproduction functioning autonomously, not reckoning primitive accumulation. 1 * This remarkable tendential study in economic processes is converted into a vague populism by the above citations. But we must include them, as they comprise the most significant statistics bandied about in the literature. Akuzinski, Zurich zu Marx, p. 130. 35. A. Critique of the exploitation theory. B. The debate on accumulation. Critique of the exploitation theory. Apart from Baumgart's analysis of profit as derived from an agio on future goods, the main criticism of Marx's exploitation theory has come from the land values taxers, the chief theorists of whom are Oppenheimer of Berlin and Max Hirsch of Melbourne. Both are disciples of Henry George, the American advocate of the single tax, and they fit his deductions to the analysis of Marxism. Oppenheimer points out that Marx does not say that the tendential fall of the rate of profit may not be so great as to reduce profit merely to an infinitesimal amount, and barely permit the capitalist to accumulate, that is, just make enough to cover simple reproduction, his own consumption and a mere trifle besides. Boudin has answered Oppenheimer, but has not answered what is at the back of Oppenheimer's thinking. Oppenheimer really means to say that if rent were to be socialized, then capital, faced with labor that could demand the wages it could earn on the best free land, would reduce exploitation nearly to zero. But Oppenheimer has forgotten the thesis of Marx that it requires a gigantic accumulation and a high organic composition of capital to bring about a tremendous fall in the rate of profit, and that the rate of profit is not an index of exploitation, for it may be low as a percentage of total capital, but the rate of exploitation is thereby made terrific by the rate of surplus value to variable capital. He puts aside the Marxist explanation of exploitation for his own. He should have said that with the single tax, exploitation would cease. That is the thesis of Henry George. But that challenges not the implication of Marxism, but Marxism itself. Max Hirsch, a fundamental critic of Marxism. Hirsch, a sharp and original thinker, argues that once rent is abolished, socialism becomes a mere tyranny, since the reason for its existence, exploitation, is thus abolished. This is the single tax classic thesis. It holds that Marx was a most superficial thinker. He confused the oppression of capital with the oppression capital is able to exercise only when it is bound up with what the single taxers term privilege. As this is the most challenging bourgeois criticism of socialism and Marxian economic thought, it requires a close study. It begins with a formulation that the socialists agree with, that private property in land must be abolished. But they point out that there is no need to socialize the production of land to achieve this. By the states taking over the entire rent of land each year, it extinguishes the basis of capitalization, that is, it abolishes the basis of the price of land. Land is free. Its owners pay its full annual value, the differential rent. Their land ceases to have value, but then they can acquire any other for the same price, to wit, nothing. Nothing is disturbed. The state acquires no new powers, land. Titles are nominally intact. But since wages are really reduced by the monopoly of land, once rent is socialized, labor can get its full value and still capital can be compensated. In addition to land values, the capitalists enjoy privileges, tariffs, franchises, and subsidies, all of which the single taxers would sweep away to restore the purity of competition by free land, taxation full annual value of franchises, free trade, that is, absolutely no privileges. Here, they say, is a capitalism which annuls all of Marx's PON. Exploitation theory, accumulation debate. 495. Typical analysis. The 33rd chapter of the first volume of Capital proves it. A Mr. Peel took $250,000 and 3,000 members of the working class from England to Australia. When they got there, all his machinery, capital, money, were no good to him. Land was free and the workers told him to go somewhere else. He was through. Marx comments, unhappy Mr. Peel, who provided for everything except the export of English modes of production to Swan River. So that exploitation is not inherent in capitalism but, as Marx says, the foundation of the capitalist mode of production is the expropriation of the mass of the people from the soil. Here, say the single taxers, is the Achilles heel of the Marxian theory. For you do not need to go back to barbarism or the colonies to get free land. Taxation can do it in New York. Once the rent of land is socialized, J.P. Morgan joins unhappy Mr. Peel and cannot exploit, on Marx's own thesis. Labor and capital could harmonize. What society needs is not a confused analysis of class struggle but the real analysis, that is, that the pure capitalist is opposed, as a category, to the landowner and his interests are really on the same side as labor. If labor can earn its full contribution to production, capital is compensated for its savings and risks and so it is possible to enjoy a free market, without governmental or socialist direction. The automatic processes of society are relied on instead of ukases, and still the exploitation of labor ceases, on Marx's own admissions. Society creates land values by its social activities, this is a reflection of social activity and need. Rent secretes the natural revenue of government as the breasts secrete the natural nourishment of an infant. The individual by his labor creates objects, these are made by his labor. So under a real society, society takes what is its, i.e., rent, and leaves to labor and capital what is theirs, wages and interest. The single taxers reject the notion of profits as a confused mass of other categories. To them it is like classifying males, females, and children. Here, too, Marx was naive. 496. Single taxers are wholly without an accumulation theory. Neither Henry George nor his disciples are too clear as to how they distinguish the yield of capital from that of labor without exploitation. The fructification theory of interest of George does not impress even most of his own following. The reading of Marx, too, is contested by the socialists. That a condition precedes the capitalist mode of production is one thing, that given that mode, a change in land taxation would abolish the mode, is another. The law of value explains the principle of surplus value and without it the Marxian sees no explanation of profit. If the single tax hypothesis were correct and the exploitation of labor were impossible were land to be nationalized, then socialism would have to come in at once as there could be no accumulation of capital. The Marxian believes, though, that the effect of the abolition of absolute rent would merely be to increase the profitability of farming capital. That the single tax absorption of rent by the state is a good thing is admitted, but the Marxian feels that it will not raise the wages of labor, except for a spurt. The theory that men would earn in New York or London what they earn on the best free land would be true only in a society in which gigantic social means of production were not required to compete. As soon as the progress of capitalism has made hundreds of millions of dollars necessary for some industries, the notion that because land is open to capital, it is therefore open to labor has leaped two abysses with one argument. Accumulation is exploitation. That is the Marxist rock, and until the single taxers will face accumulation concretely and not assume that it will take place harmoniously because of the Ricardian law of rent, their criticism cannot be deemed decisive, although it is refreshing and at least is not mere apologia. The accumulation debate. The Leninist thesis on imperialism has divided the Marxist successors more than any other single subject since the death of Marx. To ensure the defeat of the revisionists all ranks were closed. 4. The answer to Baumgartner and other bourgeois critics, there were few dissenters. But the political division of the socialist parties during and after the war led to a complete divergence of speculations on the present tendencies of capitalism. The non-Leninist theories of the accumulation of capital in its ultimate phase follow. Koski on imperialism as a mere projection of capitalism. Koski Koski considers imperialism as the effort of over-industrialized nations to subjugate or to annex a large agricultural country. His reasoning is, industrialism comes to a limit in the home market, other industrial areas involving the same contradictions are of little or no use to it in getting beyond these consumption limits, hence imperialism is nothing more nor less than a continuance of the permanent tendency of capitalism without any new features. It is not necessary to a capitalist state, although profitable to certain sections of it. Since the different rates of growth between industry and agriculture will always compel industrialists to go beyond their own agricultural areas for raw materials and markets alike, this recurrent phase of policy need not be overrated. More than that, by international cartels for raw materials and for delimiting market spheres, etc., there is a likelihood that imperialist solutions will be lessened rather than made more acute. This theory gets down to the idea of organized capitalism. That the Marxian concentration theory is so correct that it may end in a universal trust, an international supercorporation, a universal holding company of plutocrats, who can divide the world without conflicts, is a favorite hypothesis of Koski. The rejoinder of Lenin was that while there is no technical barrier to such a consummation, technical development can take only a form consistent with certain social settings. The needs of capitalism cause it not only to concentrate increasingly, but also to sharpen conflicts increasingly between those gigantic concentrations. The very contradictions of capitalism that have led to this concentration must constantly increase with the concentration to which they give rise. Hence the end of this development must be in 498. Epoch of imperialism and war, in which finance capital and industrial capital give back to their rivals, not merely for a division of the world, but for the actual annihilation of their opponents, so that their larger share will preserve their own situation without their having to involve themselves in hopeless contradictions because of help to their rivals by way of a cartel. Hilferding, the theory of Rudolf Hilferding in his Finance Capital has the merit of appearing far and away the most comprehensive and detailed Marxian book on the financial aspects of capitalism. He is the theoretician of organized capitalism, but, he asserts, on a Marxian basis. That is not to say that he abandons socialism, but he believes it will be ushered in as an economic evolution of capitalism, and not by catastrophes, supercrises, wars, etc. He begins with the change in emphasis from industrial capital to finance capital. The sphere of circulation for him has become the dominant economic expression, whatever its economic derivation from the process of production. The cartelization of society results in a possibility of price agreements among the large capitalists. Price, instead of being a competitive basis of distribution and a regulator of production, changes its nature when it is agreed upon by the large concerns. It no longer expresses anything but an arithmetical record of allotment. Money is of no use, except as a convenience. It has lost its value as an expression of price. Distribution is mechanical. Each company, allotted a certain area, takes care of that market and so avoids competitive costs, and eliminates disturbance. Part of the new products is given the workers, part related to production. It is a society that is regulated consciously. True, it is on the basis of class antagonisms, but it handles them in an organized manner. Hilferding points out that the centralization of banking coincides with this cartelization and enables it to carry out its purposes smoothly. Hilferding agrees that the contradictions of capitalism are so fundamental that even if there are only a few trusts and a exploitation theory, accumulation debate 499. Few banks left, everything will basically remain as it was in the age of competition. But once there are a universal trust and bank controlling everything, then they can regulate the consumption of the workers to suit their production, and class contradictions are ended, perhaps not to the advantage of the worker, but ended for the capitalist overlords. But owing to the facts that it can live only by an exploitation of the proletariat and that its structure is so simple to seize, this very cartel is the last act of capitalism. Its suppression leads to automatic socialism, for it has created objectively the organization of production and distribution which can be taken over integrally by a society without classes. But it is not necessary for the workers to seize the industrial structure by a revolution. If they only seize the banks that control the industrial capital, they can easily institute socialism. This theory is that of all economists who are convinced that the issue of production is settled in the sphere of circulation, or finance. While Lenin holds that finance capital is integrated with industrial monopoly, he also holds that it functions subject only to the contradictions of the process of production, which is fundamental, etc. There is little need to rehearse the differences, they are implicit in the argument. Rosa Luxemburg, the celebrated socialist theoretician and martyr, was a vigorous and original economist, certainly the woman who has won the most distinction in that science. Her classic book on capitalist accumulation is an attempt to detail those mechanisms of accumulation not completely given in the original exposition of Karl Marx. She bases her study on the circulation process of capital as a whole, given in the second volume of Capital. Marx stated that in circulation capitalists acquire commodities from each other with which to extend production, and so they use the surplus value created by one industry in accumulating capital in another. Rosa Luxemburg held that capital could less and less use this primitive expedient, and so it found it necessary to deal with non-capitalistic societies, by the exploitation of which it realized accumulation. This is a very serious alteration in Marxian theory, for it holds that capitalism all along, or at least for many decades since it has been highly developed, has not found its increase from within the sphere of circulation as the means of realizing surplus value produced in the sphere of production, but that it has constantly gone outside of that closed setting in order to replenish itself. By this means, that is, capital conquering primitive non-capitalist sources of raw materials, of development, and of markets, capitalism lives. Take that away and it withers and dies. Her elaboration of this theory is carried out with a wealth of citations and instances, but here we confine ourselves to the theory. From this theory it follows that it is not of necessity the proletariat that will overthrow capitalism at home, but rather capitalism will meet disaster or move outside the closed circle of workers and capitalists. It can no longer accumulate. But she brings back her beloved proletarian revolution, which she, splendid rebel, could no more abjure than her own parents. Long before the capitalists lose this last resource of accumulation, the class and national antagonisms, the economic and political anarchy that reflect this desperate drive for primitive areas in which to accumulate, will lead to such disasters as to invite the social revolution. It does not seem too clear how she reconciles the 2 points of view. For surely, if capitalism fails to accumulate new capital, and cannot escape by any maneuvers at home, within the circle of capital and labor, then really she believes in an automatic collapse. This is a pure economic theory, and she is too keen a historian to admit the unlimited consequences of a pure economic theory. Hence her compromise. Her theory is based on an oversimplification. Since she assumes that the accumulation of capital could take place only by primitive accumulation in effect, that is, by first plundering small producers and feudal survivals, then the colonies, she is bound to assume that one state of society is pretty much ended before the other begins. For if capitalists must renew their capital outside of the capital-labor relations, then so long as there are non-capitalistic elements in a country, capitalists can still accumulate at their expense. This highly stratified idea is the very opposite of the living science of Marxism. The difficulty here lies in the question of how the accumulation of capital takes place. Marx has shown that the accumulation is a transfer of surplus value into fresh capital. In extended reproduction, the capital is not merely reproduced but increased. But what has haunted a great many Marxists has been the exact machinery by which this is brought about. They do not merely want to know that X products of labor are incorporated into new capital. They want to have made clear the whole process by which an ever-increasing mass of products finds buyers, so that the proceeds can be extended perpetually into new, augmented capital. When it is answered that crises break up this continuity, Rosa Luxemburg would agree but would still maintain that the occasional crisis does not exhaust the limits of capital accumulation. Something must explain the continuous ability of capital to find clients for its products, since it cannot sell them all to labor, which steadily has not enough with which to buy back these goods. In other words, she thinks the contradiction to be a constant feature of capital renewal, and the contradiction in capitalism to be even more deadly than as given in the Marxian schemata. Attempts to find the exact mechanisms of accumulation. The replies to this problem have been numerous and nearly all ingenious. The first theory is simple: exports. The inability of the consumer to catch up with the mass of products is relieved by selling abroad. The second holds that apart from capitalists and laborers there are others: professional people, government employees, teachers, priests, independent shopkeepers without employees, and that these take up the slack until even they can no longer do so and the crisis is generated. And as accumulation. Available only in Russian. I quote from German summaries. 502. By its very increase of capital in proportion to labor, creates more and more superfluous classes. The growth of this third group that takes up the unsaleable products is itself increased at the same rate as the accumulation itself, whose contradiction with its labor requires it to find just these consumers. Note, to illustrate, capital produces 2,000 units and has a surplus value of 1,000. It uses a capital of 5,000 to produce the 2,000. It pays labor 1,000. Labor can buy only 1,000. Capital then sells this extra 1,000 to the third group. It realizes its surplus value and now has a capital of 6,000. That capital is more efficient and requires less labor. Now the capital produces 2,500, which is a better percentage than 2,000 on the first 5,000. Labor gets only 900, since fewer are employed. The surplus value this time is 1,600, not 1,000. Labor can take only 900. How can they sell the 1,600? Because they have replaced, says Struve, the labor in the factories by employment of servants, flunkies, salesmen, or intellectuals. These parasitic or subsidiary groups grow with the discharge of labor and the employment of persons out of the surplus. The enlarged class of non-producers takes up the enlarged slack. When this process fails to work out, then the circulation is over. There is a crisis. This pretty and strange theory is followed by one still cleverer. That is a contribution of the eccentric Russian economist Bulgakov. According to him, the means of subsistence and the means of production are both sources of supply for each other. The excess of means of production is sold to capitalists who require means of subsistence for their workers, and the surplus of means of subsistence is sold to those who can use it to assist the production of means of production. The circle is closed as long as both spheres can supply each other in proportion. For Bulgakov, it is disproportion rather than surplus value that interrupts circulation. It was rejected as mechanical by that sturdy, if divergent, Marxian, Rosa Luxemburg. For it is anti-socialist. 4. It follows Marx's scheme, but not Marx's explanation of why that scheme is never realized. It is that very discrepancy that opens the debate. Exploitation theory, accumulation debate 503. The biological theory of accumulation. The last theory states that capitalism has been sustained until now by the nursery. The increase of population has been so great that it has exceeded that surplus value which incapacitates the laborer from buying back his own product. The more variable capital increases, the more wages are available with which men can found families. The increase of constant capital gives these workers new jobs, since they are needed to preserve its augmenting value. According to this theory, the American worker produced the greatest amount of surplus value known, but capital was accumulated, despite the discrepancy, because population gained at the rate of some 20% per decade. Otto Bauer, otherwise not given to many theoretical fancies, rather respected this hypothesis. The collapse of the birth rate recently would, according to this theory, leave no out for capitalism and would be the inner secret of the general crisis. It is delayed in its application only because the children of THIRD are still numerous and now, middle-aged, form a bulge of demand, soon to be flattened out. People to whom population theories are dear would say there is no Marxian contradiction here. The capitalist process produces its clients, finally the rate of surplus value takes too much out of the workers, they have fewer children because of increased exploitation, and so capitalism cuts its sales throat by shaving the birth rate. Rosa Luxemburg's analysis. Rosa Luxemburg maintained that though Marx gave us the correct reason for accumulation and described its effects perfectly, he is out of touch with reality when it comes to stating how the production of surplus goods is realized in circulation. Not having the theoretical scope of Marx, she declared that the problem can never be solved by reasoning or by a priori methods, but only by historical observation. Marx gave the theory, we must fit it to the facts. Hence she would have been horrified at the idea. 504. That she rejected Marx, she adapted his ideas to the flow of circumstance. From this point of departure she came to the previously recorded theory that capitalism can save itself only by imperialism. At first the capitalists try to realize surplus value by the non-laborers' purchases at home, when that ends, by exports, and so they are driven to wasteful purchases in half-developed lands, where capitalism has not yet produced its contradictions and where capitalism of the 20th century finds a situation of the 18th century in which it can accumulate without bothering its head as to who will buy or can buy. In the home market the means of subsistence surplus is disposed of, in the imperialist market principally the excess of constant capital. It largely goes to create capitalist production in the undeveloped lands, thus deferring the contradiction only for a short time, since capitalist production, according to Marx, must reproduce capitalist relations and an exploited working class. Unlike Marx, who held that capital sought its reproduction in the class relations within its system, Rosa Luxemburg held that capitalism can live only on non-capitalism. That is why Rosa Luxemburg rejects economic theory as any guide to the problem. Since the dependence of capitalism is on non-capitalism, it cannot exchange value for value, which Marx insists on as a theoretical base. It restores primitive accumulation. Non-economic activities, plunder, slavery of the natives, theft of natural resources. Her theory, then, is that capitalism sunk in contradictions at home, leaves the economic sphere altogether for the criminal. No economic system, she holds, can thrive on economic contradictions. Hence the more the system robs the colonial countries the sooner it cuts the ground from under its feet. Rosa Luxemburg asks if Marx's theory of accumulation is correct, how it can be rendered possible, since it is an accumulation of contradictions even more than of capital. His theory never could have been fulfilled. One capitalism can never sustain itself inwardly. Exploitation theory, accumulation debate 505. The importance of the accumulation debate. The reason why the theory of Rosa Luxemburg and of those whose ideas resemble hers have been given at length is that nearly every tendency away from strict Marxist doctrine is implicit in her theories. In intelligence it goes far beyond the vaunted revisionists. Yet its defects seem suicidal. It is worth pursuing, for it makes Marxian theory complete for the present highly evolved capitalism. Now Marx was the founder of the idea of non-capitalist primitive accumulation. His most eloquent chapters are those that chronicle, with the eloquence of a father of the church, the lust and blood and plunder that built up the original wealth of capitalist Europe. But for him that was a point of departure, for soon the plunderers discovered 1,000 more treasures hidden in the heart of the machine than in all the jewels of India. The hours of their workers, given them for nothing, were the very El Dorado for which a multitude of cavaliers had given their lives. Now Rosa Luxemburg and all the others that have sought to solve the riddle of accumulation have failed to note Marx's very serious distinction. That is, there is a primitive accumulation and there is an internal accumulation, which latter requires free labor producing for an employer and being paid value for value. The part played by contemporary primitive accumulation. Rosa Luxemburg is right in her descriptions, but her absence of theory leads to what must be termed a complete mistake, and a dangerous one, if Marxian theory is to have pragmatic value registered. Of course, from the beginning of its evolution, capitalism has had vital relations with non-capitalistic society. Raw materials have been sweated out of the colonies and backward lands from 1500 to 1939 AJ. Labor has been handled mercilessly by way of peonage, slavery, and murderous exploitation in the cotton states of America, India, Africa, in the red rubber country of Manaus in Brazil, and in Mexico, etc. It is folly for anyone to deny the part that the sheer plunder of India has played for 2 centuries in British capitalist prosperity. The Lancashire cotton industry was based on slave plantations in the American South, and undoubtedly it was British capitalist needs that fortified an institution which Southerners were already questioning. That capitalism has been an interplay of capitalism at home and non-capitalistic elements abroad is perfectly true, and apt. Rosa Luxemburg is also right in appraising the need for long-term wasteful investments in primitive lands, for new markets, and so on. But where she makes her mistake is in the assumption that this participation alone keeps the capitalist accumulation going, and that were it to cease, capitalist accumulation within the system, which for her is not primary, would cease also. Capitalist accumulation within capitalism has been central for the system, it is the other relation that has been important but subsidiary. It is true that imperialism today forces a greater pace in the struggle for foreign markets, in the division of the world. But that is due to the increasing weaknesses of the primary internal accumulation of capital within capitalist relations. Nor is imperialism so necessary to capitalism that without it, it would die. There are certain requirements on the side of labor. For that, a breakdown in internal accumulation might bring wanton misery, but not an automatic change in class power. In other words, the capitalist sells abroad not to ensure accumulation but to add to it. The tendential fall in the rate of profit, the tendency to an average rate of profit, chokes his possibilities in the close home market. He goes where he can breathe. At the same time, as this becomes important, the non-capitalistic character of that outside market is disturbed and it enters the capitalist market eventually. If anything, by its increasing profits above normal, an exchange of commodities with primitive lands quickens the pace of accumulation at home and so hastens contradictions. By compulsory sales rather than competitive selling, by cheap raw materials, by income from investments, the non-capitalist world becomes simply a mode of assisting capitalization at home. Exploitation theory, accumulation debate 507. The mistake in the theory of THIRD parties. On the other hand, the theories that the non-labor elements, third groups, and whatnot, explain the domestic sales, are nonsensical, because these third groups are sharers in surplus value themselves. One cannot look to them to bridge the space between surplus value and wages. If primitive accumulation gradually becomes transformed into capitalist accumulation, we are at the starting point. And if there is one point on which Marx is dogmatic, it is that every increase of exploitation abroad leads to a sharpened concentration at home, to a fiercer development of the competitive strife for accumulation, to a pushing of the smaller capitalists to the wall, both in ordinary times and, drastically, by way of crises. So that Marxist imperialism is more what Lenin thought than Rosa Luxemburg. It is not the dependence of accumulation at home on primitive accumulation abroad, but the conversion of primitive non-capitalistic economies abroad into capitalistic forms of accumulation that are thus universalized. It is this conversion of civilizations outside capitalism that is the secret of imperialism. The role of price in accumulation. To understand accumulation thoroughly, and answer its paradoxes, we must resume the meaning of prices for which goods are sold. Price is determined by labor time socially necessary in every commodity, regulated by the average rate of profit, and oscillating about that level by supply and demand. The capitalist can make the spread between cost of production and price of production by two methods: he can exploit his workers more, or he can get a price above the market. We speak of the individual capitalist, not of the whole class. As a rule, prices can be put up only by conspiracy or fraud or monopoly. That means, in plain language, the ruin of weaker competitors. The strong kill the weak. This increases the possibility. 508. Of corners in commodities, of regulated, dictated prices. The profit of the whole class of capitalists is shared by fewer of them. By increasing concentration and centralization, workers are more exploited and, through their power in dictating to those who provide them raw materials, the strong capitalists can squeeze their weak suppliers as to price. It is notorious that most of the poor manufacturers who supply chain variety stores are simply in a painful interlude between bankruptcies, because of the prices at which they must deliver their merchandise. Thus the large firms reduce at every point the losses due to competition, by reducing the bargaining power of everyone against them, their supplier, their worker, their customer. The difficulty with those who see a paradox in the mode of internal accumulation is that they assume that all goods must be sold by capital to labor, then and there, or the panic will ensue every Saturday night, when the payrolls fail to come up to scratch in the market. The goods must be sold, certainly, that is why they are produced. But capitalists have reserves. The smaller ones have less, the larger ones more. Inventories can reach certain levels before there is trouble. Apart from the incidental relief common to all, such as exports or primitive accumulation, the fact is that the rich companies sustain large inventories, the poor companies cannot. The constant bankruptcies, foreclosures, assignments, suspensions of business that go on are a continuous crisis for smaller business. The crisis in capitalism occurs when goods, failing to move in a certain volume, by that very quantity interrupt the flow of orders back to such an extent that stoppage of production becomes extremely large. Crisis is not an absolute category. But there are not two phases, like the two bottles in Alice in Wonderland, labeled "this is prosperity" and "this is crisis." Bourgeois economists like to give that impression, but what they really should say is something like this: all the time there continues a cold or slow panic for the weakest sections of the capitalists. It is true that if goods are offered and the laborers cannot buy them back, there is a stocking of them, an inventory, sheer loss, failure to turn surplus value into money, and hence for the capitalist the need to stop accumulation. But goods do not reach the consumer direct. They are sold and bought, often a dozenfold, in the sphere of circulation. Surplus value is not realized at once in the market. There are merchants who divide it, landlords who seize it, etc., and even criminals and parasites who are in its service. Goods can keep on in the sphere of circulation a fair time before the ultimate showdown continues. Since the great mass of goods are means of production, 9/10 of the profits of American industry are in means of production, that is, the decisive profit factor. The interruption of consumer demand may take time to register its effects, so long as goods are being forced below their value into the hands of powerful capitalists by the continuous failures and losses of the smaller ones. When Marx describes the contradictions of capitalism, they are given as analyzed beneath their appearance in the historic world, but still as realized in the historic world. What Rosa Luxemburg and the so-called revolutionaries forget is that Marx's schemata of accumulation, whether true or false, is integrated with reality and is not deductive. In other words, accumulation is a joint process of realizing surplus value, by sales and by concentration at the same time. How the small business accumulates for the big. Marx made these two processes two faces of the same coin, and not for any academic reason. One involves the other. Not only are the smaller capitalists always failing and weakening, but that merely registers their finish. All along their goods are being acquired at prices that are advantageous to the large capitalists. 7. In the circuit of sales they are, like their workers, making gifts to the capitalists, not of hours but of goods. That is, they get 4 hours out of their workers but the larger fish take 3 hours away from them. Thus the constant acquisition of goods and equipment by the rich is a mode of accumulation that defers the evil day when the fundamental relations of classes rip up the whole internal structure of the exploiters and finally reveal its want of basis. Even so, it does not always mechanically manifest itself by a fall in the sales of consumers' goods preceding the discharge of workers making means of production. That is the limiting factor which, as it begins to slow up trade, causes the capitalist to look for outs, and when these fail, to discharge workmen making the means of production. As the overwhelming mass of the proletariat are engaged in making these means of production, their discharge causes the already slowing consumers' goods market to take on a terrible appearance and causes a multitude of failures, and the panic is then realized. Thus the limiting factor of consumption is a precipitant, the discharge of workers in the means of production is a manifestation, the transferred crack in consumers' purchases the cause of a panic, while all along the crisis is implicit, overcome by accumulation by the stronger, who transfer goods in the sphere of circulation to themselves steadily at less than the average rate of profit, and so sell for more than the average, who, as the market resistance becomes greater, push their weakened competitors to the wall, and thus defer the collapse, until the fundamental contradiction of the process of production overcomes that internal class transfer in the sphere of circulation. The crisis then becomes a violent method of still further continuing concentration, and is the high point of the continuous effort to remedy the capitalist situation, not by augmenting prices but by reducing them. This is the process of accumulation, beyond its fundamentals, as it is seen in the dynamic movement of industry. Rosa Luxemburg and her school confuse the ultimate class contradiction with the constant process, which involves the complex of capitalist society, intra and extra-class both. Capitalist accumulation is conditioned by class awareness, nor does Marx confine himself to an economic system in his schemata. The point must come when the action and reaction of this economic conflict is transferred into an arena of social class conflict which decides which class shall determine production. In other words, no economic system ever comes to an end by its economic mechanisms. These mechanisms create social byproducts, but until these transcend the economic system it can creak on with the most astounding economic contradictions. The automatic collapse theory considers economics fundamental, it is a theory of economic determinism. Marx considers political economy as what it is, an economic system related only to political structure and social movement and conditioned by them, and therefore never autonomous. This is historical materialism. This fundamental philosophy emerges more sharply in the accumulation discussion than in any other. A further note, primitive accumulation extends in space, internal accumulation in concentrating, shrinks the capitalist area. Monopoly at home will reduce the economic circuit, abroad widen it. That leads to a very interesting and beautiful series of spiral reactions which, alas, must be shelved for postgraduate studies. It is not necessary to know them, but they are full of lessons for those who love economic involutions. Notes: the accumulation debate, which involves crisis and imperialism as necessary corollaries, was not closed with the Luxemburg discussion. Several brilliant attempts have been made to go beyond Marx. The super-imperialist hypothesis of factories, there will be small capitalists in every country, even if a social revolution is in progress. A stage of development is a historic, approximate description, never a rigid category. Trotsky, an interesting eddy in the whirlpool of accumulation theories is that of the leader of the communist opposition, Leon Trotsky. We pass his political analysis by to center on his theory of a stagnation of economic growth as capitalism matures and develops international monopolies. This is contrary to the thesis of Lenin that such a growth may continue, despite the increase of difficulties. Trotsky's hypothesis has with it the fact that there is a progressive slowing up of the rate of gain in production, the last quarter of a century being fairly unimpressive. It may be true that the total rate of gain is lessened, but its distribution may vary greatly. Its composition, too, is of importance. In the United States, the gains in production have been impressive since 1900, not because of the technical advances, which have been quite disappointing, but because of the conveyor belt, Fordism, organizational speed-up, etc. It is true that capitalism sabotages invention in order to protect its investment in present equipment, and the more capitalism is monopolized, the more this is a factor. But it has compensated itself, for example in Germany, by increased exploitation, to create both relative surplus value and absolute, by extending hours. Again, it is not only a question of varying rates of gain and stagnation in differing capitalisms, so much as it is a question of why they manufacture, with the finest equipment, such non-productive and non-consumptive goods as armaments. The gravamen of capitalism, in its latest phase, is not so much technical stagnation as technical attempts to integrate societies for a conflict in which the winner can renew the process of accumulation, as he hopes, in its classic manner. Here an indubitable fact, the lessening of investment in capital goods and of international investment and the slowing up of production rates of gain, are given a formal interpretation which is little more than tautology. Sternberg, in Germany, that forest of theories, two more rangers have thriven. These are Fritz Sternberg and Henrik Grossman. Sternberg is the master of a style that is rather American, that mixture of miles of statistics, rehearsings of categories in percentages, sesquipedalian footnotes, mountains of citations, and a general literary preoccupation with the range of culture, and La Stuart Chase and the New Republic way of thinking. This economic journalist questions Marx's general law of accumulation. His substitute is that the means of production constandi find a market, but that the underpayment of the workers leads to the accumulation of consumers' remainders which mount steadily and choke the system. It is in the relation of these two constituents, as quantities, that the problem of interrupted accumulation lies. Like Luxemburg, he holds that this calamity is shelved by colonial investment, plunder, etc. He holds, too, that the day must come when this avenue of escape is closed, or nearly closed, and the necessity to accumulate incredible quantities of consumers' goods will choke the capitalist system to death. For every capitalist, spurred on by the need to make money, must keep on producing or die, and when the internal market is his only resource, and he must pay his laborers for only half the time they give him, the system must throw up so many unsold goods that it can no longer produce, function, do anything but die. Obligingly for Herr Sternberg. This is the crassest vulgarization of Marxism with which I am acquainted and deserves the least respect of all. It is exactly how Marxism is presented on 1,000 soap boxes: the workers can't buy back and so the unsold goods stop production. True enough, but that is where the analysis begins. Grossman is a true scholar and economist and a deep student of Marx. Grossman underrates the theory of surplus value which, like Sombart with the theory of value itself, he holds is of books and not of life. He looks to the tendential fall of the rate of profit to annihilate capitalism. He rejects the external hypothesis of Luxemburg and Sternberg, by pointing out that even in a country dependent on exports, like England, 85% of profits are due to internal business and 2/3 of the remainder to trade with other highly developed capitalist countries. He therefore reduces the problem to that of internal accumulation. Grossman asks, on the Marxian hypothesis, what is to stop the falling rate of profit? True, it cannot sink to zero, but as the mountain of constant capital gets larger, the variable capital relatively less, the time must come when the average rate of profit on that monstrous investment will not allow of extended reproduction, but perhaps only of simple reproduction. The system will contradict itself, no one will be able to make money, and thus socialism becomes a necessary alternative. All theories of this type converge on the assumption that surplus value will someday be unrealizable. The tendential fall in the rate of profit, which for Marx is a tendency that sets up counterfactors in the movement of the working class, is for these critics a formal process. For Marx it is the beginning of a dialectical process, and unless the other equation is developing, the system will come to no logical end. 36. British critics of Marxism. The two leading economic critics of Karl Marx in England, by the usual happy British paradox, have been philosophers. The first is the old-time perpetual contributor to mind, the Oxford Don. H.W.B. Joseph, one, and the second the master of Balliol, A.D. Lindsay. 2. A third critic, F.R. Salter, in his Karl Marx and Modern Society, has a host of objections that are also formulated by Joseph and Lindsay. Joseph's basic objections. Marx holds that labor is inherent in commodity crystallized labor time. But Marx also holds that competition produces a single average price for any given commodity. The sum total of values is the sum total of prices. Marx's error is simple. He wrongly holds this total value to be an average of individual values, a mere addition of the several parts of the total stock of commodities. His account turns on a single market valuation for each kind of commodity, different from a single market price, and yet each of these is different from ultimate price of production. Under the term market value Marx deftly conceals, at one time, market price, and at another price of production, and nowhere shows that there is a third thing which is neither price, to wit, value measurable by labor time, for this never figures at all. Marx does not understand the nature and limits of averaging. He speaks of an average value of all commodities, which is an impossible concept. From a given ratio between the average quantities of two features in a set of terms, he supposes a constant ratio between the quantities of these features in the several terms to be deducible. It is not. He uses the notion of an average when he constantly substitutes the value of a given article for the labor spent on its production, and does not see that then no man should receive payment according to his labor. Of the two methods by which Marx says we should determine how much homogeneous, simple labor is equal to a given length of any specific labor, his first method begs the question, and his second, the cost of training specific labor, would not conform to the values thus ascertained. Homogeneous, simple labor, to which the specific different labors are reducible, is logically erroneous, for Marx confuses a unit of measure with generic identity. Errors in the theory of exchange. Exchanges spring from mutual wants for different things, not from the want of some element in things, of which those that contain more would be the more valuable. No common clement would give a measure, for the act of exchange is opposed to a common quality, and does not arise by reason of it, as Marx held. The fact is concealed, but not removed, by price fixing. Men do not want the same things in the same proportion. Thus value cannot be transformed into prices of production, for in this way, instead of the determination of exchange relations by values, is substituted their determination by prices of production, and it must be one or the other. Marx conceals a profound heterogeneity, value is congealed labor time, price a sum of money. They do not coincide, says Marx. In Volume 3, page 207, of Capital, Marx speaks of the value of instruments of labor of two producers as differing, and yet of each containing in his products an equivalent of the cost price of the means of production consumed by their labor, as well as the equal amounts of new value created by those labors. He has made a substitution, for you cannot add values and prices to a homogeneous total, yet that is how he arrives at prices of production. Suppose two men exchanged goods into which both put the same labor time. Yet one had tools twice as good as the other. The man with the better tools employs nobody. He has fashioned the better tools himself. He makes a profit on the exchange. Where is the surplus value? How, then, do we reduce artisan time before mass capitalism? By the market. That is a contradiction. Yet, to get out of his dilemmas, Marx tells us in Volume 3 of Capital that to obtain the average rate of profit in different spheres of production, various rates of profit had first risen from selling goods that coincided with surplus value obtained in each sphere of production. But this averaging is not intelligible. For each capitalist obtains surplus value that he has not got out of his own workers or workers in his sphere of production. But in volume I of Capital he must hold that there is an average surplus value in each sphere, for in each sphere there is the same organic composition, and therefore for that sphere the average rate of surplus value and of profit must coincide, generally speaking. But in volume 3 he confuses average surplus value in each sphere with an average rate of profit all around. What Marx should have said was that the average rate of profit in each sphere is fused into an average rate of profit all around, and the determinant of that average rate of profit is the single market price *, but Marx here must assume that prices fetched by equal portions of the stock of any given commodity will reflect equal values. But for averaging he has used prices of production that do not coincide with values. But he says individual values are established as a single and common market value. Market price vaguely corresponds. But prices are equalized by competition. Thus the single market price assimilates the market prices that reflect values. Market value thus must differ from individual value, and from market price, and yet again from prices of production. Marx's fallacy is obvious. An average is ascertained by arithmetic, not by competition. Competition produces a unity, but not an average. Now if labor time is reduced, and with it values, why should market value be reduced if prices of production are not reduced? But you say when labor time is reduced the profit is raised? Then more capital enters the composition. Hence profits always remain the same, since they are computed as a rate of the larger composition. Then it is labor time that is the variable in the equation, and never the capital. Thus the process of market prices has everything to do with values and labor time has nothing to do with values. This is Joseph's great paradox of Marxism. If rates of profit do not vary with their proportion of wages to their costs, in any given industry, since surplus value is not derived from that industry, but from the pool of surplus value, how is it that any capitalist who economizes on wages he pays makes more profits? Average rates of profit. Marx says that total value of commodities regulates total surplus value, and this total surplus value regulates the level of average profit, and the average rate of profit, by way of the law of value, regulates, in the last instance, the prices of production. To illustrate his point, first you say that quantity of labor time is value, then if you wish to determine units of skilled labor in terms of unskilled labor, you say that in experience this reduction is constantly being made. Granted, but how? By the act of exchange. The amount of labor rhyme, then, is not a real surah arrived at by adding units to each other. You first have to ascertain its amounts in exchange value, and then you must infer how many units there may have been. But in Marxian theory, it is exchange value that is the manifestation of immanent value, not the contrary. Marx now covers two factors. The first involves no demand. That one is socially necessary average labor time. The other involves demand. For it postulates that this labor must be expended in a form useful to others, as otherwise it does not count as labor. So one definition avoids social wants, the other implies them. Then a third question arises. Does Marx mean goods that are demanded by society or only by individuals with effective demand? The latter is relevant to capitalism only. How can there be a quantity of labor in the sense of definite units if the character of these units depends upon the social necessity of the labor, which is being constantly changed by subtle processes, some of them subsequent to the act of labor? If labor is to be socially necessary to create value, the laborer must come up to the general standard of skill and even ready anticipate demand. Then these two factors must be reckoned equally with hard work and ordinary skill as factors in the production of value. The social necessity of labor can be determined only by the proportion between men's capacity to produce and their wants. Social necessity of labor depends on differing skills and varying success in anticipating demands. Are we not really back to something like supply and demand? Is it true that exchange creates no value? If skill in anticipating demand is a factor in value, proper skill is a factor in value because it avoids misdirection, that is, it saves circulation wastes. Why not say that the laborer incorporates time and the merchant sees that the time is socially necessary and that both conjoin in producing value? Marx knows that the merchant in circulation realizes value. Marx admits that the merchant, by alleviating the time of sale, sets free some time for production. Then the rate of turnover not only adds to profit but to value. But if mere buying and selling promotes the realization of more value by increasing time for turnover, then new value is added in the sphere of circulation, and we have answered the dilemma: how does MCM become MCM? Difficulties in the theory of surplus value. Marx shows a selling to be. This is a disingenuous way of avoiding the issue by taking two isolated persons in the act of exchange. Exchange is social. A multitude of A's face a multitude of B's, and in order that this meeting in the marketplace may take place to best advantage, they delegate someone to find out somebody else, and so profit is realized as the reward of delegation. Take the village shopkeeper. You say he makes a profit merely out of dividing surplus value originally dedicated by the producing working class. But he employs nobody and he functions in getting goods to the consumer. Whom does he exploit? Where would the value be in the factory if it did not emerge in those village sales? Marx is right, there is a surplus value. But not in his sense. For he got over the contradiction that if the laborer got his subsistence, then he was not paid for initiative and extra energy as a class. But this initiative and extra energy is the only reason the bourgeoisie assign for their own income. Marx thus gave the worker a weapon, for he proved that the worker is regarded on a basis that excludes active participation in profits. Even piecework, which appears to be a reward for his initiative and energy, acts in the end, as Marx rightly shows, as a depressant of wages, as a threat to subsistence. But that is not to say that Marx's individual analysis of exploitation is correct, however deep his moral contribution. Marx is haunted by the heritage of Rousseau, of the French Revolution, of the rights of man, however he mocks these ideas. If he were social, he would not fall into the trap of the hours given by the laborer and the surplus hours above. He has carried over, implicitly, the right to the whole produce of each worker, even if he thinks the contrary. A businessman can afford to have several bad workers, but he can never afford a bad manager. Thus management must be important for value, for we judge of contributions to production by what would happen were they abstracted. Scientific achievements and gifts of organization have far more to do with the increase of wealth than manual labor. If value above that of each individual laborer is a result of cooperation of a mass of laborers, then there should be a common, not a distributed, reward. The labor theory of value is transcended. The case for separate individuals must be given up. But Marx both sees this and does not see it. 522. Marx not socialistic enough. When Marx gave up the individualistic assumptions of the difference between individual labor values and the surplus due to cooperation above the sum of individual labor values, he was forced to the notion of a pool of value in the third volume of Capital, and this does explain things better. But then, for what did Marx need all that useless analysis of individual commodity value? For his social production and total prices of production coincide with total value, which coincides with total social labor time, and this transcends the labor theory of value. Were it not for Marx's dependence on implied individualistic assumptions, he would be a still greater man than the great man he was, for he discovered the new organon of economic science, but his mistakes are many and they come from a relic of former thinking. In plain words, Lindsay maintains that Marx's mistakes are due to a contradiction between his vestigial individualistic assumptions and the new socialism of which he was the correct prophet. This, at least, is the foremost social, not capitalist, critique of Marx. Marxist commentary. The Marxist reply to both Joseph and Lindsay would probably be something like the following, for there is no record of any specific detailed reply in the literature. Reply to Joseph. Marx does not hold total labor value to be an average of individual values at all. Joseph imagines this. It is a total social value of which individual values are aliquot parts. Marx begins with social value. He does not arrive at it by counting individual acts of labor and adding them up, nor does he divide the number of commodities by total labor time to produce an average value. There are so many socially necessary labor hours utilized, and that is the pool of value. Each individual amount of labor time may be above or below aliquot value, but no matter what these differences, the total social value is unchanged. A total that cannot be changed by variations in the relations to that total of individual elements in it, is a concrete given fact, the foundation of a theory of value. Hence Joseph's scholastic distinction as to averages of a set of terms is put aside. True, there is a difference between total market value and individual prices of production, etc. But it is not true that labor time does not figure at all. For it is the total of values which rise and fall as a social mass. The price of production includes labor time and average rate of profit, divided by the ratio of any given capital to total capital employed. But this average rate of profit is itself an abstraction from total labor time by way of the mechanism of total surplus value. Hence labor time is decisive for prices of production, since the totals must coincide. Marx opposed individual labor attribution. It is true that no man should be paid for his labor according to individual labor time. If Joseph had read the Gotha program notes of Marx, he would never have made the objection. Marx points out that any such deduction is lazarine, and contrary to Marxian principles. Labor as a class is historically entitled to own the means of production, not for ethical reasons, but because capitalist production gives rise to historic contradictions which defeat its original purposes of gaining productivity, and because social production makes individual competition or monopoly the carriers of crises, disorders, war, and misery. Generic differences objection. Docs Marx confuse a unit of measure with generic identity in computing the value of skilled labor in terms of average social labor time p. Here Joseph assumes that skill is not reducible to time, he assumes a generic difference. But no one says it is so reducible. Marx says the concrete labor is irreducible, is not social. It becomes social, that is, has value as against use value by becoming abstract labor, and abstract labor is reducible to time. Joseph confuses irreducibility of concrete labor, which Marx affirms, with its common modes of measurement, for which Marx gives a criterion. It is he and not Marx who assimilates genera and measurement. Refutation of Joseph on exchange. It is true that acts of exchange take place not because two commodities are the same, but because they are different. That is the foundation of Marx's doctrine. People make what they do not want and exchange for what they do want, and utilities, says Marx, are incommensurable. True. But that does not explain levels of exchange, it explains only the act of exchange. Hence Marx says, the act of exchange means that a useful commodity is transferred to the buyer, and it carries, in its utility, the abstract value of the article exchanged for it. The incommensurable use is a carrier of that abstract commensurability that makes up the differing levels of value. Thus the objection of Joseph that value cannot be transformed into prices of production because of alleged incommensurability is ill-founded. It is true that in the price of production of any goods there is incorporated a previous price of production in the instruments of labor, and that for the individual product of any factory each commodity is a composite of its own new value and the transferred prices of production of its ingredients. But the question for Marx is social. All commodities, as a total, embrace only labor time, Prices of production are the capitalist forms of dividing this value, and in any given commodity there are differing prices of production, but they differ for each commodity and compensate each other in the total. After all, Joseph is looking for a categorical contradiction between value determination by labor time and the price of production, whereas the categories are in harmony. He has no logical case whatever, as he flatters himself, for he has confused the mode of manifestation of value with value itself. Primitive surplus value. As to the two men with the tools. The labor time required to reproduce the first tool is not a source of profit but a source of higher value. The time in which it can be reproduced by the other savage would equate their earnings. These Robinson Crusoe analogies have nothing to do with a society in which the varying costs of the means of production, as against the subsistence earnings of labor, result in class divisions in production. But even so, Joseph's illustration is futile. The theory that an average is assumed by arithmetic, but only unity of price by competition, in turn assumes the theory of averages already answered. Joseph's dilemma examined. Now as to the dilemma of Joseph. If surplus value is not derived from the particular laborers employed by any given capitalist, how is it that if he lowers wages he makes more money? The answer is simple. The individual capitalist's share of the total surplus value at any given time is not determined by the individual laborers he employs, but if he lowers wages he is able to outsell some competitor and so he obtains a larger section of surplus value, the total of which remains unchanged. There is an enormous difference between saying that a proportion of surplus value to total value is not a specific function of the quantity of labor employed, and saying that this lack of relationship is total, that it cannot vary as a proportion. If total surplus value is expressed as $1 million and a manufacturer obtains a surplus value of $50,000 out of only 3% of total labor employed, one can say that prices of production result in 5% surplus value being extracted from 3% of workers, but if the employer increases relative surplus value, and beats a competitor, why cannot he make $60,000 out of the $1 million out of 3% of the workers and still leave the principle of the relation of any given capitalist to the pool of surplus value logically intact? It is question of which actors fill which roles in the show, but not of the show itself. Certainly Marx substituted for ratios of the averages of prices of production in each sphere, the ratio of total prices of production to total value, which is unity. If we say that 5 red apples are 5 to 3 as red apples to 3 yellow, that 7 oranges are 7 to 5 mandarin oranges, why cannot we take these two spheres of fruits and say that the ratio of all apples and oranges to the total number of fruits is unity, 20 to 20? This is not an analogy, because, for Marx, the prices of production are decremented by the total of values, but the classification principle is identical. The paradox of exchange value explained. The paradox that we know of immanent value only by its manifestation in exchange value, and this in turn illuminates immanent value, simply does not exist. We know of immanent value by exchange manifestations, but it is not by some inherent quality in this manifestation but by repeated acts of exchange that we note that the manifestation is in concord with labor time. Everything in nature is known by manifestation, and it is the repetition and order of the manifestations which reveal the law underneath. Hence the immanent value, of which exchange value is the manifestation, is not known metaphysically, but by reason of certain continuities, which are compatible alone with that identification. Joseph is so immersed in metaphysics that he has forgotten the ordinary day-to-day methods of any science. Marxism does employ categories but not as originating tools. It validates them empirically, exactly as mathematical categories in the celestial movements are validated in observatories. On Lindsay. The Marxian reply to Lindsay is more facile, not that his objections are not better, but they are less finely spun as cobwebs. Alleged defects of Marxian value. That the Marxist theory of value disregards monopoly is not to the point. Marx refers to an idealized capitalist exchange of equivalents as a hermeneutic procedure to ascertain the laws of motion of capitalism. In the third volume of Capital, on the real state of business, he deals extensively with price distortions due to monopoly, and this is of the essence of the Leninist theory of imperialism. As to demand, that has been answered as to the Austrian school that Marx ignores valuing is a petitio principii of which a master of Balliol should be ashamed. Valuing can be done socially, by way of recognizing the labor time. Why is it always to be a psychic phenomenon, without an objective determinant? He assumes the definition in the question. It is as absurd as the celebrated error of John Stuart Mill that, as the only test of visibility was being seen, the only test of desirability is being desired. Marx does not ignore valuing, he is concerned with the conditions under which it must take place. As to Lindsay's theory that only under a communist society would labor time value obtain, this is completely wrong. Under communism there would be no value whatever, for value arises by reason of exchange in a commodity society. It is just because value does not coincide with price that we recognize a contradiction in capitalism. Were value harmonious with price, we would be at a loss for analysis. On rightly anticipating demand. The objection that the units of skilled and unskilled labor are ascertained in exchange has been answered more comprehensively for Joseph. Now as to differences in rightly anticipating demand and special skill as non-time factors in value. Marx does not say that labor time is value. He says socially necessary labor time. There is no time isolation to which other factors are added. The notion of value is a complex of several simultaneous agreements, labor plus time, plus social labor, plus social demand, plus average skill. Labor time is the measure of all the ingredients, but their efficiency in value itself is given as a limit in the value complex. Lindsay confuses measure of value with value. Certainly we are back to demand, but this demand is the limit of value, not the determinant of quantity of value. Besides which Marx points out that concrete labor has its nexus in utility, abstract labor in quantity of value. Circulation and value. Circulation creates value, says Lindsay. The first objection would be Boudin's: why does anyone go to the trouble to produce? Labor is hard. Circulation involves no labor time in fashioning goods. But, it is objected, goods are brought to the market by labor? Yes, there are locomotives and trucks and warehousing and wrapping and storing on counters. But apart from labor, as a pure act of circulation, how is value created? Out of the former value? Or out of new value? That is the very problem. Certainly realization is needed for value. An unrealized value is wasted labor, is not manifested as value at all. But the question here is new value. The merchant sets free time, says Lindsay, so he speeds up production. He is a fodder in new value by aiding turnover. How does he speed turnover? For the totality of merchants. Then that becomes the prevailing social mode of production, and the ratio of capital to labor is back to the original proportion. How do you then explain surplus value in circulation, given a certain level of production? For some merchants. Then the social question is not advanced at all, what one gains the other loses. Lindsay is thinking of merchandising not as a class phenomenon but as an interclass competition. As to a multitude of A's facing a multitude of B's and delegating merchants to act for them, what difference is there here? Either a best B or B, A, or B's best A's delegates, but the social total of value is unchanged. As to the village shopkeeper, he is a compound of laborer and realizer of value in goods. The man is a self-employer and composite of worker and circulator. As worker he adds to value, as circulator he realizes it. The theory of management. That a business can rather maintain a couple of bad workmen than a bad manager is profoundly true. But what is the deduction? Can the capitalists as a class have workers so bad that they do not reproduce their own subsistence and a surplus besides? No. This is the social content of production. Certainly for any given business competing, the ability to extract surplus value is a life or death matter. For a slave plantation, 1 or 2 bad field workers were not as important as a good overseer. But what was the job of a good overseer? To get production out of Negroes whose instinct told them overwork was not for their good. To appeal as Lindsay docks from competitive prowess to social production is to make a logical leap. If management can be dispensed with and labor alternate management under a system of democratic fusion of manual and intellectual work, where is Lindsay's dichotomy? It arises in class society and is certainly valid for that society but not necessarily for any other. If Lindsay contends that science and organization have done more for production than manual labor, he may be right in this regard. The single invention of the steam engine or cotton gin gave labor a far greater power of transferring value and some of adding new value. 1 million workers laboring at the pyramids of Egypt for 10 years might not accomplish as much production as the brain of James Watt or Jacquard. But what is the value deduction? Are the relations of capitalist and laborer in socially constantly renewed production any different? Or does Lindsay contend that inventors are entitled to the full increment of productivity? In that case, the descendants of the original discoverer of fire ought to own the world. Whoever fashioned the first wheel should hold a permanent mortgage on mankind. Even so, where does the capitalist class come in? They benefit by increased productivity far more than the workers do. As a class, they invent less than the workers do. Certainly productivity is social. Thus the individual case for value is overthrown, and society, heir of technique, is, by its efforts, the sole fabricator of daily renewed and reproduced value. Either technicians should own everything, or capitalists or the community. But there can be no warrant from technique for class relations in the ownership of the means of production by which alone inventions are utilized. 4. Again, if it can be shown by communal experience in the future that present-day production, by competition and waste, enormously reduced the total productive result far below its capacity, would not the present management be debited rightfully with waste, and charged with the difference between class production and social pro? Was Marx a lame socialist? As to the assumption that Marx inherited relics of individualism, the point is not what Lindsay imagines. True, cooperation means that the sum of production is greater than the sum of individual labors. So Marx postulates socially necessary labor of average intensity, that is, as given at a certain level of cooperation and technique. Lindsay must have been confused by one of 2 factors. Either he accepted Menger's naive idea that Marx believed labor entitled to its full product, or he confounded the purpose of volume I with the great total fabric of Marx in the 3 volumes of Capital. Cole. G.D.H. Cole is a crypto-Marxian. In his What Marx Really Meant 5 he could have been more exact had he stated what Marx should have meant if he were as snappy as an up-to-date commentator. He begins his vindication of his Marx by stating that bourgeois economists want to abstract everything into a static equilibrium, especially like Marshall, or the more thoroughgoing Pareto. Stock exchange ownership prevents polarization of classes. It offsets the effects of concentration, for the displaced capitalist is now an investor. Friendly societies, lodges, even trades unions, are involved in the system as investors. The significant question is no longer the number of individual producers, but rather the present relation of whole masses of people as having a pecuniary interest in the maintenance of capitalism. This blunts class relationships. Professional men, such as fashionable surgeons and divorce lawyers, are wedded bigamously to the rich, first by excessive fees and then by investments. Apart from class analysis, Cole has made some remarkable dis. 8 New York, 1934. Cove rise in Marxism. The prices now prevailing are determined by supply and demand, and there is no tendency for them to return to a level of values. Labor includes the activity of the brain worker. Unless the system of production is wholly irrational, it will demand more use values. For Marx, exchange value equals objective use values. All costs of production enter into values, whether wages or claims of ownership. But the fact that mortgages and notes and graft and whatnot enter into costs of production is perfectly compatible with the idea that labor creates value, for it is the only active agent. If more value must be used to produce a unit of bank manager than of cotton weaver, the difference in cost of production is a measure of value. Marx's ideas of labor value were valid only if certain kinds of skill and productivity were reproducible at will. True, for certain kinds of technical competence, the Marxian thesis might be upheld, but not to such gifts as men owe to original endowments of mind or body. It would have been better if Marx had defined value as that which arises out of the expenditure of any scarce agent or instrument of production. Thus value would still be created only by human agency and transferred from things. But it would have enabled Marx to recognize that scarce material things have value apart from any contribution added by human labor. But values are still social, for they depend on the objective social conditions in which they exist. Comment. It is difficult to restrain oneself from writing a humorous commentary on this astonishing oleopodrida of theoretical effrontery. The class theory that the rich really have transferred the independent competitor into a cooperative investor, instead of facing the brutal theory of the role of the stock exchange itself as a concentrating agent, marks the limitations of Cole's Marxian mind. To say that the investments of friendly societies are an alleviation of exploitation, whereas the building and loan society is an indirect tax lowering wages, and the contributed protection of the workers reduces wages by that difference, is to ignore the class content of Marxism 100%. This is not to say that Marx is right in this contention, but no Marxian can deviate from that position, which is central to Marx's entire analysis of production. As to the caricature of Marxian doctrine, any student can by now recognize its utter unreliability. The costs of production hypothesis is a delight. As to the allegation that values can exist due to scarcity but nevertheless that all value is created by labor, but though labor creates all value there are values it does not cause, but these are increments of scarcity, the mind does not contain such concepts. One has not the originality of endowment to fathom such syntheses. The book deserves complete neglect. A. L. Rouse. This is the fourth Oxford theoretician, Joseph, Lindsay, and Cole being the other three. The only positive contribution of Rouse is in the Criterion, in which he points out the inadequacy of the class struggle hypothesis in that it simplifies society into proletariat and capitalist, whereas society contains several class struggles, not merely one. To anyone who has read the rich analyses of classes and their elaborately antagonistic political moves in such a classic as the 18th Brumaire of Marx, this will come as a surprise. The Communist Manifesto, too, has the largest catalogue of class antagonisms ever made. But what Marx meant was that in the sphere of production, which is central to the commodity society in which we live, the primordial class conflict gives the special character to our age. If anything, the criticism of the French scholar, Turgeon, that Marx over-refined class moves, and made them too fragmentary, may be nearer the truth than Rouse's naive criticism. From Oxford to Cambridge, Maurice Dobb. Cambridge, from the great days of Alfred Marshall, overlord of British economics, down to its present most famed specimen, John Maynard Keynes, has usually outdistanced Oxford in pure economic theory. Even logicians such as W. E. Johnson and F. P. Ramsey were there harnessed to the economic chariot. The most important Cambridge commentator on Marx is the avowed Marxian Maurice Dobb, who is placed among the critics partly because of his emendations, but mostly because of his examination of other critics. Incidentally, Dobb is the Marxist scholar that English-speaking students can pursue to the greatest profit. Dobb's latest book will be our point of departure. He begins with a summary of opponents of any theory of value, Marxian included. Among these are Cassel, who holds that an empirical price theory is all we need, von Mises, who in his socialism contends that value is merely an equational system which generalizes the relation between scarce means and given ends in all situations, and Myrdal, who states that any theory of value based either on real costs, including labor costs, or utility, is an ethical obsession carried into economics. And he cites P.M. Sweezy, who even held that the modern doctrine of value is more useful to socialism than is Marx's because of its objectivity and greater generality. Since the concept of scarcity covers all objects and that of social labor time only commodity ties produced in capitalism, the generality, that Marx rejected for that very reason, is urged as an asset. Principle of value unifying. Dobb holds that in political economy the unifying principle or system of general statements in quantitative form is the principle of value. The adequacy of a system of value is known by the conditions which such a set of statements fulfills to determine equilibrium and movement in the economic system as a whole. Value is expressed as an equational system in which the number of known conditions is equal to the number of unknown variables within that determined system. The specific or concrete content is equal to the constants, for these constants, postulated independently, are determining, but not determined, for their specific context. In other words, we have certain assumptions, taken for granted until they make good, which assumptions do not arise out of the system they determine but which govern that system. Now in the real economic world there are no such petty, isolated systems. A law of value, since it assumes such a system, can only approximate complex economic reality. It is perfect for a certain type of forecast but not for every type, but it has the most general validity for the largest possible complex data. More than this no theory can furnish. Now let us study value theories in this light. The smaller the complexity of data, that is, the less general the economic subject studied, the easier the principle. Take a fish market. Supply and demand would be nearly enough to explain the prices, if we knew how much money the good wives had who come to buy. In an isolated community, perhaps cost of production would apply. But when we reach the stage of generality of the capitalist system as a whole, we cannot use the present level of wages, profits, rents, as determinants, for these levels are themselves a result of the value of commodities as well as an influence. Value must solve distribution, that is, the price of labor power, capital, the use of land, as well as give us commodity values. Neither theories that begin with distribution nor isolated systems, so dear to the Austrians, can solve this, for they express values by values. There must be a determinant which itself is not a value. It was for this reason that Ricardo disdained supply and demand, for this reason, that Mill's cost of production is not a contribution, nor is any theory of relative value. Value must be a quantity of something else. Value must, therefore, be a quantity, though not necessarily a single dimension or character. Price variables must have a common term. A cost theory cannot express price as a function of two elements if they have nothing in common. The principle that value results from subjective desires and subjective estimates of obstacles to those desires requires as a postulate that they would be equal in equilibrium. Now Marx satisfies these conditions. He makes labor time an independent, objective representation of human activity, capable of independent, quantitative expression, and by separating it from its sale as labor power showed that the determinant of value was itself, as a commodity, measurable. Which is the common factor, an objective or subjective one. Smith and Ricardo's errors are known. Ricardo assumed a level of wages uniform at a given time for labor of uniform quality. Land was an exception. Ricardo implied that the ratio of labor to capital was always equal. This is the real onus of Baumgart's attack on Marx. But all abstractions are merely approximations to reality, it is their later congruence that counts. As early as 1847 in his Annihilation of Proudhon, Marx saw the point, he knew that a rise in wages in differing industries would produce quite contrary effects, would produce a price rise in one and a fall in the other, owing to the ratio of manual labor to fixed capital. The method of successive approximations. Now Ricardo knew his limitations, but he had a restricted purpose. Marx finally increased his labor time approximations to reality by his price of production theory in Volume 3 of Capital. Mill had spoken of cost as wages plus average rate of profit, but what determined the average rate? Marx says that price of production equals profit as a quantity depending on surplus value. His second approximation depends on the first, equity, as later approximations do in physics. Marx asks what determines differences between labor power and commodities? If wages rose, would the difference change? Profit and rate of profits depend on the difference. This is the key to distribution. Which element is to be used to open the economic door? Labor. Well, why not land or capital? But acres are more dissimilar in fertilities and locational uses than labor hours as a social unit. Capital is excluded because it is a value depending on other values. The question is not logical, it is human. Humanity begets change and increase. Nature produced wealth, but man, social man alone, values. The essence of value is cost. The essence of cost to human beings is expenditure of human energy as applied to nature. Labor, conceived objectively, is the measure of this expenditure. Human beings even make the tools they use. These tools show no cost in their mere use, as labor does, nor do they cost by postponement of their use in time. Use cannot be counted twice. Labor is taken not as a formal principle, but because by taking it we are enabled alone to differentiate one type of income from another. Specific position of human labor. To begin with one distinction, the sale of a property right is not necessary like the upkeep of machinery or labor is a necessary cost. Now in the subjective theory of value the very concept of a surplus, contrasted with cost, is missing. There is no fundamental reason given for persistent differences in class incomes. Marx's theory of labor value enables us to classify these types of incomes. His joining of the descriptive and classificatory methods of the historical school to the analytical and quantitative methods of abstract political economy, by the use of the value concept, enable him to achieve this permanent contribution. Class revenues are due to the motions of capitalism. The concepts we use, although not a picture of this complex reality, are much better than fiction, and enable us to explain wide areas of fact. The rival theory of subjective, individual utility is a bourgeois necessity, since once you grant objective value, political economy must end in a socialist analysis. The Austrians make value independent of the influence of class incomes on demand. Otherwise their precious demand schedules would not depend wholly on utility. A few Austrians have seen what was wrong. Von Wieser. Natural value declared demand schedules valid only for equal incomes and thought it applicable to communism. The Austrians identify desire with satisfactions. These must be one, for otherwise desire cannot be a function of satisfaction. Now this theory explains no surplus, only a cost theory can. Surplus is a relation between a given income and some productive activity. Bauer can explain economic contributions only in terms of what eventuates, not of what originates. On Bauer's theory, whoever gets a price has made a contribution. Surplus need not then be explained. Why then the persistent differences between the price of labor power and commodities? Why does not demand press the capitalist down to zero? Why is one class rich and another poor? What stops pure demand from equating the pack? But the Marxian theory explains that if labor is required to produce more than it uses up, there is a surplus. The economic question is not who contributes, as determined eventually by price, but who appropriates, as realized in price. Not exchange of products but of labors is what really competes. Ricardo held this, and that higher wages came out of profits. Spoliation as held by the sentimental school of Sismondi does not explain why after spoliation profit persists and is reproduced as a class income. Dobbs' proof of Marxist social totals. Homogeneous simple labor is objected to. Marx assumed pure competition in Volume I, a tableau économique in Volume II, concrete economic determinants in Volume III of Capital. This simple labor power is expanded in concrete treatment later on. As to Bohm-Bawerk's great contradiction, he states that Marx utters a tautology, a total equals a total. But surely if value of labor power equals total of surplus value is valid for society, and total of wages and surplus value equals total value of commodities, it can be tested as a social whole by varying total wages and seeing the result. There would be no tautology. Profits would go down as a mass and wages rise. That is consistent with the theory that the share in the pool of profits is determined by the size of individual capitals. Marx held that provided competition of capital in the subsistence industries was similar to industry as a whole, Volume I still governed. Monopoly cannot increase total profits, but only the part due to the individual monopolist, unless it succeeds in lowering wages. On subsidiary issues, Dobb holds against the mere underconsumptionists, among whom he places Rodbertus, Malthus, Lassalle, Dyring, Keynes, Luxemburg, J. A. Hobson, Cole. These theories deny that saving is an investment in other labor, that increased production makes goods cheaper with the same profit. But relative surplus value tries to escape from declining rate of profits by increasing production and so increasing the mass of profits. This is what savings are used for largely. Rate vs. mass of profit is not a mechanical process which tendency will outstrip the other. To Marx this is not fully determined. It is more than a question of production techniques, for class resistances come into the calculation. Strachey, for example, is much too mechanistic in his theory of declining rates of profit. It is the pull of the tendential fall in the rate of profit against the schemes to counter it that results in a persistent strain, and it is so-called accidents in that strain that produce crises. The tendency to fall in the rate of profits periodically curtails new investments, production, and employment. This tendency, though, is not realized, but marks what would happen if constant capital were not cheapened and a relative overpopulation were produced that depressed wages, thus cheapening costs for capitalists. If population increases faster than capital accumulation, if the amount of labor superseded by machinery is more than absorbed, if primitive accumulation goes on additionally, then an increase of production is an increase of profits, for labor costs no more, other costs are less, and markets are greater. Hence the concordance of increasing relative surplus value, accompanied by a cheapening of constant capital, is the capitalist counter-move against the tendential fall in the rate of profit. This is a permanent contest, and no mechanical prophecies will help us. As to its intermediate outcomes, except that the strain is always growing greater. Tugan-Baranowski centers on a rarity. Tugan-Baranowski held, completely against Marx, that a higher organic composition must raise the rate of profit. Suppose surplus value doubled and rate of constant to variable not doubled. But, says Dobb, only where the price of labor power is constant and the price of commodities does not fall, the relations between higher labor power productivity and the degree of change in organic composition becomes a counter-tendency to the tendential fall in the rate of profit. This is the rarest of theoretical possibilities. It is not much seen in practice. Dobbs' theory of cyclic recovery. In a crisis, the industrial reserve army is increased and labor power cheapened. But, it may be asked, a crisis also deflates sales by reducing purchasing power through unemployment and low wages. But lowered wages increase surplus value, as a rate, and so encourage investment and subsequent employment. A crisis also retards technical change, and thus clots the permanent tendency to lower profits. In other words, in ordinary boom times, capital tries to make money by increasing constant capital. In bad times, by technical stagnation and putting the burden of recovery on the backs of labor. Dobbs cites an interesting Marxian emendation of Esther Boderup, a Danish economist who holds that in a class society, such as ours, there is a one-way relation between demand for consumers and producers' goods, both rising and falling together, there is no calm. 540. Compensatory tendency. Hence interest rates depend on the fact that there are no countervailing class tendencies to enforce an equilibrium of demand, and do not depend upon the rate of profit. 7. Dobbs concludes that the conflict leading to crisis is ultimately one between productive power and class relations in production. When Varga, in his Great Crisis, says it is between productive power and consuming power, it is oversimplified and very near underconsumptionism. If these Marxists will study capital, they will have a firm grip on a real theory of crises. Dobbs cites favorably J. M. Clark's Strategic Factors in Business Cycles, which points out that consumers' demand follows production of consumers' goods. This is decisive as against the underconsumptionists. Wages rise more as the boom grows and production relatively increases more slowly. This leads to the profits contradiction. Dobbs skirts the central question of intensive versus extensive fields of investment. There he has no special contribution, although he is always suggestive. The dynamics of capitalism. He asks, if we have no population theory like that of Malthus, why does not labor finally extinguish profits? It is a legitimate question. Take France in 1870, she had 38 millions, in 1935 merely 42 millions. Why does not the tendential fall in the rate of profit, with no increase in population, result in a premium on labor and an end of the profit system? In the first place, the cheapening of constant capital is one capitalist escape. But most decisive of all, the moment profits weaken, investment recoils, and consequently employment crashes, whether the population be gaining or static or declining. It is not a question of numbers but of class relations. New production is a function of profits. Capital goes on strike. If there is none, there are always new supplies of labor, from agricultural displacement, colonial exploitation, etc. When wages are too high, tending to lower profits, capital calls these defensive means into play, exactly as an octopus pours out ink when cornered. Notes on Dobbs' contribution. Dobbs belongs to the small group of Marxians who have tried to present Marxian doctrines from a different angle. The theory of value as a central organizing concept, whose validity gains with its area of reference, is an ingenious defense of the view that Marx's theory of value is the center of his economic system. His social theory of crises is also productive of real thought. That political economy is a logical system which, at given points, finds no solutions in that logic, must appeal either to experience or outside living factors, reiterates the principal thesis of Engels in Anti-Düring. On the other hand, some of Dobbs' statements are extreme. That the bourgeoisie have no theory of surplus is not as exact as it might be. Bohm-Bawerk held a subjective theory of value, but his time theory of a surplus is an attempt to explain surplus without a costing hypothesis valid for the present. That acres are more dissimilar than labor hours is not a necessary, nor even a probable, hypothesis, in order to show why land cannot be taken as a source of surplus value. One gets just a bit of the feeling in the first part of Dobbs' brilliant book that he is making sure that no opponent can escape through the meshes of analysis. This is just what Marx never docks as a logical method. His theory of crises, on the other hand, is in the best tradition of Marxism, but it is a pity that he did not make his excellent approaches more exact by studying the mechanisms of internal accumulation and their exact relation to the non-capitalistic world. The Leninist insistence that the general crisis of monopoly capitalism presents certain features that negate previous crises, opens a real possibility of new Marxist edifices. 542. Shorter notes on minor British criticism. A. Hobson. Economics and Ethics. The veteran economic historian, whose evolution of modern capitalism and imperialism were honored by Lenin, is a non-Marxist hero of the Marxists. He attempts a critique of certain concepts of Marx. He says that when Marx attributes to each employer the ability to take and keep labor's product in the face of competition, he fails to distinguish economic payments necessary under capitalism to the providers of capital and organization, and payments made in excess of this amount. Thus costs and surplus are distinguished. That part of profit required to replace capital and to reward enterprise is a necessary cost of business, the same as is labor, whereas any payments above these necessary costs, and saved by the capitalists, are parasitic and are the real cause of crises and consequent low wages. This combined theory of quasi-rents of ability, like that of Alfred Marshall, links Hobson to other Fabians like Sidney Webb. The theory that savings produce disaster is an old Proudhonist concept. Hobson further holds that because monopoly enjoys a permanently higher rate of profit than capitalism as a whole, such industries in England as banking, brewing, and tobacco have a permanently excessive rate of profit which forces them to oversave and provoke crises. There is a fair amount of truth in some of these criticisms. Obviously a certain section of surplus value is reinvested in more production, but according to Marx it must be, that is the law of extended reproduction. Of course, it is a necessary cost under capitalism, but how is it to be differentiated from money saved? Saved money is rarely hoarded, it too is reinvested. When capital goes on strike, practically no money is reinvested, when there is a boom practically all money is reinvested. Hobson's distinction seems stiff and formal. As to the rent of ability, that has been dealt with ad nauseam in previous sections of this book. On the question of monopolies, Marx is more profound than Hobson, and anticipated him, for it is by the mechanism of price warfare, which leads to the monopolists obtaining a higher than average rate of profit, that the phenomenon of centralization is accomplished. Marx gives an exact economic description of the function of monopoly profits, Hobson a purely ethical view of the situation. Edwin Cannon. The veteran economist mentions Marx rarely and seems to have hit on only one objection. Labor a homogeneous mass? He inquires haughtily. What? An hour of labor spent in discovering radium, in hop picking, or in muddling a business, are all equal in value? It is not too much to ask that even veteran economists read at least 2 pages running of an author they criticize. For Marx replies to the question raised, completely, at least as far as his theory is concerned, within the first few pages of Capital. Cannon could have found out that the words average socially necessary and simple, homogeneous, condition the notion of labor time. Instead he reiterates in quite a number of places his meaningless objections. Henry Clay. The economist whose textbook is the most widely circulated in the British Empire and who is, I believe, consultant to the Bank of England, puts in a wand-waving critique of Marxism so far below that of Lindsay and of Joseph that one wonders if it could have been written in the same country. If his ideas for the Bank of England are as competent as those on Marxism, the old lady, as the bank is called, is in for a really bad time. Clay says that Marx defines labor by duration and that he accounts any labor as unskilled average labor, as simple abstract labor. Why, then, says Clay, do we credit an hour's work of a cotton weaver to be 2.5 times that of a farm laborer? The question here is answered as was the celebrated one of King Charles II, why does a dead herring weigh more than a live one? The answer is, it doesn't. The wages of agricultural labor in Norfolk, England, in 1937 were about 70% of that of weavers in Lancashire, in the same country, and the difference is explained by subsistence, that is, 544. By differences of cottage rents, and the right to do a bit of truck farming on one's own account, thus making potatoes and vegetables cheaper. More than that, unemployment, by reason of crises, was more of a factor in the cotton industry. When one compares this kind of flippant argument with the careful American wages studies of Paul H. Douglas, the superiority of science over café wit becomes apparent. Clay then brings out the old war horse that the way in which we proportion socially necessary labor to value is in the market and the rate at which it exchanges is its value, so that value depends on value. But Clay's greatest offering is that the difference between the utility of a tub and a teapot is greater than that between a carpenter's and a potter's work, hence that utility is at least as good a basis as labor hours. When it is recalled that Marx agreed in his first few pages that all utilities are so different as to be incommensurable, and concrete labor was as different as the utilities it produced, and that for these two reasons we look for another source of value, we must put the distinguished economist of the Bank of England at the bottom of the class. Sidney and Beatrice Webb. It is a pleasure to turn to the two veteran Fabians, whose critiques are never made without a thorough knowledge of their subject. In their remarkable history of trade unionism, the Webbs indirectly counter Marxian ideas as a socialist basis. They reject the notion that labor is the sole creator of value. They justify this by the notion that economic rent is the foundation of a collective economy. Here they are the English equivalents of Rodbertus, 8, except that they do not accept his theory of the primacy of labor. For them the differential rent of land, above the worst soil, is a pure appropriation. This notion is the reverse of Marx's, who holds that pure appropriation is what can be commanded by the worst soil. The Webbs continue. A worker uses marginal tools, that is, the minimum barely required to make his subsistence, hence the reward of the use of any tools above that reward is interest, a differential rent for superior productivity. This inheres unjustly to the capitalist. The rent of ability is the third rent. In their problems of modern industry, the Webbs state that wages must be retained under state socialism. Socialism must be a philosophy not for the working class but for the community. Socialism is gaining everywhere, more municipal and government functions occur, so does regulation. A larger part of income inheres to the state. The class struggle does not explain this evolution, it is social and takes place in a steadily gaining tendency under capitalism. Hence democratic, peaceful gradualism is the path of economic development, and not the convulsive class struggles pictured by Marxian theory. The Webbs, and their disciple, Bernard Shaw, as well as John A. Hobson and other Fabians and reformists, thus are based on Ricardo's theory of differential rent and Marshall's ideas of quasi-rents. Unfortunately, both Alfred Marshall and F.Y. Edgeworth, the leaders of the Cambridge School, have vigorously attacked the mathematics of Hobson and the Fabians. Hobson's hypothesis that crises are determined by savings being put into means of production instead of into means of consumption is pretty much the motor of the Fabian theory. The difficulty here is in the theory of interest. For an answer to the simple idea of the Webbs, the review of all productivity theories of interest in Bohm-Bawerk's Capital and Interest is recommended. With that rebuttal, the Webbs and Hobson go out, and with their theory of productive differentials goes their hope of analyzing political economy outside of class relationship in the production process. John Strachey. Strachey is a Marxist. His theory and practice of socialism and his nature of capitalist crisis are the most widely read Marxian studies in the British Empire, and perhaps in the United States. Not that he has escaped charges of heterodoxy from the more rigid 546 Marxists, he has had his share of adverse criticism from their experts. But he believes himself to be a rigorous Marxian, and so his studies present a serious interest, as non-German or Russian pure theory, is rather rare. Strachey's review. He begins by regretting that there is no Marxian survey of bourgeois economics as a totality. Since the Theoriken über der Mehrwert, which dissected THFC body of economic doctrine until Marx's time, no complete survey is available, except perhaps Dobbs' Introduction to Economics. Fortunately, the Austrian theory of a schedule of wants is not much held today. It is argued by critics that Marxism is not significant, for in the Marxian theory it is only labor that is well directed, that turns out values, and even that value does not enable us to forecast prices. But the character of labor, whether useful or not, is determined by price. Falling prices warn us that we have all the wheat, say, that is required, and that labor time should be devoted to something else. You sell labor when you sell a commodity, but you sell labor power for potential transformation into a commodity to be made to sell. Capitalists, therefore, are persons that sell dead labor, workers persons that sell living labor power. But a worker too can sell labor, if he is a self-employer, as a baker selling the bread he makes. It is class relations that makes the distinction of labor and labor power a significant distinction instead of a verbal difference. As to the widespread technocratic notion that automatic machinery and the selective eye of the photoelectric cell have superseded labor, the fact remains that this no more changes the problem than did the invention of the steam engine as against the horse. For until machines build themselves and make their own raw materials and reproduce themselves, the relation of labor to production remains unchanged. They would also have to transport themselves and thus complete their supersession of labor. These Aladdin's lamp concepts have no place in economic science. 547. Marx predicted torrents of wealth, once man was liberated from the restrictions on production caused by class division of society and the consequent limitation of investment to profits and of wages by exploitation. Yet today the social credit critics have the crust to say that Marxian analysis was valid only for an epoch of scarcity, and that today, for an economy of abundance, only changes in credit structure are required. What Marx really holds is that wealth is constantly increasing but value for each unit is being steadily cut down. Registered Lindsay, Hook, and Postgate, three critics of Marx, are assailed by Strachey. Lindsay asks that Marxism should forecast price for any given commodity on the basis of the actual labor time put into it. Hook opposes the labor theory of value because it is not an instrument of predictions that other theories cannot do as well, and Postgate regards the price of production concept as a departure. Postgate is the opposite of most critics of the concept. They oppose it because it is true but contradicts what they think is the explanation of value in volume I. As to Lindsay, he does not understand the function of the value theory in volume I. Value is true for the social mass of commodities, and price alone is relevant for any trade. As to Hook's objections, look at the record. Marx by the use of his instrument predicted the composition of capital, concentration, centralization, nature of crises, etc. And what on earth did all the classical economists from Jevons down to Taussig ever predict that was worth anything, on the basis of their science? The value concept of Marx alone forecasts. 10. Strachey seeks to solve the old question: if a capitalist makes a surplus value without reference to the labor he employs, how does each capitalist contribute and yet survive? For example, a man who employs 1,000 workers might make less than one who employs IOO, provided total capital investment were less. Exactly how does he contribute in the price process to the pool of surplus value? Strachey argues that the question of value and therefore of surplus value applies only to sum totals. Strachey agrees with Bohm-Bawerk that for specific goods, supply and demand is needed. Marx was interested in the motion of the system as a historic whole, the bourgeoisie and their professors in specific acts of exchange. This theory of Strachey approaches close to the concordance concepts of Emil Lederer and Tegan Baranowski. It was the everlasting tendency of capital to produce less profits that produced capitalist successes. Driven by this frantic demon, which had to be exorcised, the capitalist multiplied inventions and increased constant capital and so built up our gigantic apparatus. This primitive drive has served its purpose, this is now over. The counteracting tendency is to exploit each laborer far more intensively. Production per man-hour has risen steeply in America in the last 2 decades and very much in all other countries. 11. The theory of crises is specially illustrated. Wages are so low relatively during a boom that they cause a glut and so high absolutely that they diminish accumulation. Capital must produce more than a given amount of value per dollar of invested capital, as otherwise the capitalist's share will also be reduced. The value of constant capital does not increase as much as its volume. That is a capitalist advantage. Another is that imports, by reducing the cost of means of subsistence, increase profits. But above all, capitalists try to sink wages below value and take in profits from foreign investments to make up for strain at home. Strachey has a population theory: soon there will be no new labor to exploit because of the collapse of the birth rate, therefore capital must seek to tap for new sources of exploitable labor abroad. Another method of restoring capitalist relations is to write down constant capital. The greatest write-down of constant capital in the annals of man took place in the 90% fall in share values in the United States from 1929 to 1932. It was the swiftest reduction in value of constant capital ever known. Capitalist profit rate is then renewed on a lower basis and worked on lower wages. This is a reiteration of the barroom wisdom of 1930 that when a nickel again looked like a cartwheel, men would get the sniff of money in their nostrils and race like thoroughbreds for a small profit. Another peculiarity of the present epoch is that it actually pays capitalists to refrain from accumulation. Strachey further holds that during the 1923 boom variable capital fell greatly with reference to constant capital, but that the rate of surplus value did not increase enough to compensate investment of constant capital, owing to higher real wages. Strachey considers 1914 as the watershed of capitalist history. If the rate of development from I-860 to 1913 had continued, then in 1933 the wealth of the world would have been twice what it was. The general crisis of capitalism has begun. That crisis was not due to the war, for the war was a function of the general crisis, as fascism is today. Here Strachey sets himself squarely with the analyses of Stalin and Dimitrov. He is pungent and just on social credit. They talk of the lack of buying power for consumers' goods, but more than 91% of production is concerned with producers' goods. As a matter of fact, Strachey says rightly, Marx anticipated the whole social credit thinking and refuted it in Volume 2, p. 457 of Capital, in analyzing J.B. Say's theory of copious goods. Strachey also counters the notion of J.A. Hobson that savings push down the price of consumers' goods below the cost of production. Hobson argues that only a steady, controlled, compensatory inflation can remedy this. Strachey agrees that Hobson would be right if he spoke of hoarding, but not with regard to investment, whose one object is to lower costs. As to the compensated price theory, such as that maintained by Irving Fisher, as a panacea, Strachey rightly calls attention to the fact that the price level of commodities was rarely more stable than from 1923 to 1929 during the greatest speculative orgy in decades. As to the special income of the professional classes, these are a function of profits. A distinguished specialist gets 500 guineas for an operation only when there are profits to pay him out of. In a depression the rich tell him to whistle for their lost appendix. Comment on Strachey. It is hard to place Strachey's contributions in the arcana of Marxian science. If the author may be permitted a personal appraisal, they rank as quite unsatisfactory, despite a native talent for pedagogy and popularization and great flashes of insight and a high sincerity and intelligence. But there are doubts that come with nearly every proposition. For example, he states that for specific goods he agrees with Baumgartner that supply and demand govern, but not for the social total of value. But how is this possible? The sum total of prices, however arrived at, must coincide with the sum total of values, given a money expression as the universal equivalent. Values, says Marx, are manifested in the useful body of other commodities than the one offered. Money is a universal expression of the general equivalent. The sum total of value is realized in a general equivalent, that is, its sum total manifestation. The meaningless subjective theory of Baumgartner explains nothing, for it has no referent. By ignoring the compensatory relation in prices, that make their total congruent with total value, by ignoring the fact that in the Last instance value is the regulator, that hours of labor are the efficiency cause of changes of investment. Strachey allows of a concordance without purpose. It is a disastrous theoretical concession. If he means to say that the apparent reason for the deviation of the price of any given commodity from its aliquot part of total value, takes on the form of haggling in the market, then he is right, but that is not what Bohm-Bawerk says. The form by which value is discovered as a total is the haggling around every price as a unit, but there is a law that governs that haggling, and that is the Marxian law of reality behind phenomenal appearance. His gratuitous statement that the drive of the tendential rate of profit is now over, is unprovable, and theoretically inadmissible. It is identical with the theory of Trotsky, an economist whose politics are anathema to Strachey. Lenin distinctly held that during the most degenerate phase of capitalism you might have gains in production, even as a total, and that the catastrophe profits were baying at the moon. What Lenin did say was that this gain would be much smaller than before, tend to get less, and that it would be based on more uneven developments, some countries going ahead, others falling back, and that the reason for this uneven development would be in new factors, to some extent superimposed on the older factors, such as fascism, adventurism, devaluation, dumping, quotas, subsidies, etc. This wooden theory may lead Strachey into curious bypaths, which he obviously wishes to avoid. As to his statement that a reduction of value produced per capital invested would also injure the capitalist, this can have objective meaning only because the minimum means of subsistence needs of the workers are irreducible. Otherwise the capitalist could have an out. That imports are a means of increasing profits by lowering food costs is really much too unilateral and is against experience. We are in an age of imperialism, when the need to retain income from abroad and to compete in a military sense are as important as other aspects of capitalism. With the tendency to agricultural protectionism initiated by Bismarck in Germany and Meline in France, with the development of autarky and quotas for food, with the destruction of cheap coffee and beef in the tropics so as to support values, it is clear that great limitations have to be set on the mechanical idea that reducing means of subsistence by food imports, and hence reducing wages, is a directive move of capitalism. Here as at dozens of points in his Marxian study, one gets the impression that Strachey is a prize scholar, who has learned the answers seriatim, and is not a creative interpreter of Marxism, in a total and changing setting. His theory of population is altogether un-Marxian. For it is a simple fact that the birth rate has been declining ever since the 1880s, and the fewer babies we have the more people are permanently out of a job. The Industrial Reserve Army was small when Marx predicted its dread future, as the perambulators became empty the bread lines increased. Finally, when 10 million young men were slaughtered, and 30 million crippled, and the influenza carried off between I and 2% of the human race, the general crisis of capitalism has produced an unemployment problem never seen before and one reducible only by charity or slavery, in labor camps or the army, or by some species of dole. The destruction of labor power has not led to a need for exploiting all the labor at home, and the drive toward exploiting labor abroad needs no birth rate studies of this type. Marx's law of population marks his theoretical superiority even to a Charles Darwin and a Karl Pearson, and Strachey ought to understand it better than he does. It is the core of Marx's analysis of the class struggle over wages. As to the write-down of share values being the greatest write-down of constant capital, etc., one is a bit taken aback. The value of constant capital is its cost of reproduction in labor time, and there was no such decline in that respect as the share capital revealed. The price of shares is their anticipated possibility of cashing in surplus value in the future. That is different from the value of constant capital. It has an analogy with it, it is interpenetrated with it, but it is not it. Identity is not conformity. That the capitalist finds it more profitable to refrain from accumulation, presumably means that he hoards. For any other meaning would be so anti-Marxian that it cannot be believed Strachey holds it. he probably means that the capitalist would like to produce at a profit, but will not do so at a loss. Well, this is no more a feature of present crises than of that of 1837. As to the statement that the ratio of constant capital to variable rose in 1923 to 1929 but that the surplus value rate did not rise, because real wages rose, this seems paradoxical. Also that wages rise too slowly, relatively, during a boom, so that there is a glut, and yet too high absolutely, so that there is a diminished accumulation. This is strange theory. The rate of surplus value is certainly calculated otherwise by Varga in his Economics of Stabilization. The divorce between glut and accumulation has no precedent in the Marxist analysis of crises. Strachey means something else. What he says is not faithful to his real thinking. It is rather a pity, for in some of his recent coquetting with purchasing power expedients, his theoretical shortcomings have led him into greater deviations from a complete formulation. The critique of Marxian theory, as attempted by the Austrians, for example, is entirely in order, or even that of the revisionists, but the acceptance of its external doctrines in the Strachey form may lead to a reduction of the level of discussion itself. 37. American criticism of Marxism. Marx has met with a paucity of criticism in America. The diligent hunter of Marxist foes may traverse volumes of the American Economic Review, the Quarterly Journal of Economics, the Political Science Quarterly, or similar periodicals and see a critique here and there, but there are dozens of articles on concepts of risk like that of Knight, say to a study of the Marxist doctrine that has moved millions of men to risk their lives. By a strange irony, the most important American critic is a Canadian, O.D. Skelton. Skelton. Socialism: A Critical Analysis. Skelton repeats Baumgart's dictum that Marx eliminates, by his method of averaging, precisely those variations that form the subject of investigation. His reasoning thus turns in a circle. How do you explain value? By the totality of value. And how does that explain the value we set out to discover? It doesn't, but they all cancel out each other. Marx dodges the entire issue of exchange value. As to the total labor power of society, what does Marx mean by normal labor? Marx speaks of labor socially necessary, on the average, then of the minimum time in which a commodity can be produced as determining value. Well, which is it, average of all labor or minimum of all labor? Half a dozen hod carriers could not reproduce the David of Michelangelo, nor half a dozen roustabouts one fine jeweler's work. There surely are differences of quality as well as of quantity in labor, and these differences are never reducible to quantity. The ratio of skilled labor to unskilled is fixed by a social process that goes on behind the backs of labor, says Marx. Well, if that is true, there are relations behind labor that determine value, and 554. American criticism of Marxism. 555. Yet we are told that it is the labor that determines value, and if we ask how a process outside of labor determines labor value, we are again put back to the valuation in the market. Skelton accepts Baumgart's theory that values grow not out of the past but out of the future. They are not forged like iron, but they arise subsequently in the market. It is hoped that the product of labor will acquire a value. It does not have a value. Skelton then quotes Untermann in his Marxian Economics, to the effect that labor value has only a future validity. Not only does Marx make the error that value arises in production, but also the untenable assumption, like all productivity theories, that it is possible to value the contribution of any one factor, labor, for instance, by isolating it. Neither in technique nor in value can an isolated factor's imputation be discovered. Skelton states that he agrees with Cannon that if we rewarded the man who discovered each central invention, the overlapping rewards would leave no money to go round. Clark gets out of the difficulty by limiting imputation to the present stream of production. Marx neglects the service of the entrepreneur on his analogy that cooperation in manufacture is like a squadron of cavalry. Is there no place for a Ney or a Sheridan? Even if management is deflected from production alone, by the need for its exploiting labor as well, is there no service it renders production? If there is any, should this not be rewarded? Would not socialism itself produce more or less according to quality of management? As to surplus value, if cooperation is a force above the sum of individual labors, then surplus value is no longer the difference between the means of subsistence for the individual and his product, but also between the value of individual labor power and collective. The old banker's epigram comes to mind: what is an entrepreneur? He is the man that furnishes the experience and the capitalist the money. After 6 months he has the money and the capitalist the experience. 556. Labor power, which. For then there is some surplus value not taken from labor. Another paradox: either the subsistence level determines wage * or the level fixed by the competition of the industrial reserve army determines wages. Two unreconciled wage doctrines are given by Marx. If it is asserted, says Skelton, that there is a causal connection between the fluctuations of the industrial reserve army and the fluctuations of the standard of living, there is a profound logical contradiction. For Marx assumes that the proof of his theory of surplus value is furnished by the notion of the industrial reserve army. It is the coping stone of a theory built up stone by stone out of surplus value. But, on the other hand, the surplus value theory is assumed in the proof of the surplus value theory itself, since unless there is a competition in labor that forces it to a minimum level that allows of profit, how explain profit? On the contradiction between production and consumption, Skelton asks, could this not be overcome even if wages fell as a share of the total production by an expenditure of the rich on conspicuous waste? Or merely by the quantity of the production of goods? Had Marx concentrated on the anarchical character of production, or rather the misproduction of certain goods, he would have had a much more tenable theory than total overproduction against limited consumers' demand, due to class relations in production. Skelton rejects the department of production theory for the scattered segments or the Mistiefklub special trades theory. Marxian commentary on Shelton. A great many of these objections have been met and discussed elsewhere. The averaging objection was commented on with Bohm-Bawerk. As to minimum and average, Marx does not use the terms to complement each other. The minimum is taken as a basis for calculation, that is, the social minimum, which is the average of the lower great mass of ordinary labor. It has an average of that great minimum group, and from it we reckon hours of labor and skilled labor as multiples of that labor time. Let us say there are 40 million laborers in the United States. Of these, 25 millions are pretty much minimum laborers, that is, do common work, with little skill. The average of this minimum group is a social basis for calculation. As to the quality of labor, apart from time, the jeweler is equated as to time, too, and Michelangelo is not in capitalism. He does not produce for an employer for profit, the primitive tools he uses are personal. He sells labor and not labor power. Marx's theory of value is based on the sale of labor power. Once that distinction is grasped, Michelangelo can take up his chisel and Rembrandt his brush, and the two standbys leave the 160 million skilled and unskilled workers in European and American industry to discover the differences of value due to labor power as a social commodity. Useful as Michelangelo was to Pope Julius, and Rembrandt to Dutch burghers, their utility was as naught to those as compared to economic critics of Marx. Really, without the two of them, economic theory would be dull. The objection of the value of unskilled labor and skilled labor being fixed in the market was answered as to Joseph and Lindsay. That values arise in the future is true, if one means that value is realized in the future, and if there is no realization there is no value to express. But what value? What quantity of value is expressed in the future? That is the issue. Marx says that socially it is the labor time incorporated into commodities which, after they are produced, are valued at around that level, as a whole. The notion of futurity has not the significance Skelton assumes. This objection is dealt with in great detail in the original explanation of Value theory in this book. 558. If no imputation can be made in economics, then what are we all talking about? Then neither rent nor interest nor wages are meaningful. We get down to empirical descriptions. If that is the case, how does Skelton ask that the entrepreneur be rewarded? Actually, Marx does not isolate labor as a factor increasing value. Labor time is value. There are no factors. We are speaking of an identity, not an isolation. The objection is not relevant. As to the services of the entrepreneur, good, leave out Marx's dictum that he produces nothing. Suppose social productivity under socialism is, say 60% or higher than under capitalism. The means of production increase merely by reason of socialistic organization. Are not the entrepreneurs to be charged with that social decrement as well as credited with an increment? Even were it true that management was a factor in production, if it contributed 40, and by reason of its class limitations sabotaged 60, then it owes 20 and has no reward coming to it. And this is just the issue. If management is to justify itself, it must be on a production basis. According to Marx, it once did so justify itself, for there was no better alternative management than possible, and now it does not. The question is not one of justice but of historic maturity. In mature capitalism, he holds, it is merely a mode of better exploiting labor without relation to production for use. As to the theory that there is a contradiction in the cooperation theory, that is a figment of Skelton's imagination. The labor power sold by labor as a class is paid for at its cost of reproduction, like any commodity. The surplus value above that production inheres to capital. What has this theory of surplus value to do with labor as an individual? It is the laborer working in a cooperative society, as given, that yields the difference above reproduction of his power, however that difference arises, to the capitalist. The card shuffling of individual labor being individually exploited, and then of social labor, and the idea of a contradiction, was due to the poker pack used by Skelton only. The paradox of surplus value and the industrial reserve army is no paradox. The surplus value theory does not imply the industrial reserve army. It assumes that the laborer is helpless, that he is a seller only of labor power. Long before there was mass unum. American criticism of Marxism. 559. Employment. When the demand for laborers was so great that the land enclosures were hurried through so as to assure a supply, wages were at an animal level. It is a class question. Now as to the second contradiction, that wages are determined either by the means of subsistence or by the industrial reserve army, there is a clarification given in Marx's Capital. The means of subsistence determine in any given period and country the value of labor power. The industrial reserve army is the variable that is used by the capitalists as a wedge to obtain labor for less than value, and also as a driving force with which they hope permanently to alter that value. Marx does not fit his theories into a Procrustean bed, he is speaking of laws of motion. As to the escape from the paradox of production and consumption by waste, the answer is, when has that failed? According to the exaggerated, but entertaining, hypothesis of Sombart, capitalism arose on and has since been based on war, waste, and luxury, and yet it has crises. As to increase of quantity of production, that is just where the trouble begins. The disproportion theory of Skelton has been dealt with at great length in the Exposition of Marxian doctrine. Even Marxists, though, would admit that Skelton's book is lively and thought-provoking and well worth close study. Thorstein Veblen. This most unorthodox American economist is not so much a cryok as an excursionist about Marxism. A quick glance at his two enduring books, The Theory of Business Enterprise and The Theory of the Leisure Class, would give the superficial idea that he was a pseudo-Marxist. Despite his quaint reference to the special propensities of the Dolicho blonde, etc., his insistence on the pecuniary motives of business and his genuine hatred of the entire social appanage of taste and refinement and culture and his consciousness of their muddy origins, make him sympathetic to the Marxians. But his economic theory was poles apart from Marx's, albeit he is the American economist who, with Seligman, has best understood Marx's work. Veblen is a kundun, an idealist. As such he opposes Hegelian. 560. Ism and its illegitimate child, Marxism. He objects violently to the antithesis of capitalist and proletariat in purely economic terms, with no reference to their social and psychological aspects. To him the method of Marx is both too simple and too abstract. He, as the leader of the institutional school, rejected the filiation of institutions and ideas as given by Engels. Then too, he is conservative in some matters. For him the profits of high finance are, in some regards, the usufruct of industrial technique. But, strangely enough, Veblen is opposed to the price system. He is enmeshed in all the technocratic romance, for he looks on human labor as a stopgap until replaced by all sorts of automatic H.G. Wells and Jules Verne contraptions. He is a great partisan of engineers and apparently regards common labor as the last relic of a crude pre-mechanical technique. In fact, he is the economist of the romances of H.G. Wells, like The Shape of Things to Come. It is surprising that a still more violent futurist designer, J.B.S. Haldane of Daedalus fame, has joined the Marxians. Veblen is at one with Marx in assailing such hedonistic conceptions as the subjective valuation theories of the Austrians. He believes competition to be inadequate. Marxism can be discussed, he holds, only as a totality. To criticize it in terms of one feature, is like discussing a solid two-dimension. Ally. No system of political economy is more logical than that of Marx. On neo-Hegelian grounds, that value equals social labor cost is self-evident, but it has no force in any other light. Sachs. Basic Principles of Scientific Socialism. Sachs attacks the Austrian school because their analysis of demand applies only to consumption goods. How do they explain production goods, with which the great mass of capitalist production is concerned? If you say that they are valued indirectly by their products, how do I know these will ever be demanded when I make my elaborate investment in production goods? And in any case, on their hypothesis, why should coats cost more than shoes? Why shouldn't everyone want to have as many coats? 561. As shoes. The demand is as great. Why is anything scarcer than anything else, in goods capable of being manufactured by the million? Why do not all goods get to saturation point at the same speed? Because of the differing quantities of labor required, which is not a psychological but a real limitation. And this is Marxism. Sachs then tries a comprehensive theory of value. Society requires 1 million coats that cost 10 hours each. 11 million hours are put into making coats. These extra hours were wasted and prices fall. Thus surplus value may never be realized in this case. Price is regulated by the aggregate quantity of social labor that society allots to products divided by the number of products that are produced. In this manner monopolies and rarities are covered, as well as common commodities. Sachs's theory is a Marxian effort a little too ambitious for Marx himself. Surely there is an elasticity of prices. For example, we know that when the wheat crop is merely 10% or short, prices do not jump merely a tenth, but often a half. Each commodity has peculiarities of price, and these are not immediately referable to arithmetical changes in labor value, nor need they be. To ignore elasticity of prices is to simplify the Marxian value-price equation unduly. A deeper objection is the attempt to cover monopoly and rarities equally by the time society allots. For rarities one often has to face the fact that their production is not by social labor, or by the sale of labor power, and they are not necessarily referable to Marxian value. As to monopolies, it is not social allocation that fixes their labor hours in the same sense as that assimilated to competition, as their ability to prevent their prices from falling in 1929 to 1933 by clogging elasticity of prices and natural remedies to the crisis, proves. Sachs is much too formal for a Marxian, but his book is excellent, and he has a really original and profound mode of thinking. Minor American critics of Marxism. In assigning a minor role to the following critics, no disparagement is intended to their talents nor to the quality of their criticism. 562. Reference is rather to the small range of their economic objections. Some of the economists enumerated here are, in their field, the foremost names, but they won their spurs in other battles. In a rather long study of socialism, Taussig makes 2 points. One, that the process of investment by the well-to-do creates consuming power that is turned over to labor, subject to periodical readjustments of overproduction. Marx spoke of the reserve army of the unemployed. No, lowered wages are due to ordinary labor competition, and the reserve army of the unemployed is a rectifying agency, since it lowers wages and enables workers thus to be re-employed. Professor E.R.A. Seligman. Principles of Economics. For a most distinguished student of Marxism, his economic references are slight. He simply rebukes Marx with identifying manual labor with labor as an economic category. But his tribute to Marx written elsewhere is his estimate. Perhaps, with the exception of Ricardo, there has been no more original, no more powerful intellect, in the entire history of economic science. Louis Corey. The Decline of American Capitalism. This is the most ambitious attempt to integrate the contemporary American scene into Marxist theory. Corey's special contribution is that the long-term factors of recovery in America, that have ride its economy into new high levels after its many disasters, are now no longer operative. These forces were primarily industrialization of new regions, development of altogether new industries, and mechanization of older industries. Today we have saturation of capital plant, overdevelopment of productive plant relative to its domestic market, export of capital, and imperialism. This is, in effect, related to the thesis of Rosa Luxemburg that capitalism seeks its issue only by penetrating non-capitalist or pre-capitalist areas. Digitized BOI original from I. 563. Corey does not endorse, explicitly at least, Lenin's concept of the primacy of monopoly capital as itself the efficient cause of imperialism. Nor does he seem to hold that accumulation is effected by way of the ordinary exchange of commodities by capitalists within any given area. He does not assign a special technique to industrial monopoly, fused with finance monopoly, as willing to subjugate other countries, the fully capitalist ones as well as those that still leave scope for some primitive accumulation. For Corey, some adumbration of imperialism is the permanent characteristic of American economy. For his Leninist critics it is a special stage, arising out of the centralization due to relative surplus value needs, but a special stage, nevertheless. When he states that the law of increasing misery for the workers is irrelevant to the question of high or low wages, it is difficult, from his text, to make out his exact theory. The general Marxian assumption would be that while the efforts of labor unions to counter capitalist efforts to sink wages below value can succeed, the accumulation needs of capital posit the increasing misery of the workers as a permanent tendency, to which strikes, etc., are a forced defense move. But the attack is that of accumulation and is a necessary permanent offensive of the capitalists. Paul H. Douglas, in Economic Essays in Honor of Gustav Cassel, the most distinguished American wages theoretician, thinks that the supply of capital, in excess of population growth, has been responsible for an advance in the material standard of living of the workers. A stationary population will increase the relative growth of capital still further. Barring wars and catastrophes, real wages should advance. Even after population reaches a plateau, capital should advance for some time by net increments. To Marxians, of course, wars and catastrophes are not barred, they are given in the system, they are not accidents but a function of capital difficulties. their death and slavery costs are real deductions from wages. Barring wars and catastrophes to them is like saying that barring senile diseases and chances of death, we ought to live to be 100. So we ought. 564. Howard Scott. Technocracy. This modish intellectual fashion is now quite neglected, but its ways of thinking are still common enough. The technocrats say that Marx is superseded because man-hours have given way to kilowatt-hours, and that we should count not by the time of living labor, as Marx contends, but by ergs or some other physical unit. The present system preserves a price system derived from exchanging manual labor-counted goods. To the Marxians, apart from the absurdity of kilowatt-hours being self-generating, etc., the technocrats are like any other currency cranks who look for economic difficulties in the sphere of circulation as primary. For Marxists, price is a derivation of value expression in exchange, and this necessarily includes surplus value. Not price but value must be abolished. Technocracy, too, ignores the law of the position of the development of productive forces to production relations. Unless this is borne in mind, all distribution theories fall into the trap that in the sphere of production use is the object of fabrication. In exposing any price theory, however disguised in engineering language, the fetishism of commodities must be exposed, for it covers up surplus values. Louis H. Haney. History of Economic Thought. Haney asks why, if use is no criterion of production, as Marx contends, some men grow cotton, say, rather than linen? Specific. Utility must be the function of goods. But this is affirmed equally in the first chapter of Capital. The prices of particular goods fall and rise, even according to Marx, and these prices can be altered by credit. But credit, says Haney, is a factor in time. Thus time is also a factor in value, along with labor. This is like Baumbacher's theory of other things being equal as a refutation of Marx, and is subject to the same observations. Haney sums up Marx: in learning, philosophic acumen, and literary power, he is second to no economist of the 19th century. He seems to have been master of the whole range of economic literature, and wielded it with a skill no less masterly. 565. His strength lay in knowledge of technical and economic development and marvelous insight into tendencies in social evolution determined by technical and economic factors. Whether his theories are right or wrong, they have suggested questions that will demand the attention of economists for a long time. John Dewey. Among the scattered observations of this philosopher are a few economic saws, of no particular merit nor a credit to his standing. It must be his distinction in other fields that causes his ideas to be so much noted. He points out, for example, that Marx had no conception of the way in which modern industries could use new scientific discoveries, or create new wants and occupations. Nor did he credit the employing class with enough intelligence to see that production and profits could be maintained only by high wages and sustained purchasing power. Apparently we do not read the newspapers carefully, for we think that we are always reading that the intelligent employers fight strikes, unionization, battles for higher pay, and struggle before the Labor Relations Board against minimum wages, etc. But then we are thinking of Ford and Girdler and other professors instead of an eminent employer like John Dewey. Max Eastman. Marx and Lenin, The Science of Revolution. The economic aspects of this well-known controversialist concern the inefficiency of the value concept of Marx for socialism, which, it appears, is a science of engineering based on empirical observations. In Capital, Marx offers no proof that capitalism passes into its negation, and this type of statement is a relic of religious metaphysics, as is the whole categorical economic historic system of Marx. Had Marx been as up-to-date as advanced Westerners, not as beclouded Karl-lean German professors, he would have been an empiricist, and understood the art of practical thinking. His dialectical materialism assumes that Hegel knew all about mind, and it lives and dies with that assumption. It is interesting to note that this philosophic critic of Marxist economics is editor of an edition of Extracts from Capital, done by Borchardt, in which the paging of the German edition is not even corrected for English and American readers. That is an empirical job. Sidney Who / Towards the understanding of Karl Marx *, Professor Hook has gained distinction in university circles as the most learned exponent of Marxism. His philosophic eminence does not concern us here. Hook's economic contribution consists of a denial of the efficiency of the theory of value, exactly like Simchovich and other revisionists. These all agree that Marx rises or falls by his analysis of the catastrophic potentialities of capitalism and not by the economic system he postulated with which to explore those possibilities. They view his system as given, in effect, in the Communist Manifesto of 1847 to 1848. They disregard the tremendous economic contributions from 1844 on, in practically all of which the later system of capital is suggested and out of which only his later conclusions could possibly arise. The pamphlets contemporary with the manifesto are trumpets of surplus value. As they have been gathered together in one volume, this thesis can easily be verified. Marx has a logical unity, and his complete opponents, like Turgeon and Bohm-Bawerk, are nearer the point than his dissectors. Shakespeare's text can be disintegrated, but Marx's must be accepted or rejected as a system. Value is central. Since Hook repudiates the economic system of Marx, and gives his relativism an interpretation it cannot stand, it is hard to say that he is a Marxian, though he belabors all those who deny him the appellation. Hook's activism, too, does not seem to be involved in the central thesis of Marxism of the unity of true theory and practice. Without that, Marxism would sink into academic dogmatism on the one hand and nominalism on the other. Rudas has attacked Hook because in his symposium on the meaning of Marx he does not understand the synthesis, that labor transfers dead labor value and creates new value in one and the same operation. This would, of course, arise out of Hook's refusal to accept the concrete, abstract, use value and value distinctions of Marx's economic system. Hook asks, what are the specific mechanisms by which economic conditions affect classes, since individuals deviate from self-interest in many instances, asks how you measure the concept that economics governs in the last instance, and if man changes his nature how do we understand the past? He leaves room for contingency, insists on relative chance, and asks if the materialist interpretation of history is itself merely a transient phenomenon of class society. He rejects the copy theory that perception is a mirror of the real world, as given in the anti-Dühring. Fr. Commons. In the wealth of legal and labor history literature with which Professor Commons has enriched our knowledge, there is only one pertinent Marxian remark, that Marxian economics is obsolete because it related to an age of cutthroat competition and not to monopoly. The same view is affirmed by Maurice Williams, in his Social Interpretation of History, in which he asserts that Marxism is concerned primarily with the individual producer. Norman Thomas. America's Way Out. The socialist leader agrees that the wise use of capital is productive, and so grants the entrepreneur thesis. The subsistence theory of wages is held to be refuted by its wide variations. Distribution adds to value. Thomas decidedly is not a Marxian. He is a revisionist, but even Bernstein would not have affirmed the last or the first of the three theories. Emil Lederer. Although Emil Lederer is an ornament of German science, his recent activities entitle him to rank as American. He maintains that the Marxian concept of the labor market and of the consequent commodity character of labor power, etc., may be brought into accord with the marginal utility hypothesis. Marginal economics may give the specific mode of action, the surplus value being identified as a special situation in the labor market. Thus Marxism gives us the basic theory, marginal utility, the manner in which underlying factors manifest themselves in our experience. This is an ingenious concordance theory, more plausible than Tuggen-Baranowski, but subject to the same Marxian analysis. Rubinow. Was Marx wrong? This was a controversial essay in reply to Simkhovich. Rubinow maintains that one commodity is not measurable as to labor time. But skilled labor counts as more time, for therein time is a subjective measure of common valuation, for differing kinds of human effort. The mechanical measure of labor falls away, but it has class utility. It is hard to prove any theory because of class bias involved. In this controversy Boudin, too, endorsed Deal's statement that value need not explain specific price. Koski too held that one cannot isolate the amount of labor in any single commodity. Marxian value arises from specific conditions of production, and subjective value as a relation of man to things, whether produced or not, throws no light on social conditions of production. A. M. Bingham, Jr. Man's estate examinations of the bases of Marxian economic theory are now rare events, and the treatment in Bingham's book has some original argumentation. Bingham denies the notion that the exchange of two commodities requires a third common factor to explain the transaction. Both parties sought differing advantages in trading, hence the sign of 569. Equality used by Marx is not required. Had he used some other shorthand that revealed the dynamic nature of the transaction, his entire problem of a third factor would vanish. For there is no equality, therefore no common factor to be isolated. Equality is in price, not value. His next point is that Marx ignored the professions and was baffled by the white-collar worker. The merchant function also nonplussed Marx. In Volume 2 of Capital Storage Adds to Value, on page 165 it does not. Marx must face the fact that half the working people are not value-creating. Where will they be in the class struggle? If value is measured by abstract labor but the value of labor power is based on maintenance, then how can anyone differentiate with any accuracy the worker's share and surplus value? Or how can one deduce any law of motion from their ratio, as both are indeterminates? Even under socialism there may be a conflict between productive workers and the 6 or so groups who derive their living from the other producers, as foreshadowed in Marx. If classes are based on value production, Bingham infers, then the basis of class conflict remains. Marxian accumulation theory is only half true. The law of diminishing returns in most types of agriculture is a barrier to large-scale capitalist agriculture. Even in trade and industry and services, small-scale operation has survival value. Only 30% of total economic activity is affected by big business. Electricity has reduced large-scale industry. The middle class between plutocrats and industrial wage earners has been enlarged. Bingham resumes the stake of the poor in capitalism, 5 million shareholders or 30 million savings bank depositors or 65 million policy holders. Control may rest in the 60 families but ownership is diluted. Further, Marx gives no explanation of various automatic adjustments of the price and market mechanisms, especially those that restore equilibrium after instability. Further, Marx has no rigorous proof that unemployment must constantly rise. Nor can he demonstrate that the larger the investment in constant capital, the less in 570 variable. For the money laid out, Bingham denies that the origin of crises is completed in Marxian terms. For him there are many factors in disequilibria. He challenges the law of the tendential fall in the rate of profit. There are two objections. First, it is counteracted by increasing the rate of exploitation. Marx gives no indication of what governs the rate of exploitation, or as to why it should not rise faster than the increased organic composition of capital. Secondly, the producers of constant capital are themselves making profits. Therefore, since we are speaking of the rate of profit for the capitalist class as a whole, neither the aggregate increase in roundabout costs, which must enrich some capitalists, nor interest charges, which must enrich others, can be taken into account, for Marx is seeking to describe a fall in the overall rate of profit. There is no factual proof of a long-term fall in the rate of profit. The little evidence we have, though only indicative and not complete, indicates stability rather than decline. Nor does the fall in interest rates confirm Marx, for interest is only a part of profit, and that rate is not affected by the rate of exploitation but by the competition of loan capital. The next contradiction alleged is that on the central question of merchant profits, Marx contradicts himself on pages 329 to 330 of Volume 3 of Capital and again on page 386. But even Engels had trouble with Marx's reasoning, for Marx was not skilled in computation and was greatly confused on this point. 57. 1. From Marx, Bingham goes on to Lenin. The decline of foreign trade and foreign lending since 1929, and the rise of autarky, indicates that the imperialist tendencies before 1914 are no longer descriptive. They may even be reversed. It is significant that the chief economic drives towards war raw materials, land for surplus population, rounded resources, and self-sufficient economy are wholly compatible with collective economics and do not relate to the dynamics of capitalism. Bingham returns to Marx. Money and credit are the Marxian blind spots. A large part of investment comes from new money, that is, bank credit. Public investment is financed by a direct creation of credit. Capital need no longer be formed by the accumulation of capital or surplus value. Marx himself saw that investment could be financed out of credit, the duplicate of actual capital. He had to speak of fictitious and illusory capital in Volume 3, pages 547 to 553, to save the logic of his previous analyses. But therewith his general law of accumulation is gone, for henceforth capital can be accumulated without impoverishing the worker or enriching the capitalist. Marx never goes further than the assertion that fictitious capital is merely a reflection of actual capital and referable to its laws, in Capital 3, 559 to 580, or an anticipation of income in 3, 549. Marx seemed aware of the difficulty, for he speaks of credit as outside the scope of his plan in 3, 469 and 520 to 22. But he had gone too far to turn back. Notations. On the notion of equality in commodity exchange, Bingham offers no proof, since Marx assumes that an exchange advantages both sides in use value and that the dynamics are in this exchange of utilities. The exchange of commodities, irrespective of utilities, is the field of political economy. As to the fact that Marx did not fully comprehend the professions, rather his study of the displacement of machinery takes as a central theme that this displacement is compensated largely by clerical, merchandising and professional activities, sustained out of surplus value. He gives the mechanism of the rise of these classes, in pure economic terms. 572. Why must there be a determinate ratio of variable capital and surplus value? Why not a series of indeterminates, fluctuating around a given analytical set of limits? Marx is not additive, he is dynamic. The laws of motion are best ascertained from variables in action, not from rigid determinates. On socialism, this objection shows that Bingham was not attentive on the philosophic foundations of value. Under capitalism, one group of workers creates values, another does not. Under socialism, value is annihilated and all create use values. Hence the conflict is a conflict of capitalism and of capitalism alone. As to the percentage of business done by big capital, if Bingham had added housework of isolated housewives, the percentage would sink still further. It is not the total economic activity that is in question, it is its direct and significant impact for accumulation, crisis, etc., that measures its effects on the life of man. The other objections on agriculture and the diffusion of ownership have been treated elsewhere. That Marx does not explain the price and market mechanisms of restoring equilibrium is true for a simple reason, that he denies equilibrium. For Marx there are various states of disequilibrium, some, like crises, sharp, others, like booms, in which a disproportionate investment is creating deeper contradictions. Cycles are a series of manifestations of differing types of disproportions, due to the underlying class contradictions. He does, however, give the mechanism of the restoration of constant capital investment, which is what Bingham probably means. The argument that Marx ignored the investment in constant capital, as employing living labor, is amazing when one remembers that Marx's total schema of capital reproduction studies the interchange of these two departments as a necessarily integrated science. On the theory of accumulation, Marx does state that the capitalist seeks to increase the rate of exploitation to counteract the tendential fall. The history of recent capitalism is a series of efforts to counteract this tendency, which is the force always pushing the capitalist on, even though it is also the force that leads him to utilize all the mechanisms that prevent its realization. Marx identifies not realized form but the foundations of the appearances contrary to such realizable form. American Criticism of Marxism. 573. On the factual question of rate of profit, the decline in the rate of interest, practically secular, is a striking confirmation. The escape from this confirmation by saying that though interest is only a part of profit, yet it is not affected by the rate of exploitation which is the source of profit, is fanciful. To ascribe a low rate of interest to a surplus of loan capital, without giving the economic basis of that surplus, is like the absurd physician in Molière who said that opium caused sleep because it has a dormitative faculty. The Leninist answer to Bingham would probably be that the very success of imperialism that led to the War of 1914 caused the defeated states to seek other means of egress from their difficulties. Hence autarky, fascism, etc., since the capitalists of these lands are debtors, not creditors. Hence what they seek is some escape from the dilemmas that led to imperialism. They seek conquest, not investment. This is the last phase of imperialism, one in which its very success leads to its opposite, cessation of foreign investment for outright plunder. As to the notion that certain requirements are compatible with socialism, any answer concerning raw materials etc., that ignores the class utilizing this resource, is, of course, to the Marxians, mere formal rhetoric. On the question of Marx's credit hypothesis, he never takes the view anywhere that duplicate capital has a life of its own, not referable to the physical accumulation of capital. Burns's little pamphlet on money gives the exact Marxian analysis of the creation of bank credit, and it is really surprising that Bingham has not analyzed it. But anyone who believes that capital can be provided for in the non-material world, must after all be referred to the adepts of Madame Blavatsky or Aladdin, for this is the philosopher's stone and textbooks on alchemy have been unfashionable since Bacon. The contradictions alleged, as to merchant capital, are not there. Marx clearly defines the conditions under which storage is productive labor and under which it is not. The same physical activity often has differing economic significance. As an example, wasted labor is not value-forming, although the same activity is value-forming toil. The reference to the difficulties that Engels had in restoring the reasoning of Marx is surely unkind. The full descrip. 574. Don should have been cited of the terrible illness of Maine that compelled him to leave his notes and marginalia unworked. To use the illness of the greatest economic mind that ever lived as an argument against his reasoning, is the kind of commentary that is censurable. For Engels, on page 13 of volume ill, explains exactly why Marx's manuscripts were difficult to handle. Miscellaneous critiques and objections. Minor critics of Marxism. Bernard Shaw. The Intelligent Woman's Guide to Socialism, etc. In 1888 in the Fabian Essays, Bernard Shaw annihilated in a few pages both Karl Marx and Henry George and substituted for their unauthentic wisdom a few hand-picked bouquets from the quasi-rent garden of Alfred Marshall. He declared Marx antiquated because he depended on the iron law of wages and a pure labor theory of value. Having proved completely that he never read a line of Karl Marx, or if he did that he suffered from an infirmity of the senses, Shaw 40 years later wrote a canonical system of socialism, based, if one pleases, on a better distribution of income. He repudiates surplus value and decides that the increment of the rich arises from misdirected rents of ability, etc. This is interesting as a proof that Gall can be substituted for science. Emil Bums. Burns proposes some interesting variants on Marxist theory, in scattered contributions in the Labor Monthly. He points out that high wages are not the cause of crisis. The tendency of wages to rise does reduce the production-consumption contradiction some. What? It lowers profits, true, but it postpones the crisis for a short time. In the monopoly stage of capitalism we must describe the crises of capitalism anew, since the refusal of monopolies to cut their prices prevents the old-fashioned restoration of the rate of profit and results in its being restored partly by the accessory acts of pliant governments, and a much more brutal, though disguised, expropriation of the middle classes. 575. 576. German, French, Italian, Belgian, and Russian minor criticism Othmar Span. Haupttheorie and D. Wahl/Schwarzschaftslehre, etc. Span is the founder of the organic school which gave Fascism de la Hitler a philosophical basis, though Span has since parted company with the Nazi sympathizers, as has their only other serious intellectual, Freud. He attacks Marx on a pure Führer theory, that the achievements of the laboring masses are rendered possible only by a leader, and that the universalist study of economics considers the masses as the material for ability, a sort of historic piano for virtuosi. After this Carly lean theory of heroes, which entitles the leaders to immense compensations, he attacks the theory of surplus value. In the first place, relative surplus value ignores the fact that large industry is not always more efficient than smaller units, that size is often a matter of adaptation. But above all, when capitalism achieves centralization it increases the ratio of constant to variable, and thus dries up the very sources of surplus value by merging. The less living labor, the less is added to value, and so the less surplus is produced. As the fifth section of Capital is concerned in detail with this very contradiction, Span might have cited it. He also denies the Marxian theory of costs. According to his classification they consist of wages, interest, compensation for risk, the service of leadership, salaries of government officials, costs of administration, taxes, education, and provision for new capital. 1. Payment for management is sharply distinguished from payment for leadership, which is creative. Few economists would consider this additive procedure worth criticizing, and so Span's acrid comments are not confined to Marx. Obviously he counts many factors twice, ignores the basic production relation out of which all accessory payments are made, etc. He has had his fill of bourgeois criticism, which prefers even surplus value to his catalogue. Georges Sorel. In his purely economic criticism of Marx, the syndicalist philosopher maintains there is no such thing as a theory of value. 1. He forgot dog licenses. T-00 original. Miscellaneous Critiques and Objections 577. In Marx. What Marx has described is a theory of equilibrium true only for a revolutionary society. Marx's system requires all industries to be equally easy or difficult, all workers of one type. Sorel is obviously thinking of Marx's own definition of his method in Volume I, but his version is quite fantastic. He ends by maintaining that we must give up the idea of converting Marxism into an economic science. Charles Gide. The most gifted French economist of his time is cursory on Marxism, though he lavishes chapters on utopian socialists. Marx, he holds, is Ricardo. Labor value, conflict of profits and wages, theory of rent, notion that value does not concern rarities, etc., what are these but Ricardo? But Marx rejects Ricardo's social implications as he rejects a utopian issue. His theory, specially, turns on concentration. But it is pointless. There are men richer than the richest who have ever lived, but there are also more people who are fairly rich than ever before. Joint stock distribution may weaken the middle classes, but it allies them to comfort and to order. True, the condition of the workers is capable of much improvement, and Marx has deserved well of us by calling attention to this too often neglected condition of the majority. But the workers should rely on cooperation and social amelioration, by insurance, etc. It is less dramatic but more sure. As is to be expected from a Parisian, in a city full of exquisite artisan work, Gide declares that the perfection of designs and the beauty and precision of scientific instruments, etc., answer the theory that goods are made for sale, not for use. Benedetto Croce, the veteran Italian philosopher, and his disciple, the one-time socialist Giovanni Gentile, in his Philosophia de Marx, maintain that Marxian thought, through and through, is abstract. His modes of probing into his categories and their action are ab. 578. Abstract. But Marx intends that these categories shall come into the marketplace, live, and fight. Good, then he divests them of certain qualities and makes them take on others. Labor value, for example, could be true only for an ideal society without classes. An accomplished Marxian must transmute its qualities to adapt it to a society in which it pervades life but does not describe it. V. Pareto. Le Système Socialiste. Pareto expounds his law that the proportion of the concentration of capital or doses of capital and labor will be allowable until their favorable utility is in equilibrium. This puts a brake on the indefinite expansion of industry, for if land or capital or management or labor or markets run short, the unbalancing reduces the efficiency of the others and causes a readjustment. It is interesting to compare this abstract morphological study, with its hash of categories and markets, with the concrete picture, based on shifting class relations, of a monopoly disequilibrium in Lenin's imperialism. Pareto's theory has found few disciples, but in France and Italy he has captured several of the mathematically inclined. Marxism, to him, of course, overemphasizes the labor factor by making it the only factor in production. If labor alone adds new value, then Pareto's equilibrium is not needed, for the question is one of appropriation and not of balance. Jules Romains. One includes this novelist, not because of his economic merits but for the point of view of which he is a banal spokesman. Why, he asks, should any of Marx's economic propositions be considered true, when the chemistry, physics, biology, etc., of his time is superseded? Economic society changes more than any other, why should his ideas not be relegated to a museum? This is the unconscious burden of most clever intellectuals. Actually, serious economic scholars are still impressed by Smith and Ricardo, chemists by Julius Fischer, bacteriologists by Pasteur, and biologists by Darwin. Also, George M. Cohan is not a greater playwright than Shakespeare, nor Edgar Guest a better poet than Virgil. The question is not how old it is but how true it is. That Marx will be largely supplemented and refined and adapted is true, but that his analysis of capitalism, worked out by himself, and Engels from 1843 to Engels's death in 1895, in the heart of capitalist Europe and after the greatest mastery of the literature ever known, and whose forecasting power is generally admitted, can be dismissed on any other ground than that it might be false, is another matter. Henry Grossman. The continuous stream of articles by Grossman is significant. He points out that we must hold that the means of subsistence are not very elastic for long periods, as otherwise Marxian constructions would become formless. Actually, Marx has an excess of form in volume I, for that isolates a closed capitalist economy with no foreign trade, no credit, value of money constant, two classes only, all goods conceived of as aliquot parts of total value. In volume 2 he gives the whole circulation system, but still limited by assumptions. In volume 3 there are no assumptions and exclusions but the economic history of living capitalism. Critics talk of discrepancy when they should speak of expansion of static concepts into their dynamic action. The last 2 volumes were in his original plan, when he abandoned the merely descriptive scheme in 1863. He had to study a chemically pure capitalism so as to isolate surplus value and discover how it held rent, etc., in solution. His theory of credit was what he did not live long enough to illustrate fully. A. Bogdanov. This philosophic target of Lenin worked under the Soviets and was esteemed as a man, though suspected as a thinker. He denies. 580. Absolutely that the economic order is historically conditioned or that it develops in accordance with economic laws. The fetishism of capitalist commodity production is true, but it is due to a lack of understanding, a subjective failure to recognize social relations turning about production and the consequent form of distribution. Value is crystallized labor time, and therefore, since social labor time must continue forever, is independent of any social order. It is not an evanescent appearance that will go with capitalism. Charles Turgeon. The head of the faculty at Rennes in Brittany is a tenacious Breton. He holds that the entire concept of economic determinism in Marx lacks precision. Sometimes Marx says that the techniques of production and exchange are decisive, and at other times he says general economic conditions are, to which he adds the superstructure when he likes, and abandons it when it serves his purpose to, etc. It is a device whose size and shape varies to suit Marx's convenience. Turgeon has been a doughty foe of Marx for 30 years and has a disciple in Henry C. His principal opponent in France is Renpound Maublanc. Spectator. Social Science Abstracts notes that a leading Russian economist, under that pseudonym, has at last integrated the present system of world economics, including the interrelation of non-capitalist and capitalist areas and aspects, into a whole, as required by Marxian theory. Those who read Russian might do well to consult this effort. Henry de Man. Psychology of Socialism. For a finance minister, the purely economic criticism of this self-advertised great reviser of Marx is surprisingly small. He argues that surplus value does not exist, but merely dogmatizes. He affirms that the reason the workers go to the factories is their miscellaneous critiques and objections 58-1. Enjoyment of labor, not the forced sale of labor power. He proved this by a questionnaire in Happy Belgium. We have lit time here for this type of critic, as he belongs to the more readily discussed philosophy of Marxism. M. Anhalt, in Economistia. This disciple of Rosa Luxemburg holds that volumes 2 and 3 of Capital enumerate the problems that political economy has to solve, and lead to the solutions but do not give the solution itself. Marx forgets that in an isolated capitalist economy there can be no equation for reproduction, for production equals both productive consumption and unproductive consumption, and there can never be a balance. Marx thus overlooks both overproduction and deficit because of his self-sufficiency. On the other hand, Grossman thinks volumes 2 and 3 not torsos but completed studies with full solutions, and refutes conscientiously the theory that a deficit in consumption cannot be remedied within a closed capitalist system. Varga. The official exponent of the current Marxian theories is E. Varga, formerly a classical economist. While he says little that is not in the present tradition, he is so faithful and clear an interpreter that he typifies a certain approach. At the same time, in repeated congresses concerned with economic questions, his point of view has been attacked as far too adroit and as glossing over dialectical difficulties. With these provisions, his theories remain dominant. Esp. Cayley on the statistical side, in which, if he lacks the profundity of the German Marxists, he has an unrivaled gift for presentation. Rate of growth of constant capital. He carries further Thompson's illuminating idea that the accumulated wealth of society is trifling as a factor in economic calculation. In the United States the amount of constant capital is 582. Figured as merely 3 years' production. Living labor adds an increment of 25 to 30% per annum. But net accumulation of capital is merely from 3 to 4% per annum, whereas in England, even during booms, it is merely a little over 1%. He contrasts this with the rate of capital accumulation in Russia, which he considers a decisive argument for socialism. Lenin, he holds, rejects imperialism as a pure system. It is a definite stage in capitalism, not above capitalism. It is a superstructure, ever more important, but never more than that, for the foundations of competition, etc., remain, worse than ever. The characteristic of decay is not the statistical computation of mass of production, but of the nature of its distribution and its inherent tendencies. Nevertheless, mass of production is to be considered in this way. From 1890 to 1913 capitalist production rose 5.8% per annum, and since 1913, 1.5% per annum. But as world population rose 15% since 1913, despite the war and epidemics, the actual increase is the smallest in the history of capitalism. Differential developments are becoming more strained than ever. Since 1913 the United States production is up 52%, or England 7%, Germany 9%, France down 2%, or Japan has increased fourfold. Cotton and steel are declining, rayon and oil and cinemas rising, etc., but Varga does not explain theoretically wherein this differs, in relation to the whole position of capitalism, from similar disturbances between, say, 1780 and 1820. This brushing away of in-word analyses for formal statements is one of his weaknesses. His facts are significant, but they appear as in a catalogue. His most important Marxian point is that the excess of fixed capital is consistent and never wholly eliminated. Even in 1929 in the United States it was over 20%, and, over a decade, well over 40%, including prosperity and crisis periods. Intensity of work, productivity per man increasing by half, and chronic excess of fixed capital, join in producing permanent mass unemployment. This mass unemployment would be catastrophic were it not for the fact that the plunder of the more primitive countries, and the consistent maintenance of dividends and interest at home. Miscellaneous Critiques and Objections 583. Despite slackened earnings, enable large parasitic expenditure, and mean a considerable non-industrial employment. 8. Even in England, the revival in industrial employment is largely in the light industries, that is, largely in consumers' goods. He argues somewhat like Corey, that expropriation from the soil, conquest of colonies, building of public works such as the rail, roads, and exportation of capital, the four forms of relief for capitalism, are drying up. On the last he is emphatically correct, but he does not correlate two factors, the reduction of export of capital and the implications for Lenin's theory that this age is characterized by an export of capital as the former was by export of commodities. Nor does he correlate the reduction of middle-class parasitic income, due to devaluation, default, conversion, with Lenin's theory that this parasitic income was becoming primary. Obviously Lenin understood these as symptoms of a given monopoly situation, but those which, once they had served their purpose, must give rise to other expressions of monopoly capital interests, since it is their position in production that is decisive, and the others are merely reflections of that mode of production. Varga does not critically expound such adaptations of Leninist theory. He makes the excellent point that owing to tremendous plant investment of monopolies they dread their supersession and so they concentrate on machine tools, speed up, etc., but decline to make giant new investments. The refusal to accumulate means that the ratio of constant capital or, at any rate, of fixed capital, is not increasing. The implications of this latest phase, in which capitalism attempts to extract surplus value more out of variable capital, transferring less value and creating more new value, and yet attempts to reduce variable capital itself, by reducing employment and wages, points to profound changes, and would be a masterly thesis in degeneration, not as a literary concept, but an exact economic expression. Varga explores an important extension of theory. The agricultural crisis for him is unique. In the latter part of the 19th century it began with the competition of the new. Not that dividends and interest are not reduced, but not to compare with profit reductions. 584. Countries. Now capital itself, that once took off the burden of agricultural losses, is declining. Hence inventories of agricultural goods are permanently above pre-war, even in the best years. The wave of devaluations of currency, the first in capitalist history, is a new weapon, and helps retain the privileged position of monopolies. Their prices are comparatively firm, and the relation of these prices to poorer competitors, means that we do not have the normal write-down of constant capital, so that the recovery is shifted to a write-up basis in fictitious currency. A competitive society could not do with this device, but a quasi-monopolistic one requires it. The decline of world trade, which, in gold value, is only a third of 1929, brings about autarky and currency restrictions, and quotas. The volume of trade is now only 6% or above pre-war, the first time under capitalism that external trade has stagnated. The manufacture of consumption goods in colonial countries is a cause, so are restrictions of immigration. To him the present unique characteristics are, interior monopoly, dictation of policies and centralization, as in fascism, reduction of debts, the rich being the debtors in the shape of bonds, etc., subsidies to bankrupt monopolies so that they play a sure thing profits when they get them, subsidies when they do not, social legislation, and war preparations. These he divides into two sections, those in countries with abundant capital and secondly, Germany, where they can be affected only by reducing consumption. He considers, of course, like all Marxians, that the chronic mass unemployment and speed up show a progressive worsening of labor conditions. His last demonstration of monopoly is farming, in 1910 less than 19% in area of American farms were over 1,000 acres, in 1936, over 30%. At last the tempo of capitalism in agriculture is beginning to rival that of industry, capital is breaking through the customary barriers of land tenure. Common and miscellaneous objections to Marxism. The following theories have no name specially identified with them, but it is a rare economics seminar that will not produce them. The rich either consume or reinvest, and in either case there is no loss to labor. For if they reinvest they employ labor, and if they consume they employ labor, and unless they merely hoard, their profits are really another mode of serving labor. There are so many labor hours, whether they are consumed as machines or as champagne. Marxist commentary. There is no reason to answer this theoretically. If the rich cost nothing, then nobody costs anything. Then why don't they pay their workers $1,000 a week? The workers would either consume it, and so let the capitalists sell at a profit, or they would save it, and so add to invested capital in production. Since no class, by this argument, can abstract anything, why hold on to class relations? You cannot take from a man what he does not have, and so, if the rich neither consume nor fail to invest, what would they lose if it were confiscated? The transfinite becomes the infinite. As to the theory that all incomes add up to so much, the slave and the master, when added up, yield a total of possessions. To a man invents something, why shouldn't he /e some thing? Perhaps he ought to, usually he doesn't, and inventors are no longer ingenious watchmakers and crazed mechanics in garrets and barns, but usually salaried scientists working for monopolies. At any rate the incentives to invention are complex, the sources are social largely, and the complexity of the matter is such that it is really dubious to what extent persons whose names are given as the inventors are anything other than ingenious mechanics with a flair for assimilation of others' techniques, etc. If the incentives to invention are not primarily pecuniary, then the social utility of the discussion is small. The Harvard studies in their motivation bear out the idea that the pecuniary motive is slight, even under capitalism. An inventor is like a spider or a poet. He has to go on that way or be miserable. His reward is creation, and keeping it up. 586. 3. Capitalism was brought about by money makers, socialism by agitators. There are two objections rolled into one. The first assumes that capitalism arose naturally by those who practiced it, and the second that socialism is purely a destructive and critical attitude and, as Sombart says, attracts men who do not think in terms of construction. Marx made no money. No, capitalism came about by a conjunction of money men, with soldiers and statesmen, jurists and thinkers, as their allies. The proletarian, like the merchant in the Middle Ages, is fashioning a new society within the old, that of social labor, and capitalism is developing the social forms to be taken over. The middle class, constructive and honest, is becoming a trained salariat, and technique and labor are beginning an alliance. It may prove uneasy at first under socialism, but will make way for a later fusion of labor and technical education. True, the socialist is primarily not of the stuff of men who are perfectly adapted to a system as it stands, but neither were Luther, Columbus, Cellini, Da Vinci, and Descartes. A system begins with men with critical but synthetic minds, combining destructive tendencies with an inner apprehension of development. It bumps badly until it acquires a technique, true. But that is life, and always will be until we are frozen into another ice age. The second objection is that the love of money is inherent in man's psyche, or capitalism would never have developed. Once the poison is in his heart, he will return to the fleshpots of Egypt and socialism will be destroyed by the nature of the beast. Of course there is truth to this. But man also had the capacity for witch burning, the Inquisition, sacrifices of young girls to Babylonian fire gods, or what you will. Whatever man had done, he is capable of doing. But the argument has no more validity than that of identification. We can do nothing with the concept. For if communism occurred, there would soon be another division of property by those that held power, as in this way primitive communism and democracy were dissolved. Power is. Miscellaneous critiques and objections. 587. The authority of classes. The strong seize the means of production and subjugate the others. This is a variant on the if you divided everything objection to egalitarian socialism H. Law Edward Bellamy in Looking Backward. The Marxians, however, do not posit equality, but inequality. The only meaning of equality for them is the abolition of classes. What the analysis forgets is that every society, including our own, is based on an economics of scarcity. For example, capitalism limits production because of the need that production pay a profit. Where there are limits of production, corruption, as with the Jacobins, eats up the revolutions. Where there is a classless society based on abundance and on a new technique of education adapted to it, we have yet to see whether older psychic patterns would have social meaning. At the best it seems excluded, and at the worst there is no analogy to guide us from the deficit economics of the past. The bourgeois psychic survivals in Russia are still met with, but among those under 30 they are already feeble. If labor time determines the value of goods, and the value of labor power is itself determined by the means of subsistence, and the value of these is their labor time, how do you escape from regression, or circular reasoning, and how does Marx escape the contradictions of Adam Smith, that labor was determined by cost of living, and that by labor? If the consumption of labor power is unique because it can produce surplus value, why can't other natural forces produce a surplus? Marxian commentary. Labor time determines value, the price of labor power is determined by value. Where is the contradiction? The cost of labor power is only a part of its time, and not all of it. Marx's theory explains their differences, due to surplus value, whereas Smith chased his tail. If Marx said that the means of subsistence were labor time and this determined total labor time, he would be in as bad a way as Smith. He saved the labor theory by his surplus value theory. 588. Other forces command a price that is determined by the labor time put into their utilization, as with public utility rates based on physical investment. They never comprehend a surplus value, since that was already included in the price of the equipment for utilization. 6. Why can't bureaucrats and soldiers /e surplus value /e capitalists? How? Only by getting labor to work a certain number of hours for them gratis. For reinvestment? That is excluded. For consumption, then? That is possible. But where do they reproduce the class relations in production, as a constant process, if there is no ownership of means of production? Some spoliation of consumption goods is not absolutely excluded, but class exploitation, as a relationship in production, is ended. Capitalism, and not socialism, would have to be instituted to replace it. Surplus value, in a developed technique, is a production relation, due to the sale of labor power for capitalist value. 7. What is a worker anyway but someone that changes the shape of things or their place? But both his hand and his eye are replaceable. The automatic power station shows that he can be eliminated largely from production. Granted that he must always be present in some numbers. But might his contribution not become inconsequential as science learns to replace the crude human forces with their fallibility and approximation with perfection, synchronization, accuracy, predictability? Suppose that cellulose is converted into starch diarrhea, where are most farmers? Or water crops, electrically stimulated, to replace land crops? Could not labor be nearly wholly replaced? This vision of the future has some logical defects to mar its beauties. Unfortunately, capitalists could make no use of this paradise. Already its techniques result in mass unemployment, and the attempt to bridge the gap in demand is leading them into adventures that may be costly enough to annul all the benefits of technique. Technique occurs in no technical vacuum greater than that of the brainpan of utopians. Unfortunately, too, this dream has little significance for this historic, or any proximate historic, period, with which Marx is concerned. The mechanical development of mankind is stupendous compared to the past. How many workers has it eliminated? There are about 1,400,000,000 human beings working. Of these, no more than 3% on a world basis have ever been unemployed at any given time. In the mechanical industries of some countries, unemployment was 50% or but 97% of mankind still plugged at daily tasks. Ever since the Stone Age, man has been rendered comparatively superfluous by the invention of devices. Everything invented has replaced some movement of his body. And the result? A proletariat of hundreds of millions, the mass labor of which Marx speaks. Actually, this question is based on what Engels calls the prejudice of human division. It assumes that the educated engineers, a priesthood, apart from manual labor, ought to dominate. Perhaps it would be better to build on the certainty of continued mass labor, and impose the Hellenic ideal of man, a whole, a fusion of manual and intellectual training, rounded, not divided by class education. Plato is still a greater guide than the Scientific American for the humanity that is, after all, the object of all production. Section 4. Sources and Philosophy of Marxist Political Economy. Economic Theories of Capitalist Society 1. Prior to the 17th century there is little economic thought. To Aristotle, to whom slavery is natural, or to a chancellor of a dying feudal state, Sir Thomas More, who turns in horror from completely money societies. 2. All thinkers mirror the state of society in which they were educated. St. Thomas Aquinas is anti-commercial, as befits the great sin. These eyes are of a church whose territorial and hierarchical institutions were analogous with feudalism. The wandering Jewish merchants, on the other hand, in their Talmud, maintain a commercial point of view that has an up-to-date look. With the importance of the precious metals, the mercantilist theories of the 17th century echo the need to acquire those reserves. The power of the absolutist state, during the brief honeymoon of manufacturing system and nobility, led to the cameralist thinkers of the early 18th century. So soon as trade became paramount, poets like Bernard de Mandeville in his Private Vices Public Benefits, maintain the point of view of luxury traders. 8. It is not until the manufacturing system is triumphant that its exponents appear. These are Stoyart in Scotland, and, for an attempt to appraise the relations of agriculture, trade, and manufacture, Quesnay in France. But the pure mercantile theory had already produced remarkable works as candid as they are original. Whether in the newly discovered art of statistics of Sir William Petty, or the brutal truth of Jacob van der Lint, the keen trading wisdom of Dudley North, or the intense studies of money and credit of the inspired Norman, Boyce Gilibert, there was no shirking of any issue, no toying with any problem. In Marxist theory, the explanation of this candor lay in the rising fortunes of capitalism. It had a world to gain, and its only fears were from feudal survivors, not from any inner danger. Modem political economy. The physiocrats, who really created the science of political economy, were concerned ardently with the question of total revenue and total reproduction of capital in their commonwealth. They, too, presented the most fundamental questions and feared no difficulties. Their radical solution, of a tax on the net product of the soil, accompanied by a total liberation of trade and production, was the great blast against the paternal monarchy. A Scotch ethical philosopher, Adam Smith, fused their thought with that of the practical experience of the most mercantile and financial people in Europe, the Scots. His Wealth of Nations is the Bible of free trade and, for people of English speech, the book from which every economist dates his branch of learning. Smith dodges no issues. He is extremely sympathetic to labor, which produces all wealth and is the source of all value. Rent is often a criminal deduction from wages. Although Smith is eclectic, his book bristling with fundamental contradictions and stuffed with half-baked definitions, his courage is unmistakable. His school is summed up in the greatest of classical economists, David Ricardo. A millionaire, speculator, banker, practical authority on currency, he concentrated on the question of distribution and on taxation. An adherent of the labor theory of value, protagonist of the law of rent, he, too, stated every contradiction in the economic system with no reserve. For that reason he was assailed, despite his wealth and standing, as a sower of discord between the classes. With his rounded thinking, according to Marx, classical economics came to an end. From that point on, the commentary of Sismondi that every contradiction noted by Ricardo leads to a socialist critique, haunts the economists. The fact that such millionaires as Ricardo embraced a social pessimism and other millionaires like Robert Owen, a utopian communism, frightened the rich. The Panic of 1825 and the succession of commercial crises in its wake were symptoms that while the system would continue to advance, it had a mortal illness. Hence political economy, says Marx, becomes vulgar. It now has other than a scientific purpose. 4. It needs to justify the capitalist system against its class opponents, the workers. Therefore it courts the eclectic theory of John Stuart Mill that the claims of labor are just and ought to find a place within capitalism. Or it seeks to state that there is no contradiction, as with Fr. Poundleric Basquiat of Bayonne in France, who holds that economic harmonies can characterize the whole of production. Or, it declares that the nation is paramount and protective tariffs enrich employer and worker alike, as with the American, H.C. Carey. According to Marx, economists become more and more timorous. The bourgeoisie, once having conquered the aristocrats in France, in the 1830 revolution, and in England defeated the territorial magnates by the Reform Bill and the repeal of the Corn Laws, now know that their enemies no longer come from the past but from the future. They can no longer ally themselves with unrestricted liberalism. They must defend the status quo. Reform theories. Marx states that economists, from this point on, try every approach that will deflect the attention of workers from production relations. They center on distribution, as with Schultz-Delitzsch, a co-op creationism, or they seek the difficulties of all classes to hein. Some maintain that social security can be gained fully within the framework of the present social order, for example. Others hold that within the legal framework of capitalism, a gradual transformation from private enterprise to public enterprise can begin with municipal ownership, etc. 8. For these theoreticians and statesmen, the social-economic relations are determined experimentally, without reference to such large words as socialism and capitalism. The state interventionists do not hold the field, however. There are modern physiocrats like Henry George, who hold that the capitalist system does not really exist now, but only a mixed society in which capitalism is corrupted and falsified by privilege. Remove this privilege, and the capitalist system will really be as harmonious as Bastiat thought. This is the most radical solution within the framework of capitalism, because it would confiscate the value of land and public utility and railroad rights of way and end tariffs. For that reason, it has met with the least favorable reception. It is the only bourgeois system that declares Marx naive. It believes that in attacking capitalism he failed to identify it correctly by not analyzing its constituent factors. How economics molded ideas. About 1850, the English economic school believed that it had a perfectly objective science. This, according to Marx, was an illusion. It defended free trade because England required cheap raw materials and also wanted a universal market for her goods. So soon as her privileged situation came to an end, economists like Ashley and a host of others abandoned free trade. They think it is because they now think otherwise, but 6. Naturally, the significance of such ideas varies greatly with the degree of development of capitalism when they are advanced. 597. Actually, they are conditioned by the specific needs of their bourgeoisie. The Germans, about 1850, denounced England for its universal deductive theories and declared that only in the total historical experience of each nation was to be found the organic presentation of economic wholes. Marx holds that these theories are a product of the German need for tariffs to build up industries to rival England. Not that he is as direct as the foregoing sketch indicates. There are still free traders in England and Germany. American economists have usually been free traders despite the consistent national policy. There are mighty contradictions within each class, and, in addition, there is a scholastic lag behind the brutal present needs of new classes. 8. But by and large, economists think they are objective, when they are as determined in their arguments by the prevailing needs of the economic system, especially in fundamentals, as though they were commanded. The Austrian school. The most vivid example of Marxian contentions is in the school that has been the forefront in Marx criticism, the so-called marginal utility economists. One and all, they hold value to be subjective, and many of them declare it to be a relation, not a quantity. They represent the viewpoint of consumption, of the buyer. According to Marxians, this is the economic theory of the leisure class. It represents that enormous body of capitalists, who, living on interest on bonds, mortgages, rents, pensions, dividends, bank accounts, etc., no longer have any connection with the production of wealth. They view all society as a market in which goods are offered for their appraisal and among which they choose. The fluctuations of their choices are the fluctuations of value and price. Coal miners in England, say, spend 50 hours a week in production and have $13 a week with which to figure out consumption. Necessity figures about all that carrot 2/15 for them. Sir John Wastrel in Piccadilly has $200 a week, whose origin he scarcely knows, and he spends all day long deciding between various flavors in Havana cigars and the most suitable type of stud for his evening shirt. According to Marx, the economists of the two classes will think differently. Sir John's cousin who goes to Oxford and dallies in economics will think of subjective valuation. The coal miner's agitators will think of what he can get out of the boss in the wages struggle in the mine. Marxians hold that the economic theory of their critics, then, is based on class thinking. Their own, they proudly admit, is. They tear the veil of objectivity from their opponents. But at the same time they maintain that the character and diffusion of their ideas cannot be ignored by the historian, for they are part of his material. 40. Sources of Marxian economic theory. It is extremely difficult, and certainly artificial, to separate the economic theories that preceded Marx's formulations from their accompanying social philosophies. The economic thinking of a Ricardo or an Adam Smith cannot be disassociated from its assumptions, and these presuppositions are influenced by the circumambient notions concerning the soul of man and its modes of action, or of society as they conceived it. It would be too remote an undertaking to point out to what an extent the association theories of Hume, the sensory approach of John Locke or the utilitarianism of Hartley colored the thoughts of the economists. Nor is it amiss to point out that the rural organization of France determined the thinking of those remarkable men, the physiocrats, or that the needs of English trade and colonial relations conditioned the more rambling, eclectic ideas of Adam Smith. For our purpose, to trace the filiation of the purely economic ideas of Karl Marx we have to make three falsifications, the first that of separating the economic doctrines of his spiritual ancestors from their remaining philosophy, the second the assumption that the socialistic thinkers were inspired by economic ideas, instead of what is nearer the truth, that their humane perceptions led them to examine the economic system in a new way. Lastly, we assume that the Marxian economics itself is a system, whereas it is, so to speak, wrapped up in a system to which its bulk gives shape. If these three artificialities are borne in mind, the following skeletal story can be of service. One more caution: when the theories of Marx's predecessors are given, it must be remembered that the economic facts they describe may be given in similar words. 599. 600. To those of Marx, but, owing to the wholly different technological basis, the content of these expressions is dissimilar. Aristotle and Plato. Aristotle noted the twofold nature of commodities, one peculiar to the thing and one not, that a sandal may be used for footwear and also it may acquire in exchange money or food or other clothes. When a person sells a sandal or exchanges it, he uses it as a sandal, says the Greek thinker, but in a different way. Its natural function is to clothe the foot. Here the idea of two values, use and exchange, is given, as also the idea that the use value of the sandal remains. But it is not its natural use which it has in that special exchange relation. Aristotle also discovered that money could be a medium of circulation and also a capital, and that it was a measure of value as well. These three functions he distinguishes exactly as docs Marx, and not as other economists have since. This teaching, combined with Plato's acute idea of the division of labor as related to classes in the state, are the classical sources of Marx. Marx's sources in early capitalism. Marx himself has identified his ancestors. They are Sir William Petty in England, about 1660, and Bois-Guilbert in France, at the end of the reign of Louis XIV. Apart from socialists, the last source is Ricardo. The subsequent work done in economic theory, as stated earlier, is a disguised apologetic. Petty was the first explorer of Marx's economic doctrine. Petty held that value was estimated by the equality of labor contained in any two commodities and was the foundation, as to quantity, of the balancing of values. But, he added puzzled, in the superstructure and in the practices of exchange there was much variety and intricacy. Bois-Guilbert was the first thinker to see that metallic money could be replaced in its monetary functions by paper money, that the functions of money were that of a special universal equivalent in exchange *Bois-Guilbert, as well as Petty, the philosopher John Locke, and the merchant Dudley North, were the four pioneers of economic criticism in that they rejected the notion that the supply of gold and silver, by itself, was the wealth of a country and that the unique object of its trade was their acquisition. Nor did any of them, on the other hand, assume that if gold and silver were not the only form of national wealth, paper money was a mode of augmenting it. What they denied to metal, they could scarcely give its paper messenger. Despite the originality of Petty, the sources of Marx's economic doctrine are proportioned to his system. They are the physiocrats in France, the classic economists, principally Adam Smith and Ricardo, in England, the communism of Robert Owen, the utopian critique of capitalist society by Charles Fourier, and the inspired doctrine of the first of socialists, Saint-Simon. We are confining these sources to economic thinking and thus restricting the immense methodological contribution of Hegel's philosophy * that gives the outlines of Marxian sources, but its richness is due to its skillful use of science and mathematics and political history read by a real man. While only the first of his two giant contributions has gained uneasy ascendancy and the other is the center of conflict, it is significant that the cultural rather than the economic doctrine has done the best. For all that, there is nothing eccentric in Marx's economic doctrines. He is not the crackpot or reformer who thinks that his brain has illumined a universe which sat in darkness until his mighty mind came on the scene. Marx has been accused of deriving whole sections of his economics from Thompson and, by some, from various suggestions of Louis Blanc and Victor Considerant. He would have pleaded guilty. For him, the thinker outside of the reference of the cumulative thought of men, is a fool. His theory of history required him to recognize that in discussing the real world, one begins with its phenomena and sees its reflection in the human mind, before one sits in judgment on the economic and historic progress of the race. But all the greater is the obligation to, and a synthesis, to turn on a new point of departure. The physiocrats. The physiocrats were the first thinkers to preoccupy themselves with the economic conduct of a nation as a whole, both its production and circulation. The tableau économique of Quesnay was the most ambitious construction of economic totality before Marx. To the physiocrats, only agriculture was productive, that is, returned a net surplus of national revenue. This surplus is rent. Apart from the primary class of farmers, there is a second class of landlords, priests, soldiers, government officials, the king, etc. that live off this production of the soil. Then there is a third class. The industrial or manufacturing, artisan, and commercial class. These are sterile. They add to raw materials, given them by those that work the soil, only the amount of value they receive from the tillers of the soil, in the shape of their sustenance. How production is renewed. Those that farm in France, say, in 1 year, 1759, had a capital of 10 billion livres, of which a fifth is working capital that must be replaced annually. Assuming price and reproduction of capital as constant and circulation within any class as set aside, the sales and purchase relations of whole classes with each other are dealt with. Spinning and similar tasks were considered as farming. In those days home industry on the farms was important. The harvest reproduces the real wealth of France each year. It conies to $1 billion. All that is required for the subsistence and working capital replacement of farming comes in kind out of the farm produce. This comes to $400 million, leaving 600 million surplus product. Of this 400 millions are in food and 200 millions in other raw materials. It is this 400 million they pay to the landlords, and this they call the net product. Now all this is predestined to circulation. Another 400 millions of savings of the farmers from former crops exists in the shape of cash. This sum represents the excess of money required from crop to crop above the movement of the crop itself and takes care of interim payments. That is the function of money, and so this 400 millions is the total money circulation of France. Of the 400 millions of net product paid to the landlords, they keep 4/7 and pay 2/7 to the government and 1/7 to the church by way of tithes. Now the industrial class, which Quesnay thought sterile, uses working capital of 200 millions. These 200 millions are converted into goods worth 400 millions, but the surplus 200 million represents the subsistence given to the industrialists by the farmers. We are at the start of a new crop year. The farmers have 600 millions gross products and 200 millions money. The landlord has merely a claim on 400 millions. The manufacturing class has 400 millions in manufactured goods. Circulation between two classes is called imperfect, between all, perfect. The landlords buy means of subsistence from the farmers with half the rent, so that the farmers get back 200 millions. Apart from improving their properties, the landlords spend unfruitfully. With the other 200 millions the landlords purchase goods from the manufacturers, who, with this money, buy their subsistence from the farmers. But of the goods bought by the farmers from the manufacturers, part are in instruments that help them in farming. But when the sterile class gets this from the farmers for its products, it must in turn buy from the farmers 200 millions in raw materials to replace its working capital. So the money given away as rent by the farmers comes back to them and the books are even. The net product of the farmers is completely explained as to its origin and destiny. Theory of interest by fructification. But the farmer kept some product for himself, he did not pay out all in rent. That sum retained is 10% of his invested capital, it is his interest. He takes it out of his produce, not out of circulation. He replaces this produce with manufactured goods. That is how it goes through the system. It is this 10% on invest meant that reproduces the initial capital of farming, but it is not a net product, it does not add to consumable wealth, although it adds reproduction by improving the soil, etc. To sum up, farmers produce 600 millions for themselves, 400 for the landlords. Their 600 millions is subsistence, I raw materials. The landlords divide their rent I to consumption, I to buying manufactures. The manufacturers use this half, paid them, to replace work in capital. Of total manufactured goods, half goes to the landlords, half to the farmers. But for the farmers their share is merely the interest on their capital. The money put into circulation by the farmers paying rent comes back to him through the sale of his products to both classes, and so the year is over. This valiant attempt to depict the whole process of production, income, circulation, and reproduction was the last political economy of the agricultural system of Europe. 4. It seems old-fashioned to us. But then it preceded the first great inventions of the machine age. But its influence on Marx is striking. Here was an attempt not to describe empirically wages, rent, interest, etc., as though they were isolated subjects or different chapter headings. Here was an attempt to integrate the whole movement of society by way of classes, to discuss what led to more wealth, how wealth was extended, who exploited, who appropriated, who reproduced, what everyone got, to whom he paid it, and how it all got started again. Political economy under Adam Smith and Ricardo was painfully aware of the limitations of the physiocrats, but it dared not imitate their bravery. Hence, until Marx, political economy turns into a fragmentary science, that is, a study of specific interactions, but no attempt is made to integrate the entire system, not even by the schematic Ricardo. With Sismondi we shall see such an attempt, and, of course, those of the utopian socialists such as Fourier. But actually the physiocrats are the only complete systematists of political economy before Marx, and in a sense are his precursors. Their free trade and single tax theories, their harmonious philosophy, their political influence on the French Revolution by way of Turgot and Mirabeau are not specifically related to Marx. But their economic analysis inspired him constantly. Adam Smith. With Adam Smith, the British political economy is as representative of manufactures, trade, and credit as the physiocrats were of the agricultural era. With Smith's system we are not here concerned. It has been detailed in Cannon's theories of production and distribution. His relation to Marxian thought is close on fundamentals. Smith held that the entire value of the social product resolves itself into revenue, which are wages plus surplus value, or, in his speech, wages plus profits and ground rent. The consumers must pay the producers the full value of their products. This is to say, the price of every commodity contains wages, interest, and rent, or one or any two of these. Most commodity prices include all three. Out of the exchange value of commodities come the three sources of revenue. But this relates to gross income. Reproduction must be allowed for, and so wages, rent, profits divide only net income. Marx points out that Smith has counted profits twice, once as an income, and then as a source of reproduction. The reproduction comes out of the value of products to begin with. 606. Smith was the first to understand the distinction between means of production and consumption. He observed that means of production yield the revenue of laborers and capitalists but contribute nothing to the net revenue of society, whereas means of consumption, although used as capital by the capitalists, is really a part of social revenue. Here, in his old speech, he is close to the distinction between constant and variable capital which Marx used for his identification of surplus value. His theory of price gets down to the notion that commodities sell for wages plus the surplus produced by labor. He contradicts these ideas constantly, but they are at the basis of his analysis. But he does hold that profit and rent are deductions from the whole product of the laborer, or from the value of what he produces, and are equal to the additional labor, above his compensation, in other words, are a surplus value over his wages. This too anticipates Marx, though crudely. Smith determines the value of a commodity by the quantity of labor which the worker adds to the object he labors on. But he turns in a circle, for he determines the wages of laborers by the value of what they consume and the value of what they consume by the additional labor put into the articles consumed registered. Smith has an elaborate system of political economy, so impressive that from it has flowed all American and British doctrine ever since. Here we are confined to a few generating ideas for Marx. Marx's critique of Adam Smith is available in extenso in Volume 2 of Capital, particularly pages 415 to 450. Ricardo. But the English economist to whom Marx owes most is the stockbroker, David Ricardo. In his Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, a relatively small book, one has the epitome of a society, such as that of Spanish civilization in Cervantes' Don. 8. If Smith had hit on the twofold nature of labor, he would have been led out of his circle. Sources 607. Quixote or of the medieval church in the Pantagruel of Rabelais. Not that its stature rivals the works of those two masters, but its function is parallel. After Ricardo, political economy becomes eclectic or psychological. It has rarely found his path again. That is not to say that Marx follows Ricardo. Both he and Engels are never tired of pointing out his confusions, inconsistencies, errors. He was so much the epitome of his class that he became the perfect target as well. For Ricardo, labor is the source of value, labor is the sole creator of all values. He formulates three laws of value. A working day of a given length always creates the same amount of value, no matter how much the productiveness of labor, and therefore the quantity of its products, or the price of each commodity it produces, may vary. If the value of 10 hours' work is $1, then more goods share that dollar if labor produces more. But time of labor is the total value. Ricardo consciously eliminates rare goods and declares him self-concerned only with the mass of goods produced constantly by labor. The second law is that the surplus value increases as the value of labor diminishes. Since time of labor produces value, if part of that time goes to profit, labor gets less. An increase in the productiveness of labor reduces the value of labor, whereas a decrease in productiveness increases its value. Marx corrects this principle, but it is close to his doctrine. The third law is that increase or diminution in surplus value is always a result of, and never a cause of, a corresponding change in magnitude of the value of labor power. Whatever their shortcomings gazetted by Marx, these three contributions are the directives of Marxian thought. For Ricardo, the productiveness of labor is the source of profit, as labor itself is the source of value. Marx traced his shortcomings to his inability to apprehend the importance of the difference between use value and value. Prices, for Ricardo, are caused by a change in the value of money. Money declines in value when the quantity of currency rises above the amount of its intrinsic value and the intrinsic value of the commodities it exchanges against. This crude form of the quantity theory of money is interesting because of its relation to labor as money value. But it is the theory of rent by which Ricardo is immortalized. For him, rent is the difference between the product obtained by the employment of equal quantities of labor and capital on two soils. Marx calls this differential rent. But his idea that cultivation must proceed from better to worse soils is rejected by Marx. But it was by Ricardo that the foundations of the theory of rent were laid once and for all, and only an eccentric thinker like the American protectionist, Carey and his school, have contested it. 7. Ricardo improved on Adam Smith by denying that rent is inclement in price. Rent is rather the quantity of a tribute which was itself based on price. Ricardo takes the magnitude of value as fundamental and analyzes its components, distributed as wages, profits, etc., whereas Smith has built it up from the components, additively. The speculative superiority of Ricardo to Adam Smith continues throughout. In Engels's introduction to the third volume of Capital, Ricardo's limited theory of value of labor and its consequent errors are carefully assessed against the subsequent refinements of Marx. The subtle analysis by Marx of the confusion in Ricardo of fixed and circulating capital with constant and variable capital should be read as a postgraduate course in economic distinctions. But nothing that Marx criticized prevented him from rendering homage to the man whose theory of value and profit and rent are the pillars of political economy. The only classical economist that Marx followed after Ricardo was the Genevan Sismondi, who was fully conscious of the limitations of the market due to the class relations of capitalists and laborers, and whose theory of underconsumption, although naive, senses the basic class relations. From that point on, Marx relies only on the utopian socialists. Sismondi was not only the last term of classical economy, he is the herald of a type of socialist thinking that persists, under a dozen forms, in every non-Marxian school from Lassalle and Rodbertus down to Rosa Luxemburg and John A. Hobson, and even to the social credit groups. 8. Sismondi's influence, on both Marx and non-Marxians, is gigantic. The Russian populists took their economic system from Sismondi. Sismondi was aware of the hesitations of Ricardo. He saw that the inner contradictions of his labor theory might easily lead to its being vulgarized as a cost of production theory, rather than a labor theory of value. In fact, this was what happened. John Stuart Mill geared political economy into cost theories, whereas Marx geared it into labor theory, but on a higher plane. Sismondi sought to build a system that would give Ricardo's production scheme a meaning in the sphere of circulation. Sismondi held that the capitalist, by his command over labor, takes over the larger part of its production and forces it down to a subsistence level. But he deserves that part of his profits that inhere to management, and this is interest. Sismondi explains the spoliation of labor but not the constant repetition of profits in a recurring scheme of production. He discovered that general crises were possible, that they would be periodic, and, by studying the mode in which capital moves from cycle to cycle, he became the founder of economic dynamics. Naturally, Marx's extremely kinetic view of economic theory comes more from him than from Ricardo. Sismondi held that in a capitalist society, the extent and direction of economic activity is determined by exchange value, but it is the uneven technological development of each branch of production that puts industry in a state of flux. But he looked for the base of that unequal development outside production, Marx within production. Therefore he repudiated the price system and thought production should be measured by the quantity of useful goods. But capitalism, he saw, has nothing to do with this aim. Sismondi too, for the first time in political economy, concentrated on the difference between gross production and net profits. One might contradict the other, and this led to his suspicion of capitalism. 10. Despite the disavowal and refutation of his theory by Rosa Luxemburg, the Sismondi theories, against which Marx erected his entire concept of accumulation, held her in a vice. Marx makes the contradiction between social production and private appropriation, in a system requiring reproduction, both affect itself and contradict itself in the relations between two branches, the production and consumption sections of all production. For Marx, the system can reproduce for long periods within that contradiction. But Sismondism, by ignoring the two characters of labor, social and useful, failed to understand the process of reproduction, and thus believed that capitalism can keep alive only by plunder outside of the system, or by dumping. Sismondi assumes that variable capital and surplus value are the only production factors. He forgets the transfer of constant capital. Hence he assumes that consumption must equal production, unlike Marx, who saw that consumption merely gives the limits to production. Sismondi anticipated Marx in that he saw that the ruin of the peasantry and the middle class is a factor in building capitalism. He assumed that the ruin of these two classes destroyed the internal market for commodities, whereas, for the primitive peasant, who produced all his own needs, his emigration to the city, or his entry into cash crops only, increased the market for goods. Capitalism relies on replacing domestic economy and barter economy by cash sales, that is a type of primitive accumulation. Sismondi was probably too early a writer to see that the constant rising of the ratio of constant capital to variable means that for long periods the demand for that constant capital alone would keep the system going. Today it is the essence of the capitalist system as a going affair, although the ultimate consumer's demand for the less important consumer's goods, though much smaller statistically, still is the end of the series. But this consumption is itself determined by employment in means of production, so long as that endures. Utopian socialists. The first of these in importance was Robert Owen, a wealthy manufacturer. It is interesting to note that the founders of socialism were Owen, Fourier, Saint-Simon, Marx, and in economic doctrine the multimillionaire David Ricardo. The crude theory of economic determination can scarcely support a greater shock. Robert Owen. Owen published his new view of society in 1813. There was a ferment of radicalism about everywhere. The anarchist thinking of William Godwin and his son-in-law Shelley indicated that fundamental economic thought was on the way. In his notes to Queen Mab in 1812, Shelley illumines the whole problem of surplus labor time, and understands what we call capital as a social relationship. He quotes and glosses Godwin. Wealth is a power of the few to compel the many to labor for their benefit. These hours which were not required for the production of necessaries may enlarge our stock of knowledge, refining our taste, etc. The hours of labor, surplus hours for the rich, are noted. Nor is Shelley unhistorical. He is as explicit as Engels. It was 6L2. Perhaps necessary that a period of monopoly and oppression should subsist before a period of cultivated equality could subsist. He notes that employments are lucrative in an inverse ratio to their usefulness. From the soil of the French Revolution, the seed of the Industrial Revolution sprouted the understanding of social contradictions. After the stirring of men's minds, though it was directed to the profit of the rich peasantry and the bourgeoisie, and though the revolutionists became emperor, marquises, and dukes, the breaking up of the old society ended, once and for all, the established order of things. Among the bourgeoisie, men like Jefferson become normal, poets like Shelley and Byron break off from their class, millionaires like Ricardo and Owen ask why they are rich. Owen, who alone among manufacturers had been humane, philanthropic, and had encouraged cooperation among his workpeople, and still made a fortune, was the first purely communist thinker who based his conclusions on political economy. A giant manufacturer, he was puzzled by the immense development of productive forces and the poverty of the workers that produced so much more wealth than formerly. Machines were invented steadily to save labor, and yet labor always worked as much. Like John Stuart Mill, he was puzzled that all the mechanical inventions made had not lightened the day's labor of a single worker. He then fell back on commercial calculation. In the meantime, he never ceased acting as a practical reformer. He had a beautiful, simple face, a natural eloquence, and he stirred men to their depths by his pleadings. He persuaded Parliament for the first time to limit the hours of work of women and children. The precedent of social regulation of industry was established by his efforts. When trades unionism was still a conspiracy and crime, he fought down the barbarous law that treated the joining of servants against masters as though it were mutiny. Although an employer, he was invited to preside at the first Gen. Karl trades union meeting in Great Britain. He was the typical businessman turned messiah. He thought the world could be arranged like his business, and that schemes like those that would make money would save mankind. He believed in labor money, like Proudhon after him and a multitude of theorists since. He believed in establishing communist colonies and lost a great fortune in New Harmony, as he called his ideal settlement in America. He opposed strife and violence, holding that the gateway to the workers' heaven could never be hatred but only perfect love. It is easy to travesty the errors of an Owen, it is not so easy to recapture his immense talent. His book of the New Moral World supplements the cooperative and analytical sections of the New View of Society. But here he opposed private property, marriage, and religion, at least as they existed in his time. For him each must labor and each has an equal right in the product, according to his age. The future communist world is not only sighed for, it is also schemed, diagrammed, its modes of circulation fixed as well as of manufacture. But above all, it was the economic perception of Owen as a manufacturer, that the production process was fundamental, circulation derivative, of the contradiction between productive forces and their class utilization, and of the possibilities of technology, that led on to the Marxian doctrine and separated Owen from 18th-century communists like Morelli and Mabley and the English radical, Godwin. 11. Charles Fourier. Owen was humane and practical, but he was not critical and he did not understand the political superstructure of the economic basis. Two Frenchmen are responsible for this clarification, Charles Fourier and Saint-Simon. Fourier was a man in whom an analytical genius was allied to the most fanciful concepts. The latter have made him the butt of 11 other ideas of Owen that inspired Engels were the end of the town-country difference, his environmentalism, which meant that circumstances determine men's individual and collective acts, his theory that society from now on required collective and not individual actions to remedy defects. Vulgar minds. He was convinced that under socialism the sea would be turned into lemonade and that France would have 40 million Homers and Newtons instead of nearly 40 million nobodies. These aspects of his thought, as also the terrifically detailed pictures of phalansteries, or integrated communal production groups, are stressed in most studies of the man. Palgrave's Dictionary of Political Economy descends to this low level, as it does in some other articles. It is by this means that unoriginal and cowardly commentators assail the reputations of pioneers. Fourier had the weaknesses of originality. The same type of mind that makes a man question everything and explore to the depths, makes him wish to put up structures to the heavens. Unlimited curiosity and honesty is free of social limits and social shame. The sterile soul that sniffs books safely in the dead ranks of library shelves defends itself by attacking the men that dared. But Fourier must be appraised not by his weaknesses, for in those he is similar to men that have left no mark, but by his immense contribution. That was the complete inventory and criticism of bourgeois society. When the French Revolution had given rise to the most financial society yet known, Fourier tried to analyze the failure of all the ideals of the revolution: liberty, equality, fraternity. He analyzed the structure of society with a wealth of wit and satire, but also with a study of the genesis of all these social forms in the mode of production and acquisition of wealth. He sees it, unlike Owen, as an evolution. All these ideas are commonplace to us now, but we owe them mainly to Fourier. He was the first to perceive that every institution, as it evolves, achieves the opposite of what it set out to do. He saw that the cause of poverty was not the absence of goods but their presence in abundance. Engels says that Fourier understands dialectics as well as the German philosophers, but with French gaiety and sparkle. Marx learned the application of the dialectical method, especially to political economy, from Fourier. Fourier analyzed inefficiency in production and exchange, and this at a time when everyone was impressed by the dizzy gains in production due to the innovation of capitalism. He saw that the bulk of society's forces are not engaged in production at all. His catalogue of waste is interesting. First, waste: useless or destructive labor. The army, the idle rich, ne'er-do-wells, sharpers, prostitutes, magistrates, police, lawyers, philosophical cranks, bureaucrats, spies, priests and clergymen. Second, waste: misdirected work, since society makes it repellent, and not a vehicle of man's personality, attractive to him. Deflection of the passions into greed and morbidity, instead of their being utilized as society's motors. Scale of production too small to utilize labor properly. No cooperation. No control of production. No adjustment of supply to demand, except by the mechanism of the blind market. The family, this economic and educational unit, is absurdly small. Third, waste: commerce dominated by middlemen. It takes 100 men to do what society, with houses, distributed according to need, could do with one. 100 men sit at counters, wasting hours waiting for someone to enter. 100 people write inventories, etc., competitively. These 100 wasted merchants eat without producing. Fourth, waste: wage labor in indirect servitude, cost of class antagonisms. Since class interests are opposed, the costs keeping men divided are greater than the gains in making them cooperate. Fourier concludes that 1/3 of the people really work at something useful, and the other 2/3, no matter how much they buzz about, do no real work but are parasitic. And even this useful third receive no proper workers' training, due to class corruption and distortion, and so they work poorly. 6. Society for Fourier will run a history parallel to the individual and must eventually die of old age. It has 8 periods, from youth to senility, and we are now in the 5th. Unless man rejuvenates himself, the present gradual concentration of wealth, united to financial power, will produce a new feudalism and abolish the democratic gains of the French Revolution. This will lead to increasing misery for the many. This is a concrete anticipation of Marx. Fourier called himself a sergeant of trade. He was a thriving merchant in Marseilles, and as Skelton so well puts it, he analyzed waste with Poe-like imagination, although he reproaches Fourier with his rectangular temperament. Fourier, who hated industrialism, commerce, and finance, thought, like Owen, that the way out was by way of communal colonies. But unlike Owen, he rejected communism and quaintly maintained even shares of stock and dividends in his communal society. His influence on American thought was very important. 4. Heurists and Cabetists established colonies in the Promised Land, America. The utopian movement described by Noyes and Hillquit in America was of Fourierist as well as Owen. Its origins. In New England it led to the Brook Farm experiment. Emerson and Whitman were affected by it. The American, Brisbane, was the systematizer of Fourier's thought in America. No asterisk. Where has it left so deep a mark as in the United States, except for its effect on Marx himself? Saint Simon. Of the three founders of socialism, Claude Henry de Rivray, Comte de Saint-Simon, is much the biggest man of that bizarre family of aristocrats. 12. Always on the periphery of the noble order, he thought for himself from youth. The French Revolution, which ended his class, conjured up his system. He saw that the revolution was not a collection of phrases, party cries, and theories. He saw that it was not made up of the 12 alleged descendants of Charlemagne. Mob against the aristocrats. For liquidating the version of history that still dominates the moving picture industry, we are indebted to Saint Simon. It was for him a conflict between the feudal elements, who owned the soil, the bourgeoisie who owned factories and ran commerce, and the poor workers and peasants. Property was at the base of ideas and parties. Politics, he said later, is merely the science of production, and as society becomes more complex, politics as such must fade and disappear into economics. At a time when diplomats and generals were still thought to create history, to have moved its habitation from the salon to the factory and railroad required a prophetic brain. The state will go like any other device when economic society can regulate itself without that archaic contrivance. Saint Simon founded a new religion, which had offspring sects. Outside of political economy there are no socialist notions in Marx that are not to be found in his works. That is not to say that he worked out the import of all he conjectured. But he was so suggestive in his study of the historical framework of economics and the meaning of history that Marx is indirectly his scholar. His socialism was aesthetic and aristocratic and mystical, that would not much impress Marx. But his Nouveau Monde Industriel contains an astonishing number of ideas that recur in Marx, in the economic sphere as well. His immediate scheme was the constant amelioration of the condition of the poorest and most numerous class. For all that, he thought they required false ideas to keep them happy. Physics for the educated and deism for the lowly was his aristocratic epigram. Nor was Saint Simon wholly materialistic in history, sharp as were his ideas. He believed in the abstract idea of progress, like his worshipped Condorcet who expiated the belief in the terror. His motto, from each according to his capacity, to each what he produces, was made by Marx the watchword of the socialist society to precede the communist, from each according to his capacities, to each according to his needs. It was from Saint Simon that Marx learned that a social structure, a new one, that is, can be built only on the data of the society that exists, not of the one that one wishes. Above all, it was from Saint Simon that Marx learned the use of the word class as he employs it, as a group dependent on a particular mode of production relations, and as explaining the movement of history. That is the opening paragraph of the Communist Manifesto. Historians like Mignot, Thierry, and Guizot, though bourgeois, took over Saint Simon's economic and class ideas and remade their science. Their perceptions were more significant than those of the technically more advanced Germans like Ranke. Guizot plainly stated that history is class struggle. It is little wonder that a man like Saint Simon, who opened so many vistas, came, after his death, to be regarded by some 40,000 people as the reincarnation of an aspect of Jesus, as the incarnation of social dogma, as Christ was of the Godhead. A large number of the most active intelligences in Europe were seduced by this temporary adoration. Saint Simon was more scientific than other utopians. He, too, held that private property was an evil, and was a right to receive an unearned income from the industry of others. Both capitalists and landed proprietors are the depositories of the past labor of others. This takes the shape of instruments of labor. Thus they collect rents and interest. But Saint Simon held that the entrepreneur suffered too, though less than the laborers. The exploitation of labor by wages is disguised slavery. The employment contract is not free. It is money bags versus an empty stomach. Production is therefore badly organized and distribution unjustly effected. Each period contains in itself the germ of its successor. Saint Simon held that although history has governed up to now, his new principle of association would terminate change, in that sense, by the power of ideas. At no point has he asked, how is capital accumulated and renewed? For him it is conveyed by heredity out of past plunder, and the hereditary owners use the past instruments of labor to extort gain. This was a natural philosophy to a hereditary nobleman. Sources 619. From his economic ideas flowed the notion that credit diffusion would save mankind by credit cooperatives. A large number of bankers and railroad promoters began as Saint Simonians and decided that the large corporation with shares was the principle of association he forecast. De Lesseps, who built the Panama Canal, the Prieur brothers who financed railroads, etc., were Saint Simonians. His disciples, Father Enfantin, Bazard, Pecker, Cabet, Considerant, mostly formed societies based on Saint Simonian ideas, in the Mississippi Valley and in Texas, by way of New Orleans, which naturally attracted Frenchmen. At Nauvoo, where the communistically inclined Mormons met their cavalry, the most thriving settlement was made. Despite his socialism, St. Simon's theory that technicians, businessmen, and bankers were the natural leaders of socialist communities and that ideas alone were paramount, once classes were liquidated, led to easy divergences from his original idealism. The sources here given do not exhaust the immediate inspirers of Marx. William Thompson, with his suggestive ideas on labor and the ratio of accumulated wealth to current and future production, is extremely important. 13. The Ricardian Socialists and Chartists. The English workers, in the full flush of early trades unionism and Chartism, were quick to see the implications of Ricardo's doctrines. The Irish landlord, William Thompson, invented the expression surplus value, from which Menger pedantically assumes that Marx took the idea. Really, it was a convenient name for Ricardo's profit idea. Thompson also saw that the total labor of man was about 3 years' production, and that even of that, the productive elements were less than the total, so that the capital that people strive to preserve cannot be the secret of their conservatism, but its ability to extract profit forever is what causes the upper classes to defend property. What they are defending is not property at all, their mantelpieces and chairs would let them starve, after a few. 18. See the informative Right to the Full Produce of Labor by Anton Menger, philosophically weak but excellent history. 620. Months, if they did not exploit labor by the instruments of production they owned. The wealth of man is knowledge and cooperation for continuous production. From the day of Thomas Spence, who saw the meaning of rent as no one until Marx did, and Charles Hall, who held that the poor are robbed of 7/8 of their income, English labor was awaiting an economic theory. At first it explored carefully. Hodgkin was more acute in stating the labor theory of value than Ricardo himself, and saw that it led to class struggle, but he distinguished lazy from productive rich people. John Gray said that barter was the true basis of exchange and that money falsifies values. National warehouses should determine prices based on labor value. The poor man's guardian in 1831 took up the song wages should form the price of goods. Yes, wages should be all. Then we who have to make the goods should justly have them all. But if the price be made of rent, tithes, taxes, profits, all, then we who have to make the goods shall just have none at all. The so-called English sources of Marx were thus a compound of natural justice advocates and post-Ricardian socialists. Nor were honest men wanting among the Tories. Malthus, arch-defender of the social order, held that there must always be a basic disharmony of 3 classes, the workers, landlords, and capitalists, but he based this everlasting unhappy prospect on the struggle for subsistence, whereas Ricardo based it on the nature of exchange. Further French sources. The French sources of Marx, apart from the 2 greatest thinkers, were more in the realm of practice and in acute detailed studies of concentration. French conspiracies had been endemic since Buonarroti, a disciple of the martyred Babeuf, had revived revolutionary conspiracy in 1820. Marx began his revolutionary activity as a conspirator in the Secret League of the Communists, allied to the older Secret League of the Just. From these sources, he obtained the correlation of theory with action that was to distinguish his economic theory from all precedent systems. Babeuf saw that if liberty, equality, and fraternity were to be more than words, a type of cooperation must replace competition. These ideas were current enough in Paris during the Terror. Saint-Just, the right-hand man of Robespierre, held ideas of state, revolution, and political economy that sound as though they might have been written in 1939. The Paris Commune of 1793 that defied the armies of the world was based on the artisans, the little shopkeepers, and the workers. When Robespierre fell, Babeuf asked what class forces broke that power. He became the first militant revolutionist, allying theoretical communism to political action. His failure was due to the embryonic state of the proletariat and the absence of material conditions, that is, large-scale production prerequisite to its emancipation. Unlike Winstanley's, in Cromwell's time, this was the first non-religious, economic, theoretically formed communism based on class action. On the side of history, Babeuf is the ancestor of Marx. His greatest disciple was L.A. Blanqui, the eternal prisoner. Brother of one of the most distinguished academic economists in Europe, he forsook honors for conspiracy. For him, only one class can be relied on for the revolution, the proletariat. This immense contribution to Marx remains his monument. The workers were to be the nucleus of a change of class power, and the peasants were to be placated. The problem was first of all capitalism, then agriculture. His other economic studies are also valuable. Unfortunately, Blanqui is remembered by most extremely haughty Marxians as a man who overrated conspiracy. That is a travesty. Marx esteemed him highly, despite his dramatic errors, and he was a potent factor in molding Marx's system. Then too, his political realism has caused Benedetto Croce to say, with justice, that through this channel Marx became the most remarkable continuer of Machiavelli. On the economic side, Louis Blanc is important. His organization Du Travail in 1839 is a landmark of socialist theory. Unlike the English socialists, the French were concerned with economic tendencies. They were not steeped in the Bible and 622. So mistrusted eternal wisdom. He coined the phrase "from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs." He believed that social, universal workshops should be established until social capital was collectively owned. It was the first time anyone had sought a realistic industrial method, based on what existed, as a lever to bring about socialism. In its early stages, the compensation for labor was to be based on time devoted to work. It is not to the point that Blanc proved an opportunist and shabby political type. His scheme of national workshops was the first demand of the Paris workers in 1848 and was shamelessly sabotaged by Thomas, the government agent in charge, so that for 50 years it could be cited triumphantly to show that socialism can't work. Louis Blanc, also, formulated the idea of the inevitable concentration of capital more concretely than did Fourier. Both Considerant and Pecker declared that cheap prices would cripple the small producer and lead to large-scale production, which alone could cheapen costs to meet lower prices. Either feudalism or social ownership would be the only alternatives when this developed. It was Louis Blanc who stated that cheap prices must lead to concentration and then to centralization, and used the phrase, "large capitalists eat up the small." To sum up, surplus value, with no reference to its source, the twofold nature of labor, comes by way of Turgot, Godwin, Hall, and Thompson, through Ricardo as the theoretical foundation. But it is not Marx's idea at all, merely the notions that must have set him to his task, which was to find out why there was a profit not realized exclusively in production or in distribution. The theory of concentration was suggested, in some outlines and even as to its mechanics, by Fourier, Blanc, Considerant, Pecker, The class struggle came from Saint-Simon, Thierry, Guizot. Dynamic economics came from Sismondi, and also the idea that classical economy had turned into its opposite, socialism. The periodicity and necessity of crises, as formal ideas, came also from Sismondi, Owen, Fourier. The proletariat as the lone carrier of revolution to begin with, was Blanqui's idea. L.O.O. Original. Sources 623. But all these together, and the others detailed before, no more explain Marx and Engels than the predecessors of Shakespeare explain Shakespeare. Neither Marlowe's blank verse nor the sonnet forms of Sidney explain the syncretic genius of Shakespeare. Nor does a collection of snippets explain the total systematic work of Marx, nor the fact that the only socialism that ever moved the masses and concerns the thinkers of the world is Marx's. The miserably inadequate socialist fantasies of Immanuel Kant and Fichte, their philosophers' closed economies in a pocket-handkerchief state, are not his sources either, pace economic historians, any more than Plato's Republic is. The true German socialists or communists, such as Weitling, Hess, Grimm, could have suggested little to that acute mind. Marx transformed the economic theory of socialism, first, from ethical to scientific, second, from socialist that is, static schemes to what he termed communism that is, a kinetic scheme, third, it directed attention from the future to a realistic critique of the present, as the only source of the future, fourth, it excluded utopianism, fifth, it held for evolution, sixth, it denied class cooperation or philanthropy and was based on class struggle, seventh, it was historic, it held that the role of the working class was not made because it incarnated justice, as Blanqui thought, but that certain material conditions made it significant as the future class. Eighth, it held that man was determined basically by his modes of production relations and their interplay with techniques, and ninth, that man could remold history, within obedience to a given set of facts. From that point on, dead ideas in all his predecessors sprang into life, for they were of the stuff of man's experience. Marx counted with his environment, and yet made it serve as an economic horoscope. No phrase like concentration of capital, or surplus value, or profit, or labor time has anything like the same meaning hereafter in Marx as in his predecessors, to whom, nevertheless, he was so much indebted. If anything, there has been too much of an attempt, on the part of those who seek to reduce the historic significance of Marx, to state that he took whole sections of his economic theory from Ravenstone, Hodgkin, Thompson, Bray, etc. Of course on Sopor. 624. Vassive a theme as labor and production, hundreds of ideas are bound to converge in sharp intelligences, but regrettably must be as isolated observations or as fragments of a system, at best. German historic sources. Marx was educated in Germany at a time when the worship of history was almost excessive. When Bach in his Political Economy of the Athenians, published in 1818, demonstrated the role of the silver mines of Larium in the Athenian policies, he upset idealistic ancient history for an economic outlook. Moser's History of Osnabrück / had given the German mind an economic historical outlook that had no match in Europe until Thierry, Mignot, and Guizot wrote in France. When Marx studied German economy of the bourgeois type, like that of Liszt, aimed at a historic base for economics, and so did the unmethodical Roscher. Those who wish to recreate this atmosphere should read Lord Acton's German Schools of History in the English Historical Review, Volume I. A good description of their methods and enthusiasms, above all of Ranke, is given in Gooch's elegant but somewhat disappointing History and Historians of the 19th Century. Marx's rivals. In his lifetime Marx had 4 rivals whose theories for a time enjoyed a popularity equaling or surpassing his. These were the anarchists, P. J. Proudhon and Michael Bakunin, and the socialists, Ferdinand Lassalle and Karl Rodbertus. That is not to say that these exhausted the roll call of socialist theoreticians, many of whom were sharp and suggestive in thinking. Some of the greatest names in the socialist movement, though, were not strong in economic thinking. Such was the grand old man of revolution, Blanky, who taught Marx much in tactics but little in political economy. There were all sorts of systematic economic critics such as the remarkable Russian Chernyshevsky and the systematic Lavrov. 14 But the four men mentioned above stand out as conspicuous in socialist theory as John 14 Benoit Malin, in his Socialisme Integral, rejected historic materialism for preconceived ideas of justice implicit in the masses. This affected the Russian Narodniks. Stuart Mill then was in bourgeois economics. One other influence must be noted. It was outside of political economy, but it influenced Marx and Engels extremely. That was Charles Darwin, whose Origin of Species came out in 1859, the same year as Marx's first great economic essay, Critique of Political Economy. Darwin was interpreted by Marx and Engels in a Hegelian and socialist manner, an interpretation exactly the opposite of that of the individualists Huxley and Spencer. The socialist summing up of some of his lessons, though, was left to an anarchist, the geographer, Prince Peter Kropotkin, whose Mutual Aid remains the most suggestive biological summary of cooperative effort in biology and human endeavor ever produced, one that annulled the vulgar axiom of the survival of the fittest. Proudhon. First in time comes Proudhon. He is not the most important of the anarchists. In fact, for clear economic thinking he must yield pride of place to two good Yankee anarchists, Josiah Warren and Stephen Pearl Andrews. But a man must be judged by his influence as well, and Proudhon's ideas are not only still popular with anarchists, but from him comes every type of currency idea, such as credit currency, that enchant the déclassé elements from bankrupt grocers down to futurist poets. He bases his theory on an ethical indictment: property is theft. We must leave out of account his theory of autonomous groups and his hostility to trades unionism. His economic theory turns on how to annul the theft called property. He proposes to attack the problem in the sphere of circulation, in that of credit. Interest on money loaned is at the source of all economic dislocation. The lender sells the same article over and over again and receives its price over and over again and still owns it. 626. But a man who sells a hat sells it for good. He has the money, his client has the hat. As Marx says, he never sees that selling is an act of conserving the value you have, for you yield it only for an equivalent. If the seller has surplus value in the value of hat, then he conserves the increase of value in it with every dollar of money he takes in exchange for it. He has the same surplus and yet, since he sold the hat at its value, retains the same original value as the money lender. Of course, where Proudhon adds the cost of interest to the cost of the hat, Marx assumes that the interest is a division of surplus value already embodied in the hat. Hence the talk of interest slavery of the capitalist to the banker is to Marx a superficial form of accounting. But it immensely impressed even Saint-Simon financiers, and such important politicians as Napoleon III were affected by Proudhon's ideas that cheap and abundant credit reduced industrial costs. For that reason the Bank of France has since discounted notes so small that no American bank would ever look at them. As part of the political defenses of the lit shopkeeper and independent artisan in France and the Latin countries, it is impossible to overrate Proudhon's influence. 19. He is rigorous in his definition of an economic class. To him, the receipt of interest meant that the same men who loaned money would be the men that forever controlled credit and owned capital. His system was made the subject of attack by Marx in his polemic The Poverty of Philosophy, a reply to Proudhon's philosophy of poverty. Despite its rather elephantine humor, it is decisive, and only the anarchists still think Proudhon survived the engagement. Bonner, in Philosophy and Political Economy, says that in the then tone of controversy, Marx was really comparatively moderate. What irritated Marx was Proudhon's true statement that political economy was a dismal science without philosophy, and then the shoddy Hegelianism he retailed. 18. See the speeches of the French banker, Lanson, in my novel The World. is mine. Sources 627. He also resented Proudhon's calm appropriation of the productive association ideas of Louis Blanc. The most valuable part of Marx's economic examination is that of the so-called droit d'aubaine or right of toll, which Proudhon held required the laborer to pay back, in prices for goods consumed, the surplus above what he was paid in wages. That is, he constantly rewarded the capitalists for plundering him. Marx's exposure of this shallow radicalism is much required today. For all that, Proudhon's followers were so powerful in the labor movement that Marx had to combine with them in the First International Workingmen's Association. In the Paris Commune, the Proudhonists did yeoman service in the financial organization of that short-lived but significant revolution. Proudhonism has dogged the footsteps of Marxism from 1847 to the present day. Its type of thinking is the standard radical approach throughout the world. It is common to currency reformers and fascists, and its isolation of the banker as the source of all evil is extremely popular. But it lacks any understanding of the totality of production relations, and is gaseous. Bakunin. The teachings of Michael Bakunin were wholly different. He favored trades unionism of an aggressive sort, and from him flows the fighting anarchist and later. 16. The syndicalist doctrine. This is a form of what is termed economism. That is the notion that all political action and reference is anti-economic, purely predatory and evil, and that prior to the realization of any ordered economy, the state must be destroyed, and by force. Bakunin must then think of the state as an active force, above society, but as imposing the domination of the rich. In addition, he requires militant atheism, since God is only another name for the police, for a force above man, who is himself the highest good. Bakunin is a communist in the primitive sense, that is, he favors free, autonomous communes, self-sustaining. 18. Really, Sarl was a disciple of Lagardelle. As to means of subsistence, but making arrangement by fluid treaties with other groups for superfluities and transport. Modified into anarchist communism by Malatesta, the theory has been carried into detail by Kropotkin in fields, factories, and workshops, and by the Spanish anarchist economist, the resourceful Santillana. The anarchist, unlike the Marxian, will not accept the capitalist system as given, as the basis for analysis, and the study of its actual tendencies as a substitute for immediate action. For the Marxian, political economy is the science of the capitalist system. When that goes, political economy goes with it. For the Bakuninists, political economy is a normative science, that is, one that sets standards by which the capitalist system is to be judged. As Marx rejected any analysis that did not conscientiously observe the real and eliminate the wishful, the controversy between his followers and those of Bakunin was bitter and never has been healed. They regard Marx as a man who merely takes over the whole of the capitalist mistakes giant factories, mass production, immense cities, and rivets them onto the workers forever with a socialist bureaucracy. For them, the function of revolution is not to understand but to annihilate that which is not worth understanding because it is so vile. The lifetime behavior of Thoreau, for example, would have been cheerfully endorsed by Bakunin were it not for his mildness. The questions this raises are outside of political economy. But that is not to say that the economic work of such men as Kropotkin is not important and deserving of high respect. Ferdinand Lassalle. The socialist thinker who has enjoyed a following rivaling that of Marx was the German lawyer, orator, and economist Ferdinand Lassalle. In his short but hectic life he made far more noise than Marx ever did. Bismarck treated with him, and his political pronouncements were European news. He is a direct follower of Ricardo. He holds that labor creates all wealth, and that the iron law of wages makes it certain that. Sources 629. They will always fall to the lowest level at which life can be sustained. From that point of view, it is clear that the working class has no interest in taxation, since if it is merely paid enough to live on, then it is without a cent of surplus, and all the questions raised by statesmen such as protection of free trade, or high or low taxes, or sound and unsound money are all bourgeois swindles and do not concern them. The iron law of wages of Lassalle is often confounded with the subtle Marxian doctrine, and it has left traces in ostensibly socialist movements, especially in the United States. The most brilliant, polemical Marxian advocate this country has seen, Daniel de Leon, followed the Lassallean doctrine in such matters as taxation as though Marx had believed this. 17. Lassalle held that capital is a means of production, that managers in factories help produce wealth, etc. The influence of Lassalle, like that of Fourier, Owen, and Saint-Simon, was rather on intellectuals and leaders than on the workers and their trades unions. That piqued him and, perhaps, made him exaggerate economic dogmas like the iron law of wages, and demand the full product of labor. He held that compared to the working class all other classes form a homogeneous reactionary mass. Lassalle did not distinguish between labor and labor power. What is worse, if Lassalle had to state why the iron law of wages prevailed, he would have to formulate two arguments. One, that there is a perennial oversupply of laborers, which is the argument of Malthus and is certainly no argument for socialism, or secondly, he would have to assume that if labor was the only creator of wealth, and the worker's subsistence had to sink lower all the time, that he was robbed of the full produce of his labor. In other words, Lassalle would have been forced to biological or ethical outlets for his wretchedly thought-out economic system. What has remained of Lassalle are his extremely amusing pamphs. 17. See the pamphlet of John D. Goerke published by the Socialist Labor Party on taxation. 630. Let's and his ability to stamp vulgar coins, so that if the man in the street and even the average socialist were asked what was Marxian socialism, he would define it in Lassallean terms. 18. Rodbertus. The last of the four rivals was a Prussian junker, Karl von Rodbertus-Jagetzow. He was a systematic thinker, ponderous, sharp, and extremely belligerent. He was convinced that important doctrines of Marx had been pilfered from his writings, including that of surplus value, interest, and rent. As he had been Minister of Commerce of Prussia when Marx was a revolutionist, his charges were given weight. He wrote a treatise, later called Capital, and one on the demands of the working class, among a host of others. A landlord and rural gentleman, he saw all of political economy as comprehended in the forms of rent payments customary in his region. Rent is the addition of ground rent and profit, and it represents a deduction of value from the wages of labor. Wages represent only a part of the value of a given product. If labor is sufficiently productive, wages need not be equal to the natural exchange value of labor's product, so that a surplus can be left for the replacement of capital and for rent. So far we are not ahead of, nor even as clear as, Ricardo and his advanced disciples. But Rodbertus became for the German scholars, above all, the exemplar of critical socialism, and Bombach ranked him with Marx as an advocate of what he chose to term the exploitation theory of interest. This is part of the systematic denigration of Marx. Actually, Rodbertus held that any theory of surplus value, as created by labor, was purely conceptual and did not apply to our present society. He was an underconsumptionist like Sismondi. Rodbertus held the surprising view that the mass of capital was immaterial to profits. The higher the capital, the higher the mass of profits, the lower, the less, but the rate never changes. That means that the capitalists of this earth who have tried to increase the rate of profits by concentration were subject to a collective economic hallucination. It is true that if prices expressed in changes of money alter, or if the proportion of constant to variable capital is unchanged, the rate of surplus value is unchanged. But it is the object of concentration of capitals to change that organic composition. But that larger capitals do not increase the profits of their participants over what they would have had separately has been proved statistically wrong even apart from theory. Rodbertus held that only goods that contain labor are economic. All others are natural goods. By labor he means material labor that changes the shape or position of natural goods. Rent persists because labor can produce a surplus above its needs and because of private property in land. Owing to their hunger, the laborers give all they produce to the capitalist, who returns them a pittance. Rent increases with productivity, since labor receives only a maintenance and can never participate in any new surplus above that maintenance. But rent, wonder of wonders, is also a salary for management, as well as plunder. Rodbertus holds, like Marx, that the quantity of labor is value, but he sees one kind of labor only. His idea that the capitalist appropriates surplus in the wage contract differs from Marx, who holds that the laborer is paid value in the contract, as such. Wages can be increased only at the cost of rents. Or wages can be increased out of production gains without reducing money rents. Mind and nature do not enter into costs. Costs are three: raw materials, labor, depletion of tools. The laborer produces his own food. Since value decreases with productivity, and land rent is antithetical to capital rent, the effect of increased productivity causes each of the two capitalist classes to seek to recover value from its own laborers. This is easy because labor is bought and sold for the cost price of foods, as expressed in labor and not in money, for that includes a rent. 632. Rodbertus held that property could be abolished and yet income remain. Like Fourier, Saint-Simon, and Sismondi, he could not bear to see rich people deprived of all resources, and so he smuggled in their claims. No wonder that, although theoretically Rodbertus is more radical than Marx, and with Lassalle held everyone but the workers to constitute a homogeneous reactionary mass, the two got together to help Bismarck. Lassalle paid the tribute to Rodbertus that he, and not Marx, was the German Ricardo. Actually, we know that practically every idea of Rodbertus comes from Sismondi with a dash of Saint-Simon. A Junker disciple of Frenchman is a rare bird. It was not suspected until much later. Rodbertus's agrarian and bureaucratic socialism found high favor with the governing class. Since he held land to be alienated capitalistically, the cabbage Junkers, as Marx termed them, saw in him a savior. His theory that the three factors in production are paid for their market services, but are abstracted from the producer, was hailed by Wagner and others as the key to political economy. He also advocated a labor currency to replace money and, of course, it would be based on labor time. His social remedy was rent limitation, so that the landlords kept their income, but participated in no increment in the future. Land ownership also should be inalienable in the family. No wonder Hitler has adopted his notion of blood primacy by making the right of the eldest son to a farm inalienable, and leaving the other children to figure it out. Because of Rodbertus's inability to formulate a real theory of surplus value, Engels in his introduction to Volume 2 of Capital challenged the disciples of Rodbertus to explain how an equal rate of profit could come about, not in violation of the law of value but because of it. If Rodbertus was practically as good as Marx, this could be done easily. It was not taken up. Rodbertus had no method of escaping from contradictions, such as Marx had with his subsequent divisions of surplus value, etc. Hence he is touted generally as far more profound than Marx because he is so much more easily vanquished, and if you assimilate a genius to a plodding fellow and say they are the same and refute the plodder, you appear then to have refuted the genius. This is the exact procedure of Bombach in Capital and Interest, but its prestidigitation imposes on no one any longer. But Rodbertus was a close thinker, and in many fields, well worth close attention. His rank is due partly to his social position and as a forerunner of state socialism. He saw the difference between natural and social forms of production, and he pointed out that political economy deals not with the real world but one framed by private property. He saw that the waiting theory of production, such as that of Bombach, was contradicted by the simultaneous processes of production, so that the serial production time idea of the Austrians was a false abstraction. Unfortunately for theory, Rodbertus thought there was a logical conception of capital which was independent of a historical conception. But even when the greatest allowances are made, it is a fact that there is little in Rodbertus that is not more systematically and organically given in Marx. His reputation will continue to be based on the fact that independently he came nearer than anyone else to a large number of quasi-Marxian theories. Owing to his high social and political position, too, he was important because he compelled respectful attention to that type of criticism. Dialectical materialism and historical materialism. We now reach the most fundamental Marxian theories. We shall consider not their full range but their application only to economic theories. These two absolutely basic concepts are historical materialism for the story of man and dialectical materialism for a comprehensive method of studying man's universe. It has been urged by many critics of Marxism that there is no need of this philosophical approach to understand Marx's economic theories. It is argued that his examination of labor and wages and value and his description of the capitalist mode of production and exchange and the observed tendencies of the system would be equally valid without a basic orientation. English socialists, the heirs of inductive philosophy, steeped in the spirit of David Hume, French socialists, natural rationalists, and wits and sons of Diderot and Auguste Comte, and practical Yankees, to whom all theories are not worth a single practical invention of Edison, one all regard this apparatus with suspicion, and many ask for its discard. An interesting example is that of the essayist, Max Eastman, who views Marx as dealing with the notion of cause whereas the engineering approach is to study a given conditioning. He thinks that Marxism suffers because it carries so much philosophical baggage that it cannot win the race against capitalists. He attributes this mistake of Marx to the backward state of German thought, compared to progressive, scientific Anglo-Saxon thinking. Marx and Engels, although German by birth, spent their work. Ing lives in England and the critique of just that attitude of Eastman is repeated by them in detailed studies of Hume, Bentham, and others of that school. In Chapter I we have seen that Marx and Engels hold that the appearance of reality is often the reverse of scientific truth. The sun appears to rise in the east, the world seems flat, bodies seem to fall at rates proportional to their weight, etc. They were compelled to examine economic phenomena to see if things were what they seemed. Did the worker receive the full value of his labor when he was paid P, and, if he did, what accounts for profit? Does the capitalist really employ the laborer? He seems to. Is he the real leader and inspirer of production because he risks his investment? He seems to be. In order to penetrate these appearances, they found that ordinary inductive thinking was not helpful. The contradictions were wrapped up in relations that were not apparent on the surface. Hence they required a technique that would enable them to disentangle the elements and present their real working. They found, so they believed, that this real world bore no resemblance, fundamentally, to the superficial world, so laboriously depicted and analyzed by economists. As the method they employed to discover these contradictions was that of dialectical materialism, they naturally assigned to it special importance. The real question goes much deeper, but this suffices to show that for them the dialectic method was the method of economic science. What the student already knows. Before proceeding to an elementary exposition of historical materialism and dialectical materialism, let us sum up the cognate information already contained in the previous pages. It includes that Marxism is a historical science of economic phenomena, that it formulates laws applicable to concrete situations only, that it takes changes in the mode of production to be fundamental, that these changes in the mode of production are reflected in different class relations, that this division into classes leads to struggles, that the political and social institutions of man are functions of that class organization, varying ultimately with changes in the mode of production, that political economy is not static but treats of the law of motion of the capitalist system, that the very categories it uses, such as wages, apply only to a wages system and are not eternal, that capitalism itself is a concept of a living, changing society, embodying whole aspects of former systems and showing features that indicate its supersession, that economic reality is not ascertained by observing economic appearances, that without an approach over and above political economy it cannot be apprehended. That the capitalist system produces socially but appropriates privately, that science, especially in political economy, is the thought picture of class interests, but that there is objective political economy, but its apprehension is a testimony to the maturity of class development which enables thinkers to arise and identify its aspects. Political economy is an illustration of historical materialism, which is merely the human aspect of dialectical materialism. This latter philosophy gives the modes of discovery of political economy and also is the touchstone of the legitimacy of its conclusions. The history of institutions is explained by variable factors, the principal one of which is the aforementioned changes in production. Other factors vary slightly or not at all. They are relatively constant factors, such as geography and race. Every specific event, such as wars, etc., may have a different significance at different times, hence formal resemblances are not enough to lead to similar conclusions. It is the class content at any given time that is decisive. A change in the quantity of any social form changes its quality. For example, the production of X cotton is compatible with a manufacturing system, but X ain't only with a capitalist system. Every institution changes into its opposite when it is in a different setting. For example, the Gentile society becomes aristocratic when there is a larger quantity of goods. Political economy deals with objective and quantitative relations and deals with the totality of values, exchanges, etc., instead of with individual, subjective transactions. Historical materialism asserts that institutions are determined by economic factors, but this has no resemblance to economic determinism, which assumes that the everyday actions and psychic expressions of men are the direct functions of economic motives. The uneven development of capitalism and socialism is an instance of the distinction. Gathered haphazard in the preceding pages, these will reappear in an ordered form in the following exposition. Dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism is a theory of evolution. That nature is primary, that man perceives an external world whose real motion is reflected in his perceptions and reasoning. That insofar as science progresses it uses a materialist basis. That the freedom of man consists in his understanding of necessity. So long as he does not comprehend necessity he thinks himself helpless. Human freedom is impossible, though, except within natural necessity, for it can never run counter to it by an act of will or thought. Objective law in nature, that is, necessity, is made available to human freedom by science, and to do this it uses the logical method known as dialectics. Dialectical materialism is not mechanical, it is not gross or material in the common use of the word. It assumes that the world is not to be viewed as a complex set of fully fashioned objects but as a complex of processes in which apparently stable objects arise and disappear as do the images of them within the human brain. This process of change means that everything must decline, to make way for new things, that nothing in nature or society is fixed or sacred, since it must share the process of transformation. That the theory of evolution is correct, but not in the old-fashioned sense of a constant progression from simple to complex, nor is it a direct path of progress. 640. That the idea of evolution must be applied all-sidedly so as to include apparent departures from straight development. That unless this is done, thought is metaphysical, that is, a philosophy outside of science, and, therefore, useless in the real world. That human nature, the nature of that animal which observes the world, is a synthesis of animal endowment and definite, concrete, historically evolved and everlastingly changing social relationships. Hence man's freedom consists not merely in interpreting the world but in actively changing it. This is the imperative of revolution. Dialectical materialism uses only one tool apart from external science itself, the science of thinking. Its laws are termed formal logic and the notion of dialectics. Dialectics is the general science of motion of both the external world and of human thought and behavior. Dialectics means specifically that the stages of each development repeat former stages but on a different plane. That is, each step is the negation of the previous step, and the next step must be a negation of that negation. It does not restore the original situation, but invariably creates a third situation, which is different because of the double process of negation. Hence development is, picturesquely, expressed by spirals and not by straight lines. Development includes leaps and bounds, instead of motion at the same rate, and takes account of catastrophes and revolutions, but there are long intervals when motion is gradual. A change in quantity produces, in and of itself, a change in quality, and conversely, changes in quality produce changes in quantity. The conflict of outside forces and inner tendencies bring out inner forces of development that become concrete only when this contradiction forces them to move. This is especially true of society. All events, all sides of every event, are interrelated, and this accounts for our discovering ever new aspects of things. Inter. L.OO Original. Dialectical and Historical Materialism 64-1. Penetrations of motion reveal undisclosed connections. This means that there is a general law of motion for the totality of the real world about us. Now all this looks very fearful and ponderous, and for that reason a great many people, impressed by the purely historical position of Marxism, regard this set of doctrines as superfluous. Let us relate it to political economy, proposition for proposition, and we shall see why Marx esteemed it so highly. Economic illustrations of dialectical materialism. The capitalist system exists outside of us, we perceive what is already there. Political economy cannot progress unless it uses this real capitalist system as a basis instead of ideal constructions. That by apprehending his part in the process of production and the present superfluity of the capitalist, the worker can translate the real contradiction between social production and private property by an act of the social will, that is, by a revolution. But his will is subject to necessity. If these contradictions are not objectively enough developed to threaten the system, his will cannot overturn it. Necessity is transformed into freedom by the worker only through science, that is, by a theory based on an ordered perception of the capitalist system. Without socialist theory, no socialist action. The capitalist system is not a permanent, static object, the same in all times and places. It is a complex of processes. These differences are mirrored in the perceptions of its critics. Capitalism arose out of feudalism and it must decline in favor of socialism. Socialism must give way, ultimately, to communism, which in turn makes away with the state, the representative of class divisions. Capitalism does not develop straight from simple capital to complex. It deflects the middle classes from a propertied group into higher paid workers. It transfers real property into share certificates or shadows of property. It seeks to deflect free labor by fascism so as to fall foul of its destiny. The worker must understand these temporary adaptations. 642. Hence the worker cannot rest content with the inevitable end of capitalism, that is, a concept that cannot be reflected in action. In a real world, labor and capital must often, therefore, fight out partial issues such as hours of labor, rates of pay, union recognition. The working class, indicated as a future governing class, must prepare, in the daily struggle, for a situation which will call for a transformation of this struggle into a revolution, that is, a transfer of class power based on the control of the means of production. The workers must apprehend the method of dialectics, for without it they can see no movement in their struggle with the capitalists, only an aimless series of guerrilla attacks. Comprehended in 10. Capitalism negated feudal relations, socialism negates capitalism, the consequence is not a return to feudalism but to a further stage, free communism. Illustration of the above. A new process of production, like the automobile, by creating garages, rubber plantations, petroleum developments, etc., took rubber, oil, and trained mechanics outside their steady fine of development. It was a leap. On the other hand, the carriage trade went on for generations at a slow pace with few changes in its forms. Fascism, although a development of capitalism, acts as a catastrophe for workers. They must, accordingly, vary and speed their tactics to counter it. They must, for example, protect the civil liberties of the middle class, even though these were not quite so primary when development took a straight line. The steam engine changed the quantity of things produced. It thus changed the manufacturing system into the machine system of high capitalism. The alizarin chemical process allowed red dyes to be made synthetically. It annihilated, by its qualitative movement, the immense fields devoted to matter in many countries. The development of capitalism produced a class of calculators that were not met with in the Middle Ages because they were not required in that poor economy. Great reserves of curiosity were brought into play by the development of physical science. Uninventive sergeants and corporals, crushed by the class discipline of the French army when commanded by nobles, produced dozens of superb military talents as a result of class displacements, example the French Revolution. The discovery of America resulted in supplies of the precious metals that ruined the social structure of Europe by increasing prices at an inconceivable speed. These are not the best illustrations, but this section is only an epilogue to the study of political economy. The dialectic method has been used throughout the text. Historical materialism. The student is advised to disregard the repetition of ideas formerly encountered and to take up this section afresh. Historical materialism is based on the following assumptions. In the social production of the means of life, or the means of further production of the means of life, we enter into definite and necessary relations independent of our will. These production relations correspond to the stage of development in the arts of production, or in the utilization of forces of production. The totality of these relations in production constitute the economic structure of society. This economic structure is the real basis for the legal superstructure. The political superstructure. Social consciousness. These superstructures are generally determined. Consciousness is not the author of social forms, but the social forms determine consciousness. At a certain stage of development, changes in the material productive forces come into conflict with the property relationships hitherto established. 644. These property relationships, which were once useful for production, then become the opposite, they are drags on development. With any social revolution, that is, a change in the classes that control the means of production, and, therefore, change property relationship, the gigantic superstructures are more or less rapidly rebuilt. There are two concurrent developments, changes in the economic conditions of production. Legal, political, aesthetic, philosophical ideas in which the consciousness of material changes is embodied and which are the weapons with which the issues are fought. The first change is more clearly recognized than the second, because it is quantitative. No epoch can be judged by its consciousness of itself. That consciousness is itself the outcome of the conflict between material forces of production and class relationships based on property. The totality of social phenomena must precede the study of its individual or partial movements within. The activity of the masses is paramount. What does the historical materialist imply by these assertions? First, that the history of men does not originate in their ideas. The idea of liberty is not the cause of wars of liberation. The idea of chivalrous love is not a new psychic outburst, without rhyme or reason, but a definite outcome of sex relations, these in turn being dependent on class relationships that gave women an auxiliary and decorative position. Religion does not begin with man's search for the infinite but with property taboos, with the division of society, consecrated by sacred and profane groupings. 1. Idealist philosophies show the rise of the bourgeois mode of production, which seems to originate in the directive individual. Hence his idea that the universe is his image. He shapes the cosmos as he shapes his profits. Science does not arise because men become more fair-minded and curious but this docs not touch on its validity, emotional depth, or beauty. Dialectical and Historical Materialism 645. Because the need for measuring the Nile and the Euphrates led to a crude trigonometry if the crops were to be arranged for et al. This conception of Marx is pregnant with the greatest consequences for political economy. For it treats economic activity as objective. It joins issue with those who concentrate on individual differences as primary. It declares that for production relationships and for that superstructure that determines distribution, the will of individuals is non-existent. Even if Thackeray is right in saying that we do not know what goes on under every hat that passes, this observation is of no consequence. For the consciousness that alters matters is social. It imposes a negative limit. Nothing that goes against the prevailing mode of production, until that mode comes into contradiction with property relations by its development, can possibly succeed. No class that holds power has a complete range of action, for it can never do anything that contradicts its control as a class. So while there is no limit to individual generosity, as was evidenced by Robert Owen, no class can be generous to a point that alters its property relations with another class. The limits of liberalism are rigidly fixed. The concept of social collaboration cannot be indefinitely extended. The difference between historical materialism and other conceptions of history is easily described. There are the geographical explanations dear to Ratzel and Brunhes and, to some extent, to Gibbon and Buckle. There are the spiritual explanations, held by the Bible, Bishop Bossuet, and Hegel. There is the ideological explanation, that is, that ethical ideas determine everything, held by liberals like Lecky. There is the triple theory of Taine that race, environment, and the felicity of the moment are the vehicles of change. There is the race theory of Gobineau. The evolutionary hypothesis is held by Spencer, who views man's history as an extension of the development from protozoa to the gorilla. There is the force theory of Dyring, that the passion for power of one over the other motivates history. The diverse theories include those as romantic as Carlyle's, that great men are everything and the masses nothing, the apocalyptic of Spangler, with the theory of psychic, pattern, and economic correspondences, and, above all, the skeptical viewpoint, that there is no theory of history, that it is a series of occurrences that had best be studied each for itself. These enumerations do not begin to cover the theories of history. Up to 1870 they are masterfully summarized in Flint's Introduction to the Philosophy of History. Those who can read German can follow with Profit Rokal's Philosophic der Geschichte. 4. There are those who turn their backs on any history, like Bohm-Bawerk, the fiercest and most powerful opponent of Marx, and declare that it has no significance for political economy. But for Marx, economic activity is political economy. What then is politics? Politics in essence. Politics appears to be an opposition of principles. To take an interesting example, Alexander H. Stevens, Vice President of the Confederacy, wrote a view of the Civil War. In a set of Socratic questions, which he answers to his satisfaction, that war is treated as a constitutional question, primarily turning about states' rights and the logically derived right of secession. Stevens thought that the war turned about these concepts. Slavery was for him the fulcrum, but not the lever, of the war. Constitutional theory, then, was the cause of the multiple deaths of Gettysburg, and the blue and gray slept under laurel and willow to serve a differing set of constitutional interpretations. Rarely has a lawyer's mania gone further. But basically Stevens's treatment is not exceptional. Politics in America are supposed to turn about different ideas of the scope of state intervention in industry, etc. When the Continental Congress inveighed against the offenses of George III, they unrolled the set of everlasting principles he had transgressed. Their specific grievances were relegated to a later enumeration. So in France, the radicals state that they believe in equality, fraternity, liberty, whereas the Republican Democratic Union declare that they value authority above justice, order above any idea of social welfare. These are supposed to be the reasons for which they divide. According to Marx, this is all veneer. The reason parties exist is as expressions of the economic interest of a class or a subsection of a class. For example, when a party says it prefers order to justice, it means that it does not want property, as now held, to be disturbed. The proof is that the moment revolutionary committees are triumphant and establish a most rigorous order, these same conservatives go in for counter-revolution, so as to restore their property. When a party says it favors progress, it usually represents the interests of those who are not efficient in obtaining economic control and so seek legal modifications that will give them some of the spoil. All divisions of politics, then, represent the economic interests of classes. This explains their apparent confusion. When the liberals, representing manufacturers, imposed free trade on England, the landlords, who feared that policy, endorsed the Factory Acts and gave household suffrage to the workers. In that way they brought workers' pressure to bear on the manufacturers. When the Tory party of the landlords obstructed the merchants' policy, the liberals, in vengeance, gave the vote to the agricultural laborers. Hence, in the conflict between sections of the capitalists, the workers have gained some rights, but even these were dependent on their own activities, in the long run. The northern capitalists called for a harsh policy toward the defeated southern plantation owners and pretended a great solicitude for Negro rights under President Grant. But so soon as the factory system, almost entirely in the hands of northern capital, was successfully established on the ruins of the southern interests, the North favored reconciliation and understanding, and forgot the Negroes' rights to the extent that they allowed 2 amendments to the Constitution to be effectively nullified. They acquiesced in a political resistance they had once fought. It paid them too, for they had the South as an area of colonial investment. If, then, politics is the conflict of economic groups disguised under the sauce of ideas, it follows that economics is not wholly divorced from history. For if it were, why would the state interest these various groups? Underneath the most benign appearance of state indifference, as in the epoch of individualism, called laissez-faire, the state control was always worth a party contest, or, if not a party contest, then a brutal abolition of parties by a dictatorship which is disguised party rule. It may be argued that although politics is economic, it does not follow that economics is political. Economic interests may clash in the state, but the study of their formation still resides outside of political reference, that is, studies a prior mode of action. In other words, the subjective and abstract school argues that subjective valuation is the foundation of values, and these express the worth of goods. To obtain these goods is the object of party warfare. But the valuation is not political, it is antecedent to politics. Economics is political. The Marxian answer begins at the foundations. Value is objective and is determined in the mode of production. Since the mode of production is interwoven with the political texture, it must be considered in this many-sided manner instead of being artificially abstracted. We know the motion of a mode of production by its behavior in interaction with other factors. Nothing is knowable in and of itself. The ultimate test of the method of historical materialism is in life. If the analysis of Marx makes good in actual working out, the subjective non-historical method is beaten. Although Marxian theory utilizes pragmatism, it employs it only as a method of confirmation, for it holds that nothing can replace science, the organization of ascertained and grouped data. It is not a question for the Marxian, then, which economic activities are precedent to politics, but which economic setting is precedent to those activities. For the Marxian there will be no political economy under socialism because then there will be no classes. There will be engineering, physical, or chemical distribution, or economic geography, but not political economy. That is a science that will die with capitalism. For Bohm-Bawerk, this is untrue. The profit of capital is a category antecedent to class. It may be socialized but remains as the reward of past accumulated goods used in production or, rather, as its imputation, that is, a compensation for the part it plays in production. Rent for differential fertilities may be socialized, but it remains a factor in accounting for different production on different soils. In other words, distribution is natural and does not arise out of historic modes of production. These differences between Marx and the deductive school show the vital importance of the apparently unrelated question of historical materialism to the very foundations of political economy. For Marx, these economists confuse human or natural differences with economic phenomena. Economic phenomena are always social products. Historical materialism is not economic determinism. Although we lack space to go into the questions of historical materialism outside of direct economic inference, we must amplify its difference from economic determinism. About 1870, the diligent and gifted Thorold Rogers, an Oxford man, elaborated the economic interpretation of history. He held that all history is a direct product of immediate economic interests and, almost completely, that men's everyday activities are crudely motivated thereby. Ordinary bourgeois cynicism rarely departs from this point of view. Why? Because, the Marxians hold, for it money is set up as the god of society and the bourgeois mind can imagine no other motive for behavior. Every man follows his pocketbook, it all gets down to dollars and cents, you can sell your fine sentiments for $S/D, no one shoots Santa Claus before Christmas, are typical expressions of this barroom wisdom. This has no relation to Marxian theory. Marxian theory holds that history and, above all, its rich ideological and emotional superstructure, is varied, contradictory, and full of other factors than the direct economic. 650. The human philosophy of Marx. That men differ from women, children from parents, fishermen from mountaineers, people in hot countries from those in cold, Christians from hard-boiled sinners, dreamers from hard cash men, the weak from the strong, the poet from the historian, that some men are more agile than others, that individual men court martyrdom, loss, and suffering, that old uncles work their eyes out for nephews they think are great painters, that mothers worship the one son who is a ne'er-do-well, and defend him against their respectable children. There is no need to enumerate these and 1,000 others. Who denies them, denies humanity. For this reason, Marx in his Gotha program notes denies the formal equality of men and points out that the slogan has a meaning only when it calls for the abolition of classes, since the rich variety of personality and interests is the aim of socialism, that is, the infinite multiplication of inequalities in men under the form of the abolition of classes. This gives the clue to his system. Just as he ridicules the idea that labor creates all wealth, so he never forgets a historical factor. Economic causes, that is, the mode of production, set up classes. These classes are consecrated by codes. These classes are the origin and purpose of politics. The struggle of these classes internally is the history of a nation, outside, it is the record of its wars, treaties, and commerce. These classes honestly see the world, and even the heavens, in the image of their class interest. Nothing in political economy or history, or even in the major outlines of expression, is comprehensible without it. It is a unified concept that binds the contradictory factors that make history, not one that ignores them. This influence of classes, then, is the mode in which history is realized. Marx stresses environment. But it is true that Marxism does stress environmental factors. These are requisite to its understanding of history as a web of social relations. It cannot ignore the differences between Polish Jews at home, averaging 5 feet 3, and their American grandsons 5 feet 9 and weighing half as much again, if not twice as much. The difference in food has changed the race from scholastic retreat to athletics. The philosophic and easygoing German became a different man as conqueror and capitalist. At times one race and then another has been on top. Hamites, Semites, Dorians, Teutons, Mongols have each had their little day and been convinced that the others were inherently stupid. Religions that swayed hundreds of millions, those of Osiris, Jupiter, Bel, have not a single follower left. The Spaniards lost the world. The Scotch, poorest of Europeans, turned en masse from hellfire to accountancy. For these group differences, economic explanations alone can account for the variation in behavior and fortune. Social changes are never serial. The evolution of capitalism itself was as irregular as Marx holds the transition into socialism will be. England, for example, was the first country to realize complete capitalism. Yet England retained a monarchy, an aristocracy, an oligarchy in government, a hereditary upper chamber, an established church. The worship of titles is almost sickening. Mr. Plutocrat is not happy until ennobled. Mr. Clymer wants not merely money but the marriage of his daughter to a graduate of Eton and the possessor of a mortgaged Deer Park. In France capitalism was established later. Yet it was formulated in the Code Napoleon with a legal purity that England lacks. King, nobles, church are swept away. Yet it retains a colonial empire in which it refuses full civic rights in impudent denial of its ideal of equality. And, though legally the most capitalist land, it has the largest proportion of an independent or quasi-independent peasantry. In England, the peasantry is almost liquidated, but not in France. The Commune of Paris, the most revolutionary act of labor, was ended in blood by the suspicious peasantry acting as allies of the rich bourgeoisie of Paris. Compare Germany and the United States. These were the two 652 capitalisms whose industrial development from 1870 on were the greatest. In Germany this arose within the framework of the state and the army, and throughout, its economic realization was limited by the needs of these two powerful institutions. Yet without the Prussian state and army, that capitalism could not have developed so greatly nor even have been sustained. Hence the dead weight of those two institutions was a necessary cost. In the United States capitalism was based on the isolated farm, on free land, on free immigration, on immense borrowing, but at the same time, although a democratic republic, with far less control over public utilities or railways or financial institutions than in any European state. Imperialism, too, is not resorted to in America as much as in Europe, even when a fixed surplus of capital at home brings interest rates to near zero. There is a social carryover here that is unique. Material social causes act only through psychic media, nor can institutions like the state or the church be disregarded even in an economic theory. That the Catholic Church in Spain has been an active economic agent is well known. It is easy to say that this influence is due to its immense landed and financial possessions. But why an ancient institution like the Church should be allowed to hold so much property only in Spain, when the wolves of finance and industry in that country are hungry, cannot be explained by economics alone. Nor can the worship of the flag. All Americans, irrespective of political affiliation, except for a few dissenters such as Seventh-day Adventists, are devoted to their government. This national binder is an economic reality. It can be invoked by spurious patriots to force a protectionist policy. It can be used as chauvinist excitation against imperialist rivals. It can be used to emancipate slaves, and for this purpose billions in treasure and hundreds of thousands of young men's lives are offered. It is easy to say that this use of the country in the Civil War served the interest of industrial capitalism in the North by letting down feudal territorial barriers in the slave-holding South. But this is an explanation only as to results. It does not explain the totality of this phenomenon. Men do not offer their lives to spread the interests of industrial capitalism. And if the subjective picture is not given, neither is the objective. The nation itself was sine qua non for the development of industrial capitalism. Every property relation is bound up in a judicial wrapper. The nation itself must originally have served the material requirements of the colonists, and it must still not conflict too seriously with basic production relations. As we have seen, Marxian theory rejects what is commonly called economic determinism. For it, economics is a part of society, society a part of biology, biology of chemistry and physics, and all these a branch of astronomy, to be most comprehensive. The larger aspects of economic theory must include, then, the nature of all economic relations, the causes of their change, their principal ingredient, etc. Historical materialism stresses variables. The Marxian theory seeks the variables in economics, since the constants give us no clue to history. They give us only the basis of all history. The soul of man, geography, injustice, etc., all these concepts are equally valid for the most diverse societies. The effective cause of change, for Marx, is a changed mode of the production of goods. Where a change in the mode of production does not account for certain differences in economic or socio-economic history, we must make a more profound study of production relations rather than assume the variations to be due to special national characteristics or to the spirit of the times or other such vaporous explanations. The British retained their landed aristocracy and the French lost theirs, for one reason among many, that the English nobility paid taxes and the French did not. The British nobility, owing to the curious fact that it was not a nobility, that is, not a fixed order of society but one to which admission by marriage was easy and descent into the rank of commoners by younger sons equally easy, was in this way easily united. 654. With the rising bourgeoisie, whereas the French nobility would have been degraded thereby. And the reason why England had no true noblesse or order of nobility was that the fighting of foreign wars ended in 1453, so far as large land warfare was concerned, whereas in France it sub********* 330 years later. Another reason was that the English nobility was a caste of French conquerors and that it was subject to a special royal fealty, due to its having originated as members of the marauding gang of William the Conqueror, whereas the French feudal nobility was antecedent to the king and resisted his legal claims. Land in land was held by the nobility on a military tenure basis so as to extract tribute from the Saxons. Even the foregoing explanations of the differing economic functions of the two nobilities are far from adequate, but they do indicate that there are remote economic reasons back of social discrepancies where there appears superficially to have been the same development in two countries and yet where it is clear that the consequences were not similar. Marxism ignores formal resemblance. What applies to two countries applies with equal force to two different situations. For example, according to Marx, two wars between two states may be wholly different in class significance. The War of Prussia against France in 1870, however vicious the tactics of Bismarck, was necessary so as to realize Germany's economic unity which it was the interest of Imperial France to throttle. But so soon as France was proclaimed a republic, within less than 2 months after the war began, the war became inadmissible for Germany because it reduced working class possibilities in France, enthroned naked reaction in Germany, and now acted as the reverse of a war of liberation. Marx and Engels never weary in their analyses of insisting on the specific class content of any given situation. This eliminates vulgar fortune-telling. It no longer follows that when all the apparent circumstances are the same, the consequences are equally predictable. Very often, the mere passage of time makes one anal is a sound and the next one false. The total setting reverses the significance of similar events. Thus Marxian theories can never be learned as a breviary, but, to change metaphors, serve only as a lamp to our feet. 8. We have not learned to understand categories like capitalism because any such summarized word merely tells us that we are observing a host of fermentations. For all that, these categories are extremely important guides to understanding, if they are used by men and not by dry as dusts. For if economic relations in production, expressed in classes, is the basis of history, the categories refer back to real men who constitute these classes. And as these class relations are themselves determined by economic changes, we need a synthesis that will go beyond history and economics both. That synthesis is historical materialism. The following variations on a theme may be noted, asterisk. While the specified form of philosophy, art, and literature is not conditioned immediately by material conditions, Marxians generally hold that the conditions of the mind, habits, traditions, customs, and the type of abilities called forth by material changes are important, and are often the significant factors. Since these mental habits, etc., are themselves ultimately reflections of material conditions, the contingent influence of modes of production ought to be appraised. In technical matters this is obvious. The type of reeds determined certain organ styles. The invention of the pianoforte gave rise to a style based on greater shading. A Chopin could not have achieved his effects on the harpsichord. The influence of modern noises on strident composition is a case in point. The amusement of kings produces the courtly style, and cynical drama represents a class that feels its influence shaking. A new, vigorous class produces vital dramas or literature as a part of its exuberance. Witness the golden ages of literature and art that usually coincide with economic impetus. A Shakespeare is more lively to be produced in a vital atmosphere than in a courtly, formal setting. At the same time, no materialist explanation need be invoked for the difference between a Shakespeare and a Chapman. The presence of differing ideas at any given time, despite the domination of certain material conditions, is explained by the varying class interests within that framework. The hope of rising groups, the obstinacy of dying groups, the robust cruelty of dominant classes, and the eclecticism of déclassed individuals may produce a medley. But for all that, each epoch has a different set of medleys from every other, for different class expressions are required. But one class viewpoint must overshadow all others, so as to give the dominant class scope for its vital part in society. Its belief in itself is essential for its well-being. In America, for example, the philosophy of the large magazines with circulations of 1 million and over, is conservative. The cinema, the most diffused of the arts, is the most full of platitudes, as a whole. Its byplays are rare and inconsequent. The greatest amount of dissent is found in small theater companies, amateur dance groups, little precious magazines, in the book publishing trade where some artisanship remains, that is, in the nooks and corners of social expression. Mass goods for mass tastes must of necessity be conservative, otherwise the social order is impeached. Even where masses of men go against their individual interest, it does not follow that they are exempt from historical materialism in a direct sense. Soldiers are engaged in an occupation in which they must lose either health, money, or life. But the material need of the governing classes that sends them to their destruction is rooted in economic struggle. Rupert Brooke found dream and surcease in war, but he fought for the Bank of England. An exalted young Nazi who strikes a helpless old Jew thinks he wields the sword of Baldur the Beautiful against Oriental cunning and treachery. His ruffianly purity does not in the least militate against his being the unconscious agent of a camarilla in the government who thus sees Jewish-owned goods. The materialist interpretation of history distinguishes between material conditions and material interests. Thus, the early Christian martyrs were anxious to forget the burdens of this earth. They were impelled to this ascetic attitude by Dialectical and Historical Materialism 657. The material conditions of the decline of the Roman Empire. But their material interests were not served thereby, quite the contrary. If circumstances determine men, men change circumstances. The historical materialist, by employing the conception that freedom is the recognition of necessity, rejects the mechanical materialism of the 18th century that considered man a machine, a mere product of circumstances. The conclusion of the historical materialists is optimistic. The collective will is the result of a multitude of individual wills. But since millions of individual wills have to be realized in the conflict with each other, the ultimate result is different from what each intended. To put it grossly, there are 10 public issues. On A, 56% of the people are favorable. 44% against. On B, 53% for, 47% are against. But only 38% are voted for 2 laws. By the time 10 laws are enacted, only 6% of the people, say, voted for all, and only 21% say, for any 6. The total will is unlike the sum of the individual wills. This crude analogy does not begin to picture the comprehensive thwarting of molecular wills by their mass collision. But the totality of wills must more nearly express adaptation to the then material setting of the community, or, rather, of that kind of need imposed by its class relationship. Each individual for himself is a universe, my mind to me a kingdom is. But his actions are social because he is always in the other fellow's kingdom. Indignation arises when the material breakdown of a society's class relation makes its further tolerance an absurdity. This is not useless indignation against what cannot be remedied, for that is just sentimental folly. When a class is rising, has a purpose, it does the best job that the then known modes of production afford, however deep its crimes. Indignation against it has no social function, however much it may move the heart. Social idealism is a property of any rising class, it is a means to action. It casts off fetters on the mode of production so as to release more life. Hence it can use great men, who, in one of the most felicitous phrases of Carlyle, are beginners. Their special personality has a real value, if it is shown at a right juncture. It cannot be over. L.OO Original 658. Rated nor can it override social limits. But the hero is real. The worship by socialists of Marx and Engels and by communists of Lenin shows it to be a living idea. These variations, not strictly germane to economic theory, nevertheless indicate the wide issues raised by historical materialism. In passing into political economy proper, the student, in the maze of its deductions, should hold tightly to the stout thread of Marxian dialectical materialism and its lesser strand, historical materialism. If he is to find his way back to the entrance of the sinuous caverns of Marxian economic theory. Note, the following questions have been put by critics of the historical materialist hypothesis: if changes in the forces of production account for all change, what changes them? If religion, say, as an independent factor, reacts on economics, how can you speak of its motion as derived from modes of production? Reaction presumes an action, and that originates. Marxism cannot analyze economic concepts without the legal system in which they take place. Then that is given as a concept to be utilized in economic relationships. What are productive forces that determine production relations? How are forces separated from relationships in action? What is a stage of development? If capitalism was established by violence, that is, primitive accumulation, where is economic superiority? The last question is simply inexact. Marx holds, with Engels, that force explains history only within a setting for which that particular use of force is significant. All societies are distinguished by force, it is their economic differences that enable us to distinguish the effect of force. The other questions are suggested to the student so that he may explore the literature, the ability to answer them indicates the stage of assimilation. Note, the role of antagonisms and fetishes. No picture of historical materialism is complete without the tableau of antagonisms and fetishes in society. These have been frequently referred to in the text, but they need to be programmized, so as to be remembered compactly. Since Marx, socialist writers have never wearied of pointing out that owing to the necessity of a divided society to appear as a harmonious one, the compulsory distortion of all social relations results in everything standing on its head. Hence all laws of economists or sociologists also stand on their heads. The antagonisms are principally, beginning with the most primitive and following it into capitalism. Rich and poor, master and servant. Man and woman ruler and ruled town and country manual and intellectual labor. Derivative divisions. Buyer and seller lender and borrower. Landlord and tenant sacred and profane poor. Sons freeman and slave. Patrician. Oppressor and oppressed and plebeian. The above classifications are not exclusive, they are merely indicative. Nor are they philosophical. The ownership of means of production by private persons is the dominant form, of which the others are expressions. Secondary antagonisms within classes: mortgagee and house owner, landed magnates versus capitalists, shippers versus railroads, rentiers versus industrial specu, businessmen versus bankers, laters. And so on to as many antagonisms as there are possible groupings. Internal differences. Small grocery proprietor versus his clerks versus chain stores. 66. Engels states that in the value form of the product, as in a folded bud, is the whole form of capitalist production, the antagonism between capital and wage labor, the industrial reserve army and crises. This means that political economy is first of all a study of class contradictions. The motor of society is the grouping of persons for economic ends. If all things appear to be something else, that means that the thing that they appear to be must seem to be the incarnation or repository of certain characteristics which it has not. These appear to cause phenomena. This is fetishism. Here is a partial list. Goods being made to sell, it appears as though their value in exchange is proportional to the quantity of any commodity they command, and not as the exchange of human labor for human labor. Social labor is thus expressed not as the equivalent of social labor but as the equivalent of a commodity. Capitalists buy labor power, and thus production is made an attribute of capital, not of labor. Wages are a payment for time, and thus appear as a payment for full time. The rich own, but their ownership functions only because the laborers produce, but the fact that there are two in the relation makes them take on the mask of a factor in production. Value can only be realized by way of the body of another commodity, hence value appears as an attribute of goods. Value that is social can appear only as the attribute of a privately appropriated commodity, it appears to have value as property individually. Production increases but value diminishes. Value can never be realized, since price approximates it but must socially deviate from value, as individual price. Hence social and individual price contradict each other. A commodity has a social aspect, an individual aspect in one thing, unseparated, yet it must be realized divided. The list can be considerably extended from sources in the book. Crisis theory. An interesting summary of crisis theories is given in two books, Persons' Forecasting Business Cycles, which does not do the Marxian theory the honor of mentioning it, and Wageman's Treatise on Crises, one which has immensely valuable statistical appendices and which grudges the existence of the Marxian hypothesis. Persons classifies bourgeois theories as follows. 1. Wageman, Economic Rhythms. W. S. Jake Vons. H. L. Moore. 2. Uneven expansion in output of organic and inorganic materials. This theory has some vague correspondences with the former, but emphasizes the disproportion in production as leading to lags in costs between the two elements in production and is not related to external weather cycles. 3. Theory of specific disturbances such as bad harvests, new minerals, war, inventions, etc. Upheld in substance by Thorstein Veblen and partly by Irving Fisher. 4. Result of disturbances in the minds of businessmen. This romantic theory is upheld by the Cambridge pundit, A.C. Pigou. 5. Given capitalism, it is its special method of suddenly making way for growth and development. The optimistic advocates of the eruption method are Joseph Schumpeter and Gustav Cassel of Stockholm. 6. The roundabout system of production causes maladjustments because of the numerous adjustments it requires. Followers, Robertson, Aftalion, J. M. Clark. 7. Excessive accumulation of capital equipment accompanied maldistribution of income. This quasi-socialist conception is upheld by Tegan Baranowski, J. A. Hobson and, strangely enough, the most honored British government. Official expert on unemployment, Sir W. H. Beveridge. 8. The fluctuation of money profits is sufficient. W. C. Mitchell, Jean Lescure of Paris. 9. The nature of the flow of money. This distributionist hypothesis, centering in maladjustments of the price system, is held by R. G. Hawtrey and the social credit profit, Major C. H. Douglas. U.S. Wageman classifies theories somewhat differently, and of course has German variants, but they can easily conform to Persons' scheme. From the Marxian viewpoint, these theories are not all wrong, but they often confuse the phenomenal appearances of capitalism with the fundamental cause of them, as the efficient cause of crises. The variations within these theories are much larger than the drybones plan above indicates. For example, Veblen has worked out an ingenious study of price, credit, profits, and capacity of expected production, and expectation of profits, as related to recapitalization, etc., in its part in the whole cycle. J. M. Clark is really suggestive in his ideas of the mechanism of crises, how they proceed, without special reference to the underlying reason why they proceed at all, etc. Appendix V. Note on the use of statistics. Statistics have been sparingly used in this textbook, first, because it expounds theory, and secondly, because statistical method, whatever its value, presents more problems than it solves. What good is it to know that per capita wealth has risen from $1,200 to $3,000, or something like that, since 1900 in the USA? Entirely apart from the question of cost of living indices, which would reduce that $3,000 probably to nearer $1,600, the question of the rate of capitalization of wealth would enter. If money is cheaper now, wealth is reckoned higher. It would take us far away indeed from the concrete Marxian notion of labor time. Nor would it explain the constituents of wealth in any serious sense. Real estate, that is, land, houses, franchises, etc., is reckoned at 65% of national wealth. What a hash in economic terms. Land, not produced by labor, a mere claim on surplus value, houses, partly for consumption, partly for production, franchises, entirely for production. Who is to unscramble these items? The trained Marxian statistician, perhaps, but the mere figures open questions, they do not answer them. Nor are the hotly disputed figures of class income too significant. Once a man put his money into hay and horses, today he lives in town and puts it into the savings bank. The conservative points with pride to phenomenal increases in savings and insurance policies, the radical points with alarm to the loss of independent function and laments the ruin of enterprise. Sometimes figures tell us a great deal, such as when from 1923 to 1929 production goods rose by 70% and consumption by 23%. There can be no dispute, this is a relative gain in constant over variable capital. Hence wherever figures have been cited here, it is because their theoretical meaning has appeared indisputable, making allowances for every statistical trap. And even here the reasoning is to be preferred to the figures, for sound thinking is the foundation of political economy. Not that statistics do not have their function, and we are much the gainer by certain exact knowledge. But it is doubtful if bourgeois political economy has much bettered the deductive Ricardo, fused with life inductions, or the statistics raging about Marxism have much affected the colossal structure built by that prince of theoretical architects. Economic terms employed by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. 1. Accumulation: the increase of any given amount of capital by the addition of commodities embodying surplus value, or of money received in exchange for such commodities, over the amount of capital taken as a basis for computation, and their incorporation into that capital. Accumulation, primitive: the amassing of wealth through the expropriation of people from the soil, piracy, colonial plunder, slavey trading. It comprises any mode of acquiring goods that is not derived from an exchange of equivalents in the market. By primitive is meant not that it always precedes in time capitalist accumulation, but that it precedes the exploitation of wage labor as a process in industry. Primitive accumulation may be found contemporaneously with capitalist appropriation. Within a cycle, though, of the use of capital in production, it precedes the use of wage labor to produce a surplus value to be realized in exchange. Appropriation, the taking over of economic goods without the payment of an equivalent, to be distinguished from exploitation and expropriation. Bourgeois, a member of the capitalist class, that is, a person whose revenues are derived from the ownership of functioning means of production, or of that amount of money which can acquire such means of production. He is distinguished from the landowner, the wage worker, and the self-employed man. Bourgeoisie, the class of which each bourgeois is a member. Capital, commodities or money having the property of increasing in quantity of value by reason of the addition of surplus value to their original quantity of value. Capital, bankers' money loaned to industrial, merchant, or landed capitalists, which permits the industrial capitalist to consume a greater quantity of labor power and thus incorporate more surplus value into his capital. His payment for this loan cannot exceed the totality of surplus value it produces, for the repayment is made only from that source. Merchant capitalists repay at second remove, since they obtain divisions of larger quantities of surplus value. Landed capitalists repay out of two species of rents, themselves partitions of surplus value, but in a special manner due to monopoly. Capital, circulating capital, as viewed by the capitalist, composed usually of raw materials, wages payments, and other disbursements that have to be renewed at frequent intervals. It is based on the rate of turnover and is a bookkeeping distinction. It does not represent an economic category like constant capital. Non-Marxian economists view it as an economic distinction for purposes of analysis. Capital, circulation, the commodities belonging to a capitalist which have left the production process and are now circulating or seeking to circulate, that is, to be exchanged against money or more commodities. Capital, composition of the proportions of a capital represented by its material aspects and the amount used to buy labor power. Sometimes called the organic composition of capital. If the constant capital exceeds the variable, it is termed a high organic composition, if the reverse, a low organic composition. Capital, constant, that part of capital which is represented by the means of production, that is, all physical objects in production, the materials of production as distinguished from labor power. This includes the factory itself, for example. It has the unique property that its value can only be transferred by labor power into a new product, but it can never be increased by such production. Capital, fixed, that part of capital, as viewed by the capitalist, that requires replacement or renewal at long intervals. Its replacement, in its entirety, constitutes a cycle of investment for the capitalist. He considers the circulating capital by the number of cycles it can go through before the turnover in fixed capital is completed. It usually comprises buildings and heavy machinery, ships, locomotives, mining equipment, etc. Capital, form of the objects in which capital manifests itself in the course of accumulation. Money, means of production, variable. 712. Capital or wages, products for sale, are phases through which capital must go in order to increase. Capital, industrial, that capital which consumes labor power, which it purchases from workers, and for which it pays value, but which in the process of production obtains more hours consumption of this labor power than the value it paid. This addition arises because labor power is the unique source of value. Capital, merchant money, or commodities, which, in consideration of the service rendered producing capitalists in the circulation of commodities, receive a portion of the surplus value absorbed by productive capital, but this reward does not permit the total surplus value shared to be increased beyond its original amount. Partition and not addition is its mode of action. Capital, variable, that part of capital used to purchase labor power. It is termed variable, since it alters in quantity with the consumption of the labor power, once the value of the labor power itself has been consumed, and the additional time of the worker is given gratis to the purchaser for value of his labor power. Capitalism, the production of an immense number of commodities, for a profit, which profit is obtained by the purchase of labor power by the capitalist engaged in production. It shares with other modes of production the commodity form of exchange and the use of money, but it is distinguished from them by the use of abstract labor power, which, in turn, assumes a social or cooperative form of labor, a working together in mass category in Marxian economic theory. That abstract concept, such as capital, or value, which summarizes a common quality of certain objects or economic actions, and thus distinguishes them in this quality from other objects without these qualities. A category is a class of things, that not merely have these common properties but are defined by them. Centralization, the control, or ownership, of a number of capitals in each of which concentration has already taken place. Thus centralization may absorb capitals that are themselves representative of a centralization process further back. It is a mode of acquisition that can be repeated in ever-widening circles. Circulation, the purchase and sale of commodities, usually by means of money. The means whereby, after a series of movements from buyer to seller, articles are finally distributed for consumption. Circulation, capital buying in order to sell, or, mathematically, money into commodities into more money. Circulation, commodities, the sale of commodities for money, the object of which sale is to acquire more commodities. The mode, therefore, of distributing goods for consumption, and the transformation of commodities into their equivalent, their taking shape in this equivalent as commodities, and thus passing out of the form of merely being use values. The double operation, which converts the equivalent again into another use value, is termed by Marx the complete metamorphosis. He means that the original quality of the commodity has been transformed by the selling and buying into a commodity having a totally different quality, another use value. Circulation, medium of a means whereby commodity circulation is effected. It must be either a general equivalent for other values, or, more usually, the universal equivalent, money. Circulation, simple, the conversion of a commodity that is not wanted by its producer into one that is wanted for its use, and with no other object in mind. Class, a group of persons related in a specific manner to the mode of production, and, by extension of meaning, a subclass in the sphere of circulation. Thus a group of persons who are related to means of production as owners are called the capitalist class. Persons who sell their labor power for their means of subsistence and sell it in the process of production are termed the working class or the proletariat. The notion of classes overlaps. For example, landowners who hire peasants, by reason of their relation to a means of production, the land, are a common class with capitalists as purchasers of labor power, but an opposed class as collectors of rent. Classes are thus in functional relations to each other, about means of production or in the sphere of circulation. A merchant is a member of the employing class as against his help, but a contender for part of surplus value against the industrial capitalist. But a shoestring promoter, who lives off surplus value, but exploits nobody and owns no capital, is called déclassé, for he is in no constant relation to persons of another group, connected with the production or appropriation of surplus value. In capitalism, the referent of economic class is always surplus value. Class consciousness, the awareness by any class that its interests require a certain mode of action. 714. Class struggle, the economic conflict of groups for surplus value. These struggles are of two kinds: primary, the struggle between workers who sell labor power and capitalists who buy it, either as to hours of labor, intensity of labor, class organization, or conditions of labor. For these there is no economic criterion, the issue resolving itself into mass of force. Secondary, the struggle of classes against each other for the division of surplus value. None of these groups are sellers of labor power. According to Marx, history is another name for class struggles, so far as its variables are concerned. Coin money in its employment as currency, that is, as moving from hand to hand. Marx makes no distinction in this use of the difference between its metallic form and its paper representative, so that his context must be carefully read, as his definition is functional only. Commodity: any object that is of some use and that contains value QV, and which because it has a value may be exchanged. It is a hybrid of a natural quality, utility, and a social quality, the amount of necessary social labor time required for its fashioning. It is composed of natural goods, or materials, and social effort. It is not a commodity, though, even if it has both these attributes, if it is produced for the consumption of the maker. Thus the third factor of intention to sell is required. It must find another object in which it may realize its immanent value, by way of an exchange. Composition: organic: the division of a capital into constant and variable, the proportions of these two divisions. By a high organic composition is meant a larger proportion of constant capital to variable. Composition: technical: the composition of capital by mass of means of production and living labor power, as distinguished from the organic composition, which is defined as the proportion of value of constant to variable capital. Concentration: the accumulation of capital in ever larger amounts. This process may come from 2 points of departure: the exploitation of wage labor, or the forcing out of business and the acquiring of the assets of small non-exploiters and the use of them as additional capital. It is often used interchangeably with centralization, but the distinction is too useful to be obscured. Cooperation outside of the usual mercantile sense of a union of consumers to distribute merchandise without a middleman. Marx uses it to indicate the collective working together of labor, social labor, that is, and the use of collective power therein, the sum of which labor is greater than the total of the individual labors expended. This extra labor is the gift of the workers to the capitalist, since it represents a quantity over and above that which would be attributable to each laborer working alone. Crisis: a period in which means of production are produced in far smaller quantities than in a previous period, and in which unemployment also prevails to a much greater extent, and in which wages or conditions of labor are worsened. Its effect in the sphere of circulation is the sharp reduction of sales of consumption goods and a diminution of their production. It is characterized by declining prices. In the financial superstructure, it leads to restrictions and defaults of credits, repudiation of commercial and financial obligations, and consequent bankruptcies. Currency: money in its function of serving the movement of commodities, and in so doing always moving further away from the exchanges taken as a base for calculating its movements. Hoarded money, for example, is not currency. Cycle: the alternate epochs in which the capitalists accumulate at an increasing rate and those of crises. Cycles usually begin with a slow recovery from a previous crisis, at first uncertain and unevenly distributed, and end with extremely rapid accumulation, a more generalized activity and high employment. Their lengths are uneven, but cycles tend to be completed in less time as the tendential rate of profits to go lower manifests itself increasingly. Dialectic: that property whereby any object or relation in motion is changed in character by that very motion. Changes may be either qualitative or quantitative. Qualitative changes can originate by a change in the quantity of the object of which it is an attribute, and quantitative changes can be induced by an altered quality in the object of which it expresses weight or substance. At a given point, every quality and quantity must become the opposite of what it was previously. That point is not to be determined always in the same way, nor is it always a unit of an ordered series. This concept is used by no economists other than the Marxian. Economics: the study of the relations of the production of wealth, apart from physics or chemistry, and of the modes of its distribution, but excluding from its purview those social and political factors, particularly juridical and class relations, in which this production 7L6 and distribution are affected. It is distinguished from political economy, which comprehends the economic activities in a social reference. Hence economics is abstract study of economic activities, isolated for the sake of theoretical exposition. In bourgeois usage, economics and political economy are effectively the same science, though some economists distinguish them formally, like the Marxians. Exploitation: the consumption of labor power sold by a worker, by its purchaser, the capitalist, therefore the employment of a worker by the payment of wages. Only labor can be exploited, and only by way of a purchase of its laboring power for a given time. The term is wrongly used to mean appropriation, as of surplus value rating as capital and itself derived from unpaid labor power. Expropriation: the taking over of property previously held and not created immediately in the labor process. A worker's surplus value is appropriated. A worker is exploited by reason of the consumption of his labor power by another, but a petty landowner or businessman is expropriated. The yeomanry, or freehold owners of land, were expropriated, but the rural labor of the feudal manor was merely ejected. Marx's use of expropriation is extremely specific, for it deprived former owners of the capacity for self-employment and left them only labor power to sell. Fetishism: a term derived from the idea that an object contains a spiritual person and must be adored or appeased. Marxian usage is the same. Any attribution of a social relationship to inanimate objects, which assumes that these social relationships are physical properties of the object, is a fetishism. Thus the idea that gold is inherently more valuable than iron, or that pearls naturally command a higher price than bread, would be fetishisms. Fetishism is always a mask which conceals a social relation and is always the reverse of the truth. Ideal: that attribute whereby one economic function serves to bring out in a more general manner the economic possibilities of another. For example, a promissory note is an ideal means of purchase, since it is a more general function of the services of coin. Money in the abstract is an ideal form of gold. Interest: that part of the surplus value paid to the banker or money lender or investor for his provision of a money capital, over and above the return of the capital itself. It does not receive the average rate of profit, but less. Labor: the utilization of his labor power by the worker in the course of production. The term is used popularly to characterize the working class. Labor: abstract: the undifferentiated use of labor power which creates value as against the concrete labor that produces only a use of value. Labor: concrete: the specific activity of labor, the making of specific articles by the worker, as for example tailoring, stone cutting. As opposed to undifferentiated labor. The use, value or utility of any object, apart from any question of exchangeability, is due to concrete labor. Labor, counted: that labor which is of social utility, which is an expression of socially necessary labor, and which is measured by the social labor tenue required for its reproduction. Labor, dead means of production or constant capital which embody previously expended labor. They have a value already incorporated in them and this value is preserved by living labor. Labor, living labor expended in the process of production, the creator of new value and the preserver of old value by transferring its use value to the objects in which it gives new value. Labor power: the capacity, physical and mental, to perform labor. It is sold in the abstract for a given number of hours per day, and utilized as concrete labor by its consumer, the capitalist. It is distinguished from labor, which is its manifestation, and it itself is a product of previous labor which has been embodied in the means of subsistence which have reproduced it. It is, therefore, a commodity. Labor power: value of the amount of socially necessary labor incorporated in the means of subsistence of laborers, defined as the traditional amount required for fairly extended periods in a defined area, such as a country or large region. Labor time: the number of hours, or minutes, necessary to the production of any commodity and the value of that commodity, though not the expression of that value in exchange. Labor, wasted labor put into an object that is of no social utility, or that excess of labor put into an object above what would be required for its reproduction. Such labor is not embodied as value, since it has made objects but not commodities. It is not an aliquot part of total socially necessary labor. Management, the art of utilizing labor in the capitalist system, that is, the organization of production in order to obtain the largest mass and highest rate of surplus value. Marxian usage differs from the standard use, in that it differentiates management from production itself, since a management that achieved the greatest production and the finest quality might be inefficient management in the capitalist system and would be if it produced no surplus value. Manufacture utilization of cooperative forms of production, with the use of only hand-manipulated machines, as against power machines. Marx differentiates it from machine capitalism, whereas most economists use the terms interchangeably. Materialism, historical, the theory that modes of production are decisive for the economic structure of society, and that this economic structure conditions significant historical events. Materialization, the concrete form of any immanent economic attribute, as the manifestation of value as exchange value, or the manifestation of abstract labor in money. Means of exchange. Marxian usage excludes money from this definition. A commodity is a means of exchange since it is produced only so that by reason of it another use value can be acquired. Means of payment. Marxian usage is more restricted than the ordinary, it excludes currency and is confined to orders to pay either in the present, in the future. Means of production. Constant capital. Means of subsistence, similar to the ordinary definition, except that it is usually employed to identify the goods required to reproduce labor power and is the determinant of its value. Money, the equivalent form of value in its most generalized form, a universalization of the general equivalent. Its commodity form is that of precious metal, gold, sometimes also silver, its token commodity form, copper, bronze, or nickel. These concrete forms of money manifest commodity value. There is also money of account, whereby other commodities or objects having a price are spoken of as so much money. Political economy, the production or distribution of wealth in terms of the class relations and the legal and social and political expressions of those class relations in any given society at a determined epoch. Price, the expression of value in money, the value form carried to its furthest development. Price does not coincide with value, although it is an expression thereof. Value is the Marxian economic terms. 719. Standard which price seeks to express, but it can discover that correspondence only in the market. A more rigorous definition would be that price is the social mode of exploration, to realize the most generalized equivalent of value, subject to social contradictions. Productivity, the magnitude of useful articles that can be fashioned in a given time. Proletariat, members of the working class or of the clerical sections of the working class who are sellers of labor power and have no effective means of self-employment. This class, by extension, includes such self-employers as hucksters, newsboys, etc., whose earnings do not arise from ownership of capital, and the quantity of which, as a social average, does not exceed that of comparable workers. Profit, the ratio of surplus value to the total capital employed, both constant and variable. It is always smaller as a rate than surplus value, always equal as a mass. Property, the allocation of goods to certain persons, whether natural persons or artificial persons, of which goods they have the exclusive disposition for use and sale subject to a legal code that defines the limits of such use and sale. It is applied, by extension, to cover the same relation of persons to claims on goods, as in investments. Property is divided into such as is not used to exploit another person, as consumption goods or individual tools of a self-employed person, and capital, that is, commodity. Ties employed to obtain surplus value, whether by directly purchase, ing labor power or sharing in surplus value. Realization, Marxian usage limits it to the obtaining of a commodity or money as the manifestation of immanent value in the commodity exchanged. Reproduction, simple, the consumption of the increments of capital by the capitalist so that at the end of any given period, his original capital remains intact but is not increased, in the course of time he will have consumed his original investment and the capital which he then possesses will have been entirely furnished out of surplus value, but its quantity will be equal to the original capital so consumed. Value: the average, socially necessary, homogeneous, abstract labor power embodied in the totality of commodities and measured by the quantity of time of such labor. Every commodity is conceived of as embodying a given number of units of this value. This value. 720. Although the substance of labor time is not a property of the commodity, but a congealed labor power, as separated from labor itself, as a commodity, in the specific class relations of capitalism. It would not exist in communist society. Value, absolute: any value considered as its own quantity and not as measured for comparison against any other value. For Marx, all value is absolute, objective, and social. Value, exchange: the expression of value, which is immanent, by way of another commodity as a useful thing, hence the expression of immanent value as a definite quantity in terms of some other commodity which permits it to emerge as realized value. Illustration: a commodity has 2 hours units of social labor time attributable to it, it is realized in the body of another commodity embodying the same labor time. Value, immanent value prior to its manifestation in exchange. Value, individual: a loose expression probably best defined as the exchange value appearance of any given commodity irrespective of its intrinsic value, a realization of immanent value by a useful commodity whose labor time is not equivalent to the aliquot part of social capital of the commodity whose value it expresses. Value, intrinsic: the value implicit in all commodities, although not recognizable in a corresponding price, and remaining true of that commodity irrespective of deviations from that value either in exchange value or price form. It is an aliquot part of total value and is not disturbed by any fluctuations in its realization. Value, substance of the labor time incorporated in the commodity as defined above under value. Value, use: those attributes of any commodity that adapt it to specific wants, such as shape in bowls, transparency in window glass, colloquially used in Marxian terminology to mean the objects themselves as physical goods and not as commodities. Value form: exchange value. Value form, elementary: the expression of the value of any one commodity by way of the body of any one other. Value form, equivalent: a commodity considered as directly exchangeable with other commodities. It is a character of the commodity in any given relation and is not inherent. It is at the opposite pole of its value relation with the commodity whose value it expresses as a useful object, that object is the relative form. Value form, expanded or extended or total: the expression of the value of a commodity occurring in many other useful objects. It is no longer accidental like the elementary form, for it is predictable, owing to its repetition in the number of objects expressing its value. Value form, general: the expression of value of any number of commodities by way of a single useful object. This precedes the use of money, which is the universal equivalent, replacing the general equivalent, but retaining the same form of value. Value form, relative: the commodity whose value is being expressed by another object. It would be more exact to speak of the relative pole of value, rather than the relative form. Value, surplus value produced by a laborer over and above the value required to reproduce the means of subsistence of that laborer. This latter is the value of his labor power. Value, surplus, absolute: the increase of working hours over and above the former surplus of such time over the number of hours required for the worker to reproduce his labor power through means of subsistence. Value, surplus, relative: that increased time devoted by the laborer to the employer within a given working day over and above the previous time so donated, and usually arrived at by an increased intensity of labor, or by a larger employment of constant capital, and thus by increasing productivity in any given hour, enabling the worker to reproduce his means of subsistence in less time. Wages: the money expression of the payment for that portion of the working day which is devoted by the laborer to reproducing his own labor power, and is apparently a compensation for the entire working day. Wealth, a term for all products of labor and natural goods as well. All use values. It excludes such claims upon products as are embodied in titles to land, etc., which do not add to the sum of use values but merely register the right to engross some. A Socialist Chronology. 1776 Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations. Declaration of Independence. 1789 Declaration of the Rights of Man. 1796 Conspiracy of Babeuf, Conspiracy of the Equals. 1811-12 The Luddite Riots and Lord Byron's Discourse. 1817 Ricardo. 1825 Labor Unionism legalized. 1829 Workingmen's Parties. 1832 First Proletarian Insurrection, at Lyons. Live as worker and die as fighters. Middle Classes Triumph in England, the Reform Bill. 1832-33 Phalanstery Movement of Fourier Gains. 1834 Grand National Consolidated Trade Union. 1836 Victor Considerant, Beginning of Economic Cooperatives. 1837 and after Chartism in England, Rise of Bronco-Bryan, Radical. 1844 The Rochdale Experiment. Rising of the Silesian Weavers. 1846 Free Trade in England. 1847 League of the Just becomes the Communist League, led by Karl Marx, who issues the Communist Manifesto, Workers of the World, Unite. 1 You have a world to gain, you have nothing to lose but your chains. 1848 European Revolution. June Civil War in France, crushing of the working class in Paris by Cavaignac. 1848-49 Failure of Karl Marx and other revolutionists in Prussia. 1850 First great upswing in business and first sign of improvement in condition of workers since beginning of the factory system, inflation in prices due to Californian and Australian gold discoveries. 1861 Angie Tchernishchusky, What's to be done? Abraham Lincoln, Labor is prior to capital. Freedom of the serfs decreed in Russia. 1862 British workers support the North, British governing class the South, first class division in England on foreign policy. 1863 LaSalle calls for formation of General German Trade Union. 1864 Beginning of nihilist and populist movements in Russia. Founding of the First International, Karl Marx, leader. 1865 Bakunin founds Italian section of the International on an anarchistic basis against the cooperative basis of Mazzini. Negro slavery abolished in America, free labor and farming triumph, the South is reduced from a competitor to a colony opound the Northern capitalists. 1867 First strike wave in the world. Marx's Das Kapital appears in Hamburg. Triumph of the direct, equal, secret, universal ballot. British working class given the right to vote. 1869 Founding of the Great German Social Democratic Party under Bebel and Liebknecht. 1871 The Paris Commune, first proletarian-directed state. Garibaldi, Italy's liberator, states his unity with the Workers' International. First meeting of the international sections in the USA. 1872 Split in the International between socialists under Marx and anarchists under Bakunin. 1873 Beginning of the six-year economic crisis. 1877 Strikes of rail workers in the United States, the Molly Maguires, rise of the private industrial detective agency, the Pinkertons. Foundation of a socialist labor party among German workers. 1879 Henry George's Progress and Poverty creates a great rent nationalization movement on a scientific basis. Prohibition of the socialists in Germany by Bismarck. 1880 Formation of mass socialist parties in France on a generally Marxian basis. 724. 1881 Formation of the SDF in England under H. M. Hindman, Marxian inspiration, but dogmatic and confused. State socialism in Germany as demagogic policy. Formation of the American Federation of Labor under Samuel Gompers. 1883 Death of Karl Marx in London. 1884 Founding of the Fabian Society in England. 1885 Formation of the British Socialist League, pure Marxians, headed by the poet William Morris. News from Nowhere, Dream of John Ball, Rebel Poems. 1886 Greatest year in history of labor, foundation of General Trades Union in France, mass demonstrations against government in England, mass rallies in Austria, Scandinavian Union of Workers under Marxian direction, Haymarket bomb episode, Chicago, breakup of anarchist hegemony, dynamic development of the Knights of Labor, candidacy of Henry George on labor ticket for mayor of New York, beginning of the gigantic houses of the workers' socialist cooperatives in Brussels. 1887 Beginning of new unionism in England under leadership of Keir Hardie, John Burns, Tom Mann, the latter still communist leader. Opening of the Bourse du Travail or labor exchange governed by workers in Paris. Workers shot in Trafalgar Square, London. 1888 Daniel de Leon, political scientist and an editor of the Political Science Quarterly, Deserts Bourgeois Economics for Socialism. Lawrence Grenlund, Native American socialist writer. May Day founded by Americans, spreads over world after 1889. Edward Bellamy, elegant Beacon Hill writer, embraces equalitarian utopian socialism in his book. Looking Backward. 1889 Docks Strike, London. Founding of the Second International, Paris, Mass Socialist Parties of the World Unite. A Socialist Chronology 725. 1891 Encyclical of Leo XIII, Rerum Novarum, in which the Catholic Church espouses the cause of labor but denounces socialism, not a matter of faith but of policy. 1893 Foundation of the Western Federation of Miners, prototype of industrial unionism throughout the world, and nursery of practical syndicalist ideas. Panic in the United States, populist ideas dominant among farmers of prairie states. Foundation of Independent Labor Party by Keir Hardie. 1894 Foundation of Marxian Socialist Parties in Russia. 1895 Death of Frederick Engels. 1896 Last fight of the American middle classes for power, under W. J. Bryan, complete victory of large capitalists under leadership of Mark A. Hanna, steelmaker of Ohio. 1897 Workmen's Compensation Act. Death of Henry George. Foundation of the Social Democratic Party of the United States under the rail union leader, Eugene V. Debs of Indiana. 1898 The Social Democratic Party of Germany polls 2 million votes and elects 56 parliament members. Socialism becomes a major political movement in Europe. Russian Social Democratic Party founded, on a strict party basis and absolute Marxian doctrine, appearance of Lenin as an important writer. 1899 Bernstein splits the socialist theoretical position by revisionism. Split between de Leon and Debs, Debs rejects de Leon's organization of socialist unions only. 1900 Socialists become an important Italian parliamentary party. 1901 House of Lords declares all trades unionists liable for damage in strikes, labor loses confidence in the bourgeois state and its justice, brings about mass rejection of old liberal and conservative parties by workers. LS_RA becomes Marxian Russian organ of Plekhanov, with Lenin an editorial writer. 190 A great anthracite coal strike in USA, appearance of President Theodore Roosevelt as arbitrator, affirmation of George F. 726. Bear, head of Reading Railroad, that God Almighty has given the rich men their money. Rise of John D. Rockefeller to largest personal fortune, sale by Andrew Carnegie of his steel interest to new formation of world's biggest trust, the U.S. Steel Corporation. 1903 Beginning of syndicalism in Italy, soon spreads to Spain, where it fuses with anarchism. Split of Bolshevik-Menshevik at London Convention of Russian Socialists. 1904 One Debs polls 400,000 votes in USA. Socialism becomes a fashionable doctrine among wealthy intellectuals. 1905 Formation of the IWW, most celebrated syndicalist organization, denounced by de Leon as perverting Marxism into bummery. Upton Sinclair's novel, The Jungle, shocks US and is first socialist bestseller. Conversion of Jack London, Robert Hunter's book on poverty has wide sale. Uprising of the people in Russia, the First Russian Revolution, nearly 3 million workers in a general strike, constitution granted by Tsar. 1906 Counter-revolution and terror in Russia. 54 Laborites elected to British House of Commons. 1907 Guild socialist agitation begins in England with Orridge and Penty. Trial of Moyer, Haywood, and Pettibonk in Boise, Idaho, for alleged murder of Governor Steunenberg. Bora, the prosecutor, uses perjurer. Harry Orchard, failure of state's case. Haywood acquitted, becomes hero of the left-wing labor movement in the United States. 1908 IWW split between Marxians and syndicalists. Reaction triumphant in Russia, labor crushed. 1909 The Lloyd George budget, high point of radicalism in England, House of Lords, first time in 2 centuries, vetoes will of the people. Bryant forces postal and rail strikers to join the army in France and breaks their strike. 1910 First great international victories of socialism, in France party wins important parliamentary elections. Milwaukee first large American city to go socialist. 2 millions now in German socialist-run trades unions. In England formation of Triple Alliance of coal and transport workers threatens general strike. The police spy, Azef, unmasked, power of Russian secret police broken. American Federation of Labor abandons isolation and joins International Trades Union Federation. Socialist organizations have 8 million members. 1912 Great Coal Strike in England. Deep social unrest. American radicalism now is solvent. Roosevelt splits Republican Party to assimilate up-to-date populism. Debs polls 900,000 votes in USA. Socialists poll $4 million votes in Germany, elect no members of parliament. Socialism now a mass movement. 1913 Socialists poll a fifth of all Italian votes, German socialists more than a third. Fear grips European governing class. 1914 The World War, Socialist parties split, Jourpound S., French leader, assassinated, British Independent Labour Party goes pacifist, German party split, Lenin in Switzerland rallies broken international, great majority of socialists follow their governments. 1915 Russian Bolsheviks demand peace without victory. Lenin becomes world's leading socialist pamphleteer. Zimmerwald Conference of 7 socialist parties in warring countries shows vitality of the international. 1916 Kienthal Conference lays foundations for a third international. 1917 Why-Day councils in England give workers representation in the factories. United States Socialist Party denounces the war and refuses to follow patriotic faction, who split, Debs arrested and imprisoned. Bolsheviks seize power in Russia through workers' and soldiers' councils led by the Communist Party, Lenin becomes head of the state. 1918 Brest-Litovsk peace humiliates Soviet Russia but gives her time to organize her defense. Epoch of civil wars in Russia begins, aided first by Germans and then by the Allies, collaboration of warring states against the revolutionists. German Revolution, beginning with sailors' mutiny, ends the war and the German monarchy. Austrian monarchy tumbles. 3 antique social orders crack for good. Formation of the Third International. Social Democrats in Germany refuse to institute socialism on the ground that they have 45.5% but not 51% of the voters. Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg murdered. Immature Soviet states established for a few weeks in Bavaria and Hungary. Socialist movement split between communists and socialists. Chronology of the next few years. Congress of Tours in France, Bolsheviks in majority. Socialist vote in Germany sinks to 41.8%, defeat of Kapp putsch of reactionaries. Formation of the American Communist Party. End of the Civil War and the Polish War finds Russian economy at lowest level in a century. Lenin takes cognizance of wreck and famine and institutes recovery policy as antecedent to socialism. Development of the new economic policy in Russia, permission of minor capitalist activities to spur on production, as an interim policy dictated by war losses. Ex-socialist Mussolini organizes fascism in Italy. Inflation in Germany consummates ruin of the middle class. MacDonald, Prime Minister in England, Labour Party nominally in power though not in possession of a majority, overthrown in general election in which a forged document figured largely. Death of Lenin. General strike in England. Trotsky excluded from Communist Party. Institution of the five-year plan in Russia. Socialist parties breed apologists for capitalism based on American prosperity. Collapse of American prosperity. 1930-33 World Crisis, deepest decline of production, trade, and employment, as well as of nominal wealth, ever recorded, wholesale devaluations of currency and great gains in state intervention. 1933 Fascist triumph in Germany. Socialism enters a dark period. 1934-36 Epoch of reaction in Europe, attack on Spain. End of state liberalism in the United States, New Deal under F.D. Roosevelt. 1936 Emergence of Popular Front in several countries as barrier to fascism, growing strain of armaments.